Good evening, beautiful people from all around the world. Welcome to the continuation of EGFC season number 5. I am Strive, joined by the fantastic Vincent. If you weren't aware, you're in the land of Valorant this evening. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Vincent. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm happy to step in here, and I'm also happy to watch some Valorant. I've been playing CS all day, so it's a good way to break things up for me.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that goodness and vibe. I too have been dabbling in CS and getting back on the Valorant desk. It kind of brings me back to level ground. I get to touch some soil now and again and say, "Wow, this is a really good game." On that note, let's get serious. Let's converse and stop playing games. Anyways, down below is the match that is going to be happening this evening. At least the first of many to come. It's going to be Auburn University Tigers up against the Yukon Huskies, University of Connecticut. Very exciting stuff. We have a great map lineup for them as well this evening, Vincent.
That we do, and listen, I gotta put my bias out here to begin with. All on the floor, okay, Strive.
Sure.
I listen. I'm a big fan of just all of the Southern football teams. So by that, I'm also a bit of an Auburn fan. Um, I just felt I needed to communicate that, but I'll try to keep it. I'll try to hold myself back.
Okay. Hey, I mean, it's all good. It's good to let your co-caster know as to what's exactly happening in their mind. At least I get a feeling for where you're coming from on right field every time you lean one way. I'm joking, Vincent. I gotta have some fun with you. On the notion of these two teams again, picking up the pieces. Here are the rosters for the evening: Auburn University, Sporting Calypso, Lurk, Poison, Seven, and Rue. And University of Connecticut Huskies sitting on Stan, Capin, Big Old Timothy, Kuji, and Bows. So awesome stuff. Familiar faces coming up here.
I'm a big fan of Big Old Timothy, by the way.
Yeah. All
Love,
right.
love that name. It's fantastic. Also think I've seen Kuji a little bit as well. So, some familiar faces on the Yukon side of things as well. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that these two squads, they're not very far apart in the win-loss department. Auburn, I don't know what happened to their week 1 result. We couldn't find that, but outside of that, they're 3-0. They haven't lost a game in the last 3 weeks. And the Huskies, by no means undefeated, but 2-2, feeling pretty darn solid as well. So I think some respect here for what is a top table matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely delicious. So as we look at the map conversation now and understand as to where we're going, what is our trio of the evening? And by the way, trios are great in all cases, whether it's in Valorant or when you go out for dinner. You got to have your appy made in dessert. This is that same kind of flavor here. So we're going to start with the beloved appetizer of Sunset. Nice, wholesome, bright, a good palate refresher. We get down to Haven. Absolutely, like just a hearty, nice winter meal, right? 3 sites, great to get down onto, and then you end off with Bind. I don't know how much of a dessert Bind really is. It's not. It's the polar opposite of something sweet in some cases, but it's going to be good for us this evening nonetheless. We have an awesome decider at the end.
Listen, Haven is kind of like you know how. Listen, I don't know if you're like this, Strive, but you know how if you go to like a pick your favorite fast food restaurant. I'm like this where I just order the same thing again and again because I just like what I like. Haven is that in a Valorant map. It's that number insert number here, that number 4 at whatever your favorite fast food place is. That's what Haven is as a Valorant map. Would you agree?
Hey, I'm down with it. I mean, Vincent, if I see you smiling, I know it's hitting home with you and it's making you feel good. So I'm with you, man.
I've lost
I'll
Strive. He's gone.
No, buddy, I'm with you. I'm down on whatever adventure we're gonna hit on. Hey, it's all good, my dude. Let's get down to the agent selection here. We've had a nice little opening to this evening. Smiles and laughter all across. Hope everybody in the viewer side of things is also enjoying themselves. Let's get down to picking some agents.
Indeed, and I honestly I don't know how much Sunset have you seen? Have you seen a bunch? For me,
Oh
it's
yeah.
like only probably third, fourth time I've actually gotten to cast it. Played it a bunch more, but I love what Sunset has done. It's pace wise, such a difference from pretty much any other map in the pool. Maybe the exception of Lotus, at least from what I've seen. The activity in mid early is phenomenal, and that's usually where things are won and lost. I'm excited to see this, particularly because the University of Connecticut have played a bunch of Sunset over the course of these first 4 weeks, and I think they played it 3 times. Not every time has been a victory, but every time has been competitive.
100. I mean, I've seen, to answer your question, I kind of answered it midway, but I'll build upon it. Yes, I've seen tons of Sunset. I've seen immensely close matches. I've seen
Select
absolute
your
wish
agent.
washer, go to the laundromat type of games where we get run down and rinsed one way or the other. It is very much, I do love the concept of mid focus. It's a very strong place to be, and if explored deeply enough, and we see the Cypher come out here on both sides, where they place those trips to manage the aggression, especially coming down into market off mid and also looking deeper towards spawn / the break off to A and B, you got to be very careful as to how adventurous you can get. The beauty of this situation is I don't see a crazy agent that can necessarily do immense things independently, i.e. Reyna, so they were going to have a bit more of a tamed entry when it comes to these plays and not so much solo exploration looking for hero moves down middle and such on your own. So that's just my take on it, but we'll see how it pans out as the game gets underway.
You know, with all the Cypher changes that were just made as well, that's, I mean, going to be interesting to see kind of how that all plays out. Excited to get things underway. It's the Huskies on the attack side to begin our day. And honestly, I'm a big fan of Harbor here. Not seeing the Harbor, though, for the Huskies is a little odd to me. I think it's so powerful down mid usually, but we'll see how that goes. Hey, starting on the attack side, maybe not a big deal if you can just hit the full run where you get like 10 rounds on your attack.
Let's get down into it. Pistol is underway. We have the Cypher set up on this B area, being patient. That solo controller, or Sentinel rather now. Lots of picks going off elsewhere. Calypso opens it up. Quick response from Capin. Again, as you said in pregame there or in the conversation on desk, mid is a hot place to be, at least on Sunset.
Indeed, in full mid control being gathered up by the attackers. The Huskies just gonna back their way out, though, for the moment. No need to get overzealous. They've got the, not quite advantage, but they've gained the space. Look at this push, though. Making sure to get all the way up at the A side of the map is Auburn. Unfortunately, it has left a bit of an open area here at B.
Cover going out.
Boost is ready, stands, setting up the smokes to block off the major choke points, sending the paranoia to back it up. Here comes the Cypher, hopefully working some magic, but no, with 5 members rushing in, wires aren't going to be the savior of the day as a nice wraparound gets it up and gets it done. Good trades coming out there, but I love what I'm seeing from the Cypher here, getting 2 great picks on site now, and everyone's well situated for the post plant.
Speaking of everyone for Auburn coming in for the retake from the flank. Capin's on a mission here on the rotate. It's just about taking enough time that this rotate can become effective enough. And it looks like, hey, doing a good job. The Huskies are holding back the onslaught of these retakers. Still low HP as well onto the raise. It'll be 7 alone. Turns on a quick dime to connect the shot. Now it's just up to that flank that got started early. It will be, well, I thought given away, but 7 had no idea.
Yeah, good positioning, really good back and forth. I love the post plant setup from the Huskies. They were very firm on their site position. You got to give some ups to Auburn, though. Coming into that on a 2v3 retake, able to work a nice counter pick through the smoke and being adventurous and peeking his 2. Tells me there's some team synergy there. They're communicating and they're focused on eliminating targets in a very systematic way. So it's good things, this pistol round. Alas, UConn, with that win, going to go ahead and buy up everything that their hearts oh so desire. I mean, we're not even at the main course yet, and these guys are already teasing the menu to us with a good start. 1-0. Let's see what they can run on this round 2. Bit mid and A centered for now, but lots can unfold.
Just a little bit of control, like you said, towards mid. The high tide giving coverage for Auburn at the minute. But the majority of the Huskies are headed out towards B, or towards A, excuse me. I'm gonna get a full look at elbow, find nobody's actually home in this area of the map. Only now getting the first shot at it, and Kuji with a double entry. Down low, sure, but a victory nonetheless, and that's an early neural theft popped out.
100%. The Seas goes down, looking for the close grab. Calypso grabbing one of their own. Close it up. Marshall, love Boss's deeper control here. Watching the wings, getting swung on. You can't be sitting ducks. Capin's going to capitalize and take that second round away.
It's also just, you know, solid momentum there as a team, taking that what looked to be a triple swing towards the end of the round, ensuring that even if somebody goes down, no problem, there'll be more players there to trade out should it be necessary. Only a couple of losses in the books for Connecticut. Now Auburn should be working their own purchase, though. And I'm curious to see if their aggression level in mid will change, whether or not they have guns or not. This is the round where I think setting a tone is important, showing Connecticut that they can't just get that area for free.
Agree. I'm with you on that front. And this is where we can see a little bit more of that now. You can see Harbor gently poking away there in market area. Sky way deep up mid. I like the placement of the wires, and that's very acceptable for Cypher. Looking for that deeper control as we get through these early rounds and understand, is this Yukon Husky team that thirsty to get deep down into mid? But very slow beginnings, but slowly and very gradually the Huskies start getting some space in middle now and look to be setting up for an opportunity at B.
Yeah, Trailblazer kind of sent out to search for further information, figure out, hey, how many players actually committed towards the mid area? The answer is at least 2 were spotted by the Trailblazer, and now the rest of the team gonna group up towards B, shaping up for the B split. Seems almost a necessity here as that fault line comes through, followed by the flashpoint. It's blind and can't see or hear a thing as Calypso falls.
Yeah, the Huskies are just incredibly good at swinging as 2 and 3. I love that collapse in and with the hole now. Timothy looking at the smoke, not realizing Poison is right above that little bubble of doom. Capin, position in mid, lurking for some picks on the rotates perhaps, but are going to get shut down by Rue now with Poison to pick up one as well. Really good Auburn bounce back. We'll see what they can do about Boz and Co. Posted up on site here, looking to hold it, watching the swing, and the Spectre going laser beaming across for one.
This is a potential crossfire set. Boz is upgraded onto a Vandal. Not quite a commitment on this defuse just yet, but running out of bullets. The shot hit for Rue. Boz be trying to bring this back, and Rue's just sticking, getting the halfway point and stand there to clutch out, keeping this 0 for Auburn and putting the Huskies up to a 3rd.
Yeah, despite the mild bit of turbulence there from Capin, who I think would have been critical to keep alive for a post-plant with fault lines and flashes and such, being lost at mid, things worked out well for the rest of Yukon. They landed some really good shots. I had a ooh-ah moment there. Boss had a nice little 2-inch flick to the left. It just got me feeling really nice. So Yukon firing on all cylinders. Really good map patience too, Vincent. They didn't necessarily commit to anything too quickly off the rip, but once they had their mindset on that B take, the wrap looked really beautiful on screen.
Exactly. You know, taking some time to solidify themselves in mid. We're going to see something a little bit more explosive, though, this time out. And, oh, speaking of, Rue exploding big old Timothy before they can get moving. That judge supposedly nerfed JK. It's not for real. It's still a very good weapon up at close range, and the Huskies learning the hard way.
With that situation kind of defused for the most part, this initial exchange, rather. Minute plus on that clock. Auburn has shifted focus now, understanding there's a heavy presence towards A and tiles.
Look at the flank.
Kuji, yeah, you got to be careful. Kuji's got an eye, though, on what's happening, is watching it intently, but time is of the essence. They have to make a move. This is going to get nasty in a second here if that flank comes through in a reasonable time.
Yeah, time is exactly the thing. Timing, specifically. There is, to be fair, as soon as they get around the corner here at elbow, going to be heard, info gathered, and now Poison's giving it away by taking out the tripwire. Kuji needs to deal with actually the player on site. Never mind, Stan's got it covered.
Curious position though, Vincent. Stuck in sight, the twos of them. They have the numbers game. Nice little omen. Repositioning now from above. Kuji camming. Polaroid action. Where is it going to be? It's going to be on Stan, although half line does get one onto Poison. Good for 3. Gotta support Kuji, though, who's in a bit of a precarious spot, having to watch more than one angle at a time. Calypso, nice ping off. This camera work is actually super swift and nice.
Yeah, it's just a consistent impact that we're seeing, right? Whether it be the tripwires or the cameras. Calypso been in trouble. The rest of the team on the reload. Kuji's even going to clean it up. Glad you pointed it out, because the Cypher work has indeed been phenomenal thus far.
Really good stuff. I mean, you can't underestimate the value of a good camera on a post-plant situation, right? Whether it's 1v2, 1v3, or even 1v1, that camera keeps you kind of guessing as to, am I being seen? Do I need to break it? And then just when you start ignoring it, you get popped with it, and you're forced to pull off the tag on you. So again, really good value. It's the small things that matter in the grand scheme of a game. They surmount and equal to round wins, but so far the Huskies definitely came to play tonight with this 4-0 lead and continue to push ahead.
Yeah, it's always been one of the strongest parts of the Cypher kit. And I think with the addition of some better utility with those tripwires, now I think that just pushes it over the edge that little bit more. Gonna see further onslaughts towards mid. Great utility to cut out the defense from even supporting the players in market. Calypso with 3 as they come through the cage. The smoke supreme as Auburn not only equalize but find a 2-man advantage.
It was a matter of time until the Huskies really decided to adventure super deep into mid. I mean, that wire didn't deliver the value that it was intended to do, and the flash was great. And Rue! My goodness me. With Calypso and Rue delivering the 3s and 2s, things should be much, much easier for Auburn here on out. So with that, the Huskies, a little bit of respect is required towards mid now, right? And if they're going to be approaching it, it might not be as violent as we just saw with that many members. But I'm happy to see Lurk continuing to be consistent with the placement of the wires, not dismissing the value that it can earn them in an odd round where, you know, you'd least expect them to be pushing up mid again.
Yeah, exactly. And right, the Huskies have been consistently applying pressure to mid, but they haven't been going all the way that deep. They haven't been trying to venture in towards the spawn area though to rotate in. They've been chilling in this area of mid, deep in the courtyard, and for good reason. Continuation of holding that station for Lurk is exactly what you want to see.
Absolutely. And now, again, the same old Yukon default. That 3-2-ish, 4-1-ish type split. Very much leaving their options open. Timothy. Big old Timothy at that. Taking a look down, trying to get a pick. Harbor. Bit of utility to zone them off, but, I mean, that's kind of wasted without a follow-up. All it's going to do is allow them to walk through. Never mind, I will stop talking. Calypso does indeed capitalize and gets the one out to Kuji, so that's a great opener as well.
Through the cage as well. Yep. Big, scary moment. Sneaking up. Here we go. Just trying to spam through the wall. The showstopper out, and not so much value off the back of that. It's 3-on-3. The B site fully overwhelmed by the attackers. This ambitious, the paranoia just misses and may not be expecting another one. Is Boz.
Boz here looking for connection. Instead receives an absolute empty tone as Lurk comes in from the side. Capin. Fault line, you're going to go for the clutch. Let's get it done. We have very limited time on our hands. Nice pop flash indeed. Sending it. That cage should drop in a hot moment, and that timing will be great to reposition, actually. Oh, Capin, this is slippery.
Yeah, the audio covered off. And, yeah, nice. Lurk had no idea. Absolutely fantastic. If you're going to use that that ultimate into clutch, that's kind of how you do it 101. Able to reposition off the back of it. Just waited the time out, and Lurk had no clue where that man was coming from. Capin delivering a 5th round for the squad over at Connecticut. And, well, now Auburn in a tough spot, aren't they? Win a round, lose a round. It ain't great. They're going to buy again, but they can't get anything rolling. No momentum in their hands at the moment.
It's tricky when you have the Huskies being so focused on this middle area and really using that timer to their advantage. They kind of have them by the reins, right? No one's really willing to adventure out for an opening pick from the Auburn side, which just gives free reign to the attackers to hit whatever they want. And they continue to pressure very critical choke points like you're seeing here with Capin. This jump right on through is great. Yes, 7 gets it, but the trade is on the board as well. You have the B main presence from Omen with the smokes already out. This should be pretty, hopefully, simple enough to get in and deal with Rue, but we'll see how much damage Rue can do, and it continues to siege on him. So good value from Auburn there.
I know exactly.
And with the neural theft, going to give confirmation on where these rotations are coming from. The Seekers trying to give the same like of information over to Auburn, but it doesn't quite work out. The Trailblazer, on the other hand, does give plenty. As the spike not down, it's in fact rotating out and over towards the A site. So spike plant for sure for Kuji, though that'll be a confirmation of where he's located. Not that it would have been much of a question mark when the spike went down moments later.
The spike.
Poison now coming around in a 2v1 situation. Kuji stepping away, cover, not the most amount of points either. Tapping the spike, Lurk, yeah, easy light work. Very tough position to be in, and that bomb wasn't necessarily planted in the greatest of places for that post-plant position. And with that, Auburn, they'd make relatively light work of this round and are back into it. So again, very steady round, very good small changes from Auburn. Good reaction early on with massive opening picks, and what Rube earned back there on B, I think was worth its value in gold and definitely helped seal that round off.
I do think that we could have seen Connecticut play together there instead of splitting up. Would have been maybe the better play. long term, whether commitment towards A or towards B. But I also want to point out that Auburn, they are trying different things, right? Some aggression towards A main all the way through. Actually, they removed the tripwire there all the way forward early into that round. So there was space for Auburn to work with when they lost mid.
Absolutely. Now here is big old Timothy looking to get an opener with the showstopper, and does indeed cape in as well. Getting one onto Poison. That's a good opener for UConn. A should be relatively free for the taking as Timothy and co wrap around. Spawn is smoked off too. These guys have this these site takes down to an absolute T.
Continuation of that push, but Lurk has done some damage. This has made things very, very winnable now for Auburn. They just got to get back into this site, and the problem is that trying to isolate fights, maybe not so much an issue there, as 7 gets them both. 1 and 2, the Cosmic Divide, out but not needed. And the victory. Now, Auburn starting to maintain and gain that momentum that they were lacking in the opening stages of this map.
Absolutely great stuff from Auburn. They're just picking up great momentum. Rue has been absolutely pivotal in these plays, and you can't dismiss the value of keeping your Astra alive for a retake, especially. I think what we're seeing, the delivery from the Omens of the world, has been super value add. I believe that is Stan, if I'm not mistaken, is playing the Omen. Yes, Stan is playing that Omen, correct. Yeah, with Stan on that Omen, who's been absolutely pivotal in smoking off the choke points on the take. The counter utility from Rue has been immensely value add as well. So we'll see how that gets down and done as this match progresses. But I think Auburn definitely, building on what I said last round, definitely building up a pattern and continue to get some nice opening picks on these rounds.
The Huskies starting to notice that they are falling into a few of those patterns as well. Not quite the same type of take towards mid as we've been seeing. They're going to wait for the high tide to go forward. That early pick allowing for a third neural theft, by the way, to start getting used. Love how aggressive that this has been able to be utilized for the attackers over at UConn. And a second kill there from Timothy will not only open things up towards mid, but also create a lot of question marks for the defense of Auburn. Where do they go? How do they stick around? And how do they maintain what they have right now?
Awesome. Getting one off there with the Prowler. Nice. And I love how UConn funnels in as multiple numbers to clean up that pick. Post-plant time now. This is where we see UConn shine the best, and with the early picks already signed, sealed, and delivered in this 1v5, Lurk is going to have one heck of a mission ahead of himself.
I mean, honestly, the real play here would be just to try grab an exit or two, maybe save the weapon into the next round. Not a lot you could do 1v5 realistically, but hey, you never know what you can get on the exits. That's what Lurk was looking for. Overall, UConn, though, in this last round, kind of changing things up a little bit. Not in that they are looking a different direction, but not putting as much early presence towards mid, as it's been relatively light in the early stages defensively. Just having a player towards market and somebody top mid, that's all that has been really required for Auburn. So UConn taking some pains to get that opening pick elsewhere.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mission nonetheless, but they managed to do what I think is a good job of getting away with murder, is the term that I like to use. There's a couple of moments where I'm like, that should not have been 2-3 free picks before the trade came out, i.e. Rue on B site, for example. If UConn can nip those kinds of moments in the butt, I think they're going to be able to pull away with the rest of these attack rounds. But if Auburn rather can continue to get these early openers and get away with like I said, murder 1, 2s, and 3s by one individual, I think that's their success point. But as we hit this timeout, I'm really curious to what Auburn is conversing about and what they're looking to change up in terms of their setup and such, or if they're just going to look to solidify what they've already been working on and stay true to it.
I think that Auburn really have found some interesting ideas. They've tried to get aggressive on the outskirts of the map towards A, towards B, and we saw in the last round where that failed. But as a theory, not a bad idea to do that. You just got to make sure there's a game plan in mind for, if you lose that initial engagement, you need to get that trade frag, or alternatively, maybe go for a more aggressive play somewhere individually, whether that be mid or on the outskirts. It doesn't actually matter. It's just playing together that will be the right call. Speaking of calls made, it's a purchase nonetheless for Auburn. They've got a few Bulldogs, but mostly it's Vandals.
Unless I just mistook what happened the past few rounds and looked into now. It looks like they're actually doubling up the Rays and Harbor now and supporting Cypher a little bit more. So hopefully that works for a conversion. And 7 does get the 1. A nice trade out as well. But do they expect the Rue above? No, that's a shift in bodies. And Lurk as well picking one up. So very quickly in different area codes, we have some great opening picks from Auburn University.
The timing there, Capon coming back for more as Rue denounced. It's Kuji on the trade, sure, but it's a long way to success, and that is nipped right in the bud. Well, like you noticed, right, an adjustment to the way that things were played there in mid, trying to play off each other a little bit more of a crossfire and a trade potential with the double up towards market. It's exactly what was necessary.
Yeah, it worked out super well, and we'll see how UConn adapts to it now. If they've picked up that small nuance, they're not even going to want to contest that as much. And looking on the mini-map, I do notice a little bit more of a caboose towards the A side, less presence from your traditional mid-entry point, but still ample time to shift around. We'll see how it works out. Good adjustment, though, from Auburn. You got to give it to them, and that's a big round to get closer and closer to this half.
Exactly. Keeping it just a little bit more close, even if it's, one round here, one round there, it adds up, right? I mean, we're at 4-6, and with a couple of rounds left, you could see an equalizer for certain. There's a player over towards elbow, though, and that's going to be very clear as that Trailblazer goes in.
Quiet times now on A, as we did end up seeing the 5-man caboose look to unite up here. Big hawk going out. Timothy looking away and now waiting to get the entry potential in. Boombot clears the close. Rue, however, has gained value yet again. Zoning off the back of sight. Boss gets value as well. Great back and forth trades. Here's the Harper alternate now to keep them on their toes and make them move around. But they're not too concerned. They have a lot of utility up blocking the major choke points. They're going to go ahead and wait it out mostly.
Yeah, Reckoning doesn't really find too much value. What about the Showstopper? Going to be there potentially as big old Timothy takes one down. Lurk moving in as Showstopper finally finds purchase, but Kuji and Timothy both collect a couple of kills apiece to stall out that retake further. Heading to the final round of the half, a massive post-plant victory for the Huskies and a really good call for them as well. They noticed that adjustment towards mid, Strive, and so they just tried to make a slow move out towards A. Despite the fact that Auburn preemptively rotated, made the correct call, they still didn't get there in time.
Yeah, and if you look on the mini-map at the end of that round where those X's landed, Auburn just could not even get anywhere near the bomb. That was the second problem. They had no entry potential. The utility from UConn did a great job of zoning them, i.e. the Cypher cage that worked so well, and it was able to gain them the critical positions and the angles to continue to hold the defensive advantage now. And Kuji here, investing some bullets. Poison gets very close to getting that pick, but the aggression not paying off. So Auburn, in a moment of desperation, or rather a bit of aggression, do suffer and lose the body very early on.
Nightfall gonna go straight in, finding some purchase as well onto Rue, who was on site. Showstopper for Timothy, but honestly not necessary. Look at the rotation. Double players coming from the flank here for Auburn, and a full large amount of information gathered here. Stan off the back of the Rolling Thunder with Timothy in tow, collects them both. The flank now entirely destroyed. Sans Calypso is left alone.
Still has a bit of a hill to climb, and it's going to start with 1, but that's about it. We end our journey at the foot of the mountain as we round off this half. No checkpoint reached, 8-4, but Auburn, rough starts, converted into decent beginnings, and kind of what you said, Vincent, as well, as they were able to get 1s and 2s. Very critical and important rounds, small changes after that timeout, and that's things that are going to add value in the second half, give them some breathing room to work with.
This goes here.
Now the question is, can Auburn recreate some of the fantastic work that the Huskies did on their attack side? I mentioned the Harbor and how good it can be for mid-control on the attack side. This is where, that comes to be, or maybe we see something different. All TBD. A lot of initiator utility, though, for UConn as well. They can take space with the best of them. 3 towards A. This is shaping up to be a bit of fireworks here at the beginning.
That it is. It's going to be a huge head-butting collision in a moment here. 7, big nade, going to force the zone swing. Boss comes out along with big old Timothy, and the trade is there, but the damage is done for UConn as they get the early advantage and a low HP Sky on top of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Overgrowth can't heal yourself. And Big Ol' Timothy continuing to double down on these shots. Lurk gonna fade away. There's still a mid here. Capen ready to roll, though now spotted out and shot down. Tagged a little bit further. Rotations coming. It's a little bit slow on the flank, but the rest of the team is here already. Capen dispatch. One more head. 2 shots, in fact. It's the low HP of Poison, and those are on the flank. Only needed a couple, but that was too much. Auburn with a clutch as Poison finds them all. 3.
Ample success found by Poison when the back's up against the wall. That was a one-shotter, and Poison converted it into 3 picks. That's the clutch of the night, at least thus far for me. Bravo, Auburn. That's going to be huge. I mean, massive for the program. They're going to go ahead and buy up off that. The confidence is great getting around 1 pistol after a deficit start. That's the kind of stuff that dreams are made of. Let's see if they can continue this pressure and bring it home all the way, and how much of the UConn Husky playbook they have in their bloods.
We shall see indeed. Speaking of mid-control, hey, we got, like, everybody here. 4 players ready to roll for the defense of the Huskies. And noting that there's such aggression, the Spike and the rest of the company going to head over towards A, where pretty much it's all she wrote. Calypso gets 3 on the Bulldog. Looking for another there, but we'll lose out. Some anti-eco shots fired for Big Ol' Timothy, but with just a Bulldog in hand, surely this is done.
Yeah. Lurk going for the wide swing, and apparently mid was on the memo that we didn't receive. Everyone just showed up to that party like you pointed out. Well, on that note, it's a quick way to digest the advantageous buy for Auburn. UConn going to shake it off here, walk off to their gun buy of their own. Now let's see with big guns in hand how they can really set things up. Thus far, I like the playstyle of Auburn. Very default-esque in a way, but still, they do have an agenda in mind, and they are keeping their eyes on mid and keeping the pressure on, which is great. So we'll see if this default continues to work out for them. I'm curious to see when they decide to hit that B site, what exactly is going to happen. That's where my eyes are peeled.
Also got to keep in mind, this is the gun round, right? I mean, a pistol round 1v3, that was huge, but at the beginning, things didn't work out so well for Auburn. They're going to have to make sure that that doesn't happen in these gun rounds like we saw. Full mid control, though, as they picked that up. They haven't poked their nose into market just yet, but I think there's some utility set up. Yeah, Tripwire ready to roll. Broken by the Trailblazer, but should come back shortly.
7 here, shift walking to success, hopefully. Will they be able to get by the 1 member of Auburn in the back of sight? No, that's not going to happen. Capen does end up holding firm on post, so that's a problem. Your duelist out of the way now, and with the numbers of Connecticut continuing to be in the forerunning, we'll see if they can defend this Auburn push onto the B site now. Kuji, in a moment of silence, does get the 1. Looking to convert on more. Blocked off on back site, but all is okay. They have the numbers, and if rotates come through, things should be just fine.
Spike down, but what are the costs? The costs are just too damn high. You can't be losing your entire team on entry, and Koji delivering frag after frag on the post plant. You never had the sight. If you were Auburn, the Huskies owned it from the start. You were just renting.
Connecticut did a superb job, even on that post play in a 5v2, of not going for any kind of hero play and wrapping around and throwing guns away unnecessarily. Very disciplined post up on backside. Everybody was on their way at some point, right? The rotate was coming, but they knew intentionally that they are in the driving seat when it came to the numbers game, and well played. I love that kind of stuff. And as we tickle the double digits for UConn, we'll see if they can now take these guns forward and continue to put the pressure on Auburn as they have been. Still, nothing too major happening in mid. I think it was like last week, Vince, and I watched a game where mid was an absolute bloodbath. I mean, 3 kills every single round there for one of the 2 teams. It was chaotic, but these 2 teams are taking a different approach, and it's cool, you know?
I've seen the same thing. I think part of the reason for that is that both teams have actually been somewhat passive to this courtyard control, and then more aggressive towards control towards market or towards top mid, which understandably so. That's what you want to be doing. You're going to see this time the Trailblazer not actually catching the tripwire. Remember, that's a change that has just been made. So got to keep an eye on that as the Reckoning comes forward. This may be a more successful fight towards the site. Kuji staying alive for far longer than you would have intended, but through the smoke, Stan can grab a frag and escape for free.
Good work from Auburn, double swinging on the backside. They just didn't account for the stand difference, who was also present and confidently swinging out of the smoke, as Omens should. Jumping down from above. Nice headlock onto Poison. Oh my goodness me, with Rue throwing it up. Now in a 1 versus 3. Looking to get the pick onto big ol' Timothy, and it's a big ol' loss as UConn hit the double digits. 10 rounds off. Well done, well-deserved retake.
You can't get a handle on big ol' Timothy. Come on now. No. That's just not possible. Got to make sure to connect those shots, and it doesn't happen. And those double digits, as mentioned, right, give a pretty nice run of rounds. What it was at halftime now returned, despite the pistol 1v3 and the follow-up victory that Auburn were able to find. The Huskies are currently looking good, and I gotta say, individually, they've been able to just find success, even though they've been not working that mid-control. When it comes to the site takes, it's always been UConn winning initially, and then they'll just wait for the retake and have a man advantage on that too.
Yeah, just super good stuff coming out of UConn. Auburn, though, were able to make some cool micro adjustments in the last half, and I'm not dismissing them yet. I mean, this is a chance for them to get back into it. Initial Harbor utility blocks off what we're thinking is going to be an A-Wrap, but no, instead it's just to buy some space, get 7 the crosshair in the right neighborhood. What they do with it, though, that's the question. That X-ray vision that we're seeing is kind of traumatizing with 3 people posted up there.
Gotta keep in mind, this is also the Huskies map pick, so it also does help out. Expectation is for them to be better on this. There we go. It's just been interesting to see that, like, back and forth with the Trailblazer and the Tripwire has been there every round at different varying levels. Stan actually going to get the opening pick. That's the aggression LB that is massive, taking control of the Huskies as soon as they lose mid.
So confident now in this mid position. They want to continue to siege it, maybe recover some guns. Boz puts a full stop. Heck no on that one. That's a lurk out of the way with Kuji for one as well. Poison here as the numbers dwindle in the firefight above or outside of courtyard is just now going to have a moment in tiles, a moment of peace and solidarity as the UConn go hunting.
Gucci and Stan just got 3 kills on the rotation on the flank. They pushed B, and they found 1 as they move forward. Oh, okay, Poison making me a believer for a moment that they could do it once again. But as I was saying, Gucci and Stan, 3 frags as they flank through B main, straight towards mid, and catches everybody looking the wrong way. Gotta be careful of that if you're Auburn in the future.
Absolutely, and it leaves you wondering, you know, is this focusing on mid courtyard really the play? And I can see them again grouping up towards A. There ain't no Cypher Wire posted up on B, and on that Omen on the minimap is kind of face checking the barrier. So I wonder if that same type of situation is about to go down on B again, where they flank around. The Wire is there, actually, I lied, but we'll see if they can gain some value otherwise.
Wire didn't stop them before. It might not stop them again, as they are indeed lurking forward slowly but surely. As contact's made, they might speed things up. Elbow control now in the hands of Auburn as they use the Trailblazer to make their way forward. Getting caught is K-Pin, and though the Showstopper connects 1 shot to its lurk, there's still possibilities on this site. The Jenny isn't clear just yet. Now it is.
Great crosshair placement from Poison there to convert, and I like this deeper push now coming in. Hopefully they can pick off Kuji, who's around the bend of Poison right now. Omen on the back end, that's Stan, the flank Meisters himself. Pop flash, absolutely Ray Charles is Cypher getting picked off by Poison there. Stan's there to support, but for not too much longer. Nice trade from 7. That's a really well played round from Auburn.
And now the question starts to become, how does Auburn adjust off the back of this, right? And I say adjust not because, you know, they need to make adjustments, they just won a round, but how do they continue winning rounds? Things weren't working 3 in a row as the gun rounds began for the Huskies, and just a straight up A hit. It wasn't complicated, it was simple, about as simple as it gets. Walking straight in till they made contact, and then get into the site, set up a post plant, use your utility, and swing off of each other. It's all very simple in that round, but now there is a lot more players here for Connecticut, and they've already started to thin the herd right in front of him. Though so blinded, the Poison catches them both.
Poison, huge pop flash number 2. You like what you're seeing out of this Sky. As much as UConn brings up the paddle and starts whacking Auburn on the forehead, Poison reads and says, no, I can deliver much of the same right back, and getting counter aggressive. Nice stuff from Auburn.
Listen, Poison can take a little bonk on the forehead. In fact, can take it in stride. 4 frags, 5 HP remaining, and it is an Auburn momentum swing for certain as they pick up their second in a row. Now, bookending the 3-round run that the Huskies were able to find off the back of their first gun round of the second half. It's a question mark now for UConn, actually, as they're lacking in weaponry. Now, struggling to even get a full buyout.
Really want to see the continuation of these Poison plays and how much value they can gain. This pop flash swing from Poison, if it can get backed up by the rest of the team hard entering and putting down utility after getting a nice 1 or 2 opener picks, I think that might be the recipe to get Auburn their sights if they're choosing at any moment.
A bit of a different look from Auburn this time. Not that presence towards A that we've seen in the last 2 rounds. Instead, an initial engagement out mid. Look at this rotation, a stack being assembled. Everybody towards B. They got early info towards mid, and now they're going to stack up this B site for the push incoming.
They catch the Cypher.
Oh, no!
Oh my goodness me. They didn't. Boss gets the 1. Kuji as well. It's getting absolutely halted in its tracks. This push was looking absolutely monumental with the numbers, but Auburn dwindling now in the 2v5. Make it a 1v5.
Oh.
UConn flawless. Oh my goodness.
Keeping it that way. Maybe Rue can deny, but either way, a 1v5 seemingly undoable. Kuji will deliver a third, and it is that flawless for the Huskies. How has this happened? Well, I'll explain. Number 1, unlucky there for the Rays. 7, showstopper straight into market. Isn't looking the right way. Just as the Rays pushes forward, the opponent walks forward as well, and they just pass right beside each other. 7, none the wiser. Tragedy striking inside the market, I tell you.
Typically, you go to the market for good things, you know, fresh ingredients, cookies and cakes, you know, that kind of stuff that makes you feel nice. That time, market was not that. I think off that, though, we still have a 4-round delta. Auburn have had a great fight this half. They've put in their numbers in time, and we know that as individuals and in moments of synergy together with the teammates off of Poison, for example, they can capitalize on sites. I'm really looking for them to convert some big opening 1s and 2s, and maybe those tight-knit areas such as market aren't it. They got to go look for some opportunity and back up Poison where possible, who I think has been the catalyst for at least 1 or 2 of the critical rounds that they've won.
Certainly has. I do also think that just some great positioning from the Huskies helped out massively. The fact as well that, I mean, it didn't feel like it was a necessity because of those early picks in market, but the fact that there was like 5 people about to be on the B site, when that's where Auburn were clearly moving towards, is just a fantastic call.
It was well done. Everything about what UConn has been doing in this half has been calculated, and just they have such good teamwork when it comes to these swings. Even now, the C's nade combos, small things like that. Yes, they may not land, but it just shows that they're there together. Boss gets a great opener, quick trade from Calypso, which is what you like to see on this board as well. Got to be careful. UConn has 3 massive ultimates, and that Rolling Thunder could be a huge problem.
It's not just that, though. The neural theft that was used, I feel like, on cooldown in the first half, not used as much here in the second. And, well, there wasn't a showstopper, but there certainly isn't going to be now with Rays dead and gone. In control in possession. Speaking of the Cypher and the neural theft, there we go. Lurk's going to confirm information. That's actually massive because it gives him an awareness of the flank that was coming. And now confirmation onto this. The timing couldn't have been worse for Stan as Lurk comes around the corner. He's not got his gun out.
Auburn invested so much in middle there to protect Rue on the rotate and allow the neural theft to be popped safely as well. And the conversion off of that, like you said, Vincent, was good information. Lurk getting not 1, but make that 2 now onto Kuji as the follow-up, and it leaves it to the 1v4 on Capon. Now I don't feel worried about that Rolling Thunder whatsoever. Auburn can just go ahead and post it up here and take this round away, assuming nothing goes crazy sideways.
I mean, 50 HP, it's a big ask at the best of times on 50 HP. It's nigh impossible with the timing on the rotate. Looking for the camera there. That is oh so cheeky. But nothing found. You're gonna run into a wild Rue, and it'll be the shutdown. So 9-12 now. Hey, it's Mount Point, and it has been for now 1 round, but Auburn not done yet. Showing that they're not too worried about this Mount Point situation. At least not for the moment. They need to be careful as we were discussing in the last round, those ultimates are starting to stack up. And when you're up against map point strive, it only takes one round where you use them all.
Yeah, and looking at the combination of what can go down here from UConn, there's a lot of things that can happen in a variety of different... It almost feels like they have everything covered from A to Z ultimate-wise, but we'll see how it pans out. Rue here gets pinged off and understands that very clearly. That wire also gets broken early on, so good decision to push it, eliminate it, and give them some future opportunity for Auburn to push safely later on.
But look at the reclear. UConn immediately retake that control, put up a smoke into position, and take it back. Now, it has been at least notified by those shots from K-Pin. Reckoning, full commitment. That's the one ultimate available, and even in the midst of it, big ol' Timothy and K-Pin both connect shots to give the advantage times more over to the defense of UConn.
Auburn a little bit indecisive on what they're interested in doing. Showstopper, the do-si-do, and around we go. Nice pick there from Lurk, although Timothy does do the damage. It's all up to Calypso now on this 1v2 to clutch it up and bring it home.
Stand from the shadows over to this site, by the way. Just got the information onto Calypso. I think spotted him on the shoulder peak. Problem is, Calypso eats the spike. You know, that's useful if you want to get it planted on the site.
Carrying spike.
In 25 seconds, there's time to rotate, but he'd have to sprint. And that's not going to be the case, though UConn seemed to think that might happen.
Walls are up. Calypso, 14 seconds. Safety bubble. Is it going to be enough? Paranoia. Can't hear a single thing. Gives repositioning opportunity to crossfire. It's pinched. You can't look behind you and in front of you at the same time. That's going to be the conversion for Connecticut, and the first map win goes off to the Huskies.
And look, the scoreline 13-9, by no means utter domination on a map that the Huskies have been really good with. They've been playing quite a bit of in officials and presumably more in practice. I'd call that not a bad showing for Auburn, considering it wasn't their map pick. I do think that UConn kind of showed us what the depth of their strategies looked like, willing to just hold back on a site while at the same time show themselves to be aggressive defensively when necessary. That's what was actually winning them the day towards the end of that map as well. I like what we saw from them, but hey, listen, Sunset, just one of the maps in our pool tonight.
Yeah, one of many to come, two more, including a potential decider. So for those that were paying attention to the introduction, the appetizers finished and done with. We have the plates moved out of the way. Let's go ahead and serve the main here in a quick minute. Vincent, you hit on all great high notes about what the Huskies were about in that game. Nothing else to add from my side. They definitely had all their boxes checked. Well done. Let's get settled in, off to a very quick break. Come back to you guys for that main course map number 2. Don't go too far.
Phenomenon, stacking cheese like it's Parmesan. 8 different flows, call me Octomom. I'm moving fast like the Autobahn, and I'm independent, so I'm not your fucking starving like it's Ramadan. Sick, twisted, gifted, can't copy, printed, can't hold me down. I shape shift, I'm liquid. I killed this beat, I might get convicted. They know how I move, it was predicted. Persistent, spoke it into existence, so consistent, no assistance. Hear me once, become addicted. If I rap it, then I live it. There's no cap, and I be spitting this. This ain't what you want, bitch. I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Welcome back, everybody. The continuation of this evening series, the University of Connecticut Huskies going up against the Auburn University Tigers. And coming off of the warm, oh so warm land of Sunset, the Huskies, who you would think would favor the cold, were able to capitalize. Shocking ice boxes not in the circulation. Sorry, I had to make the lame joke. On that note, we go ahead forward into our main course, the land of Haven. Vincent, it's a pleasure as always. And talk to me, Haven, how do you feel? Where are your guts at? And you looking forward to this one or what?
Yeah, I am. There's two things that I'm looking forward to. The first of which is to see if the Huskies can kind of continue what they had on Sunset, with the way that they were able to aggressively take space and or leave space correctly and force some poor situations for the Tigers. I think that applies pretty effectively to Haven as well in a little bit different way. The second thing I'm looking forward to is to see if the Tigers can pull off something a little bit different. Hey, it's their map pick. Sure, we did see the Connecticut get all their ducks in a row, but the Tigers looking to roast those up and have them for breakfast.
I love that. Oh boy, we'll see how much roasting they can do here on the lovely map of Haven. One of my all-time favorite maps. Not gonna lie, really diverse, and I think as much as Sunset is a very fun and new map, and very much, in my opinion, mid focus. A lot happens from that mid area. Haven's that complete 180 map where you need to be on your A game in terms of your comms, really be conscious about the three sites, and be able to adapt on the fly and deal with a lot of narrow chokeholds as an attacking team. We'll see how they fare. Seeing what UConn was able to do on Sunset, I think they're going to convert a lot of their patient playstyle really well on the attack side here. And this is their chance to do so, considering that UConn is going to be on the defending side to start. So we'll see how they can meld into the right places before they switch off their gameplay.
Indeed, getting it rolling. We're gonna get Calypso on a Viper. Some teams been working the Viper. I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm a little torn. I think like conceptually it's pretty good. It's been conceptually pretty good since back in the day when we first saw the Viper come out on Haven, but there's a reason why people moved away from it. The other thing that's interesting here is that Lurk, after the Cypher changes, it looks like Lurk committing to the Cypher on this map as well. Typically a map that has for a long time been the domain of Killjoy.
I think all things said and done, Cypher's a great pick on the side of Auburn, but I think Viper, as you pointed out, is almost necessary, dare I say, on this map. I think what it offers
is
a
hot take.
It is. It's like, for me, I think of Haven and Split as oddly enough in one way the same, where I feel Viper belongs on that map very much so. The site entry potential you get from the Viper is just uncontested. For what you're investing, which is a single Viper wall to get in, you get so much control of that domain. And being narrow alleyways anyways for entry, being able to minimize 2 to 3 angles on a site take, let's say on C, for example, makes you feel so much more comfortable knowing that you don't have to worry about your right side or your left even. You can hard clear specific angles, and it just helps deduce the situation, if that makes sense. So I think it's a plus, but we'll see how it fits into the overall program here for Calypso.
Yeah, I think that for me, the bigger part of the kit for Viper that you're opting into for both your offense and your defensive side is usually going to be that wall towards A long. It's information denial, because whilst you can use it effectively trying to get a better entry towards the site, denying it both towards A early, towards long A especially, that wall straight down the middle that cuts sewer in half as well, that's what I think is best utilized here on this map, especially on the attack. And I'm curious to see if we're going to use it that way. I would presume so, but we shall see. Maybe things have changed. Here it's actually going to be a very different wall, cutting mid in half instead.
Absolutely, this is a huge slice, and we'll see how it works out now. 7, garage control, long control, coming in, big paranoia. They can swing off of it. Yes, no, maybe so. 7, though, confidently swinging the backside. That smoke shows up at a perfect time, but the discipline here from these attackers as they get on in, get their 1s and 2s done, and settle back into the plant. That is the Auburn we like to see.
Also the potential to cut off CT, but 7 doesn't need any smokes, any screens, just hits the shot, and that's all it's going to be. Rue will complete what has been a fantastic move here for Auburn, but it's a 1v3, and the first frag found by Boz, who's maybe able to isolate some duels. There's HP that's low on one of these two members.
A lot of angles to worry about. The bomb is planted in a good spot, and that one way on top of it is just pretty disgusting to deal with. Boz's tippy toes are sticking out, and Rue says, yeah, I can see those. Put some socks on. That's going to be Auburn getting their first round after a very definitive and nice C-take.
What kind of socks do you wear that are effective against bullets?
I mean,
just
bulletproof socks, but those probably wouldn't be very mobile. You'd kind of be like stuck. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could mold them like to your feet, you know, like molded Kevlar.
That's kind of cool, actually.
That would be kind of cool.
Not me Googling right now if bulletproof socks.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Let me know, though.
Yeah, I will.
Let me know, though. Anyway, here's that wall I was talking about. Just FYI, that one towards the A-long position to deny a lot of space. A little shoulder peek there for Calypso out mid. Will lose the majority of their shields and some HP for it. Aggression out the double door to get towards grass, and there's a lot of info to be gathered there, but big ol' Timothy immediately dead and done by here on the A site. Good work from Seven, doing some continuation of that first round shenanigans into the second.
Seven being very attack forward on this jet. Different Seven coming off the sunset at that. So loving the play, love the team of support. Oh my goodness me, Lurk. That is a tragic. I didn't see anything. Did you? It was all just a blur. No, exactly.
Black screen, actually. Something went wrong.
Yeah, no, just not a thing. But Rue here continuing to keep the pressure on, and it's a very similar situation to the last round, down to the one and Lonesome Boss who gets Calypso out of the way. So with Seven's attack forward approach and leadership thus far, both C and A have been easy taken for this Auburn team.
Yeah, and interesting usage of the toxic screen in the early round from the pistol, an adjustment into round 2. Curious, I hope to see Auburn continue to, adjust that usage. It's great to deny info like I was talking about, like it's set up for this round, but keeping it mobile, right? Making decisions on on a round by round basis on how you're going to use your utility and make sure to keep UConn on the back foot. Also a good idea.
110% now, and big spam coming in here through Garage, a repeat of what it was round 1's take. One way going to be very precarious. Stan looking at the toes, but there is visibility from those coming out of Garage, so not the most optimal one way. Calypso here going to set up some post-plant utility. Once that Omen smoke fades away, there's going to be protection on spawn, so that is A-okay for Auburn. Let's see how they play it now. Very much sight forward, one down towards long. Happy times for them.
There's going to be a toxic screen into a snake bite. There's a lot of denial about to be on this choke point, despite the fact that UConn have an advantage. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's the precarious part of this. It's Calypso who's making moves, gets one with the snake bite, another with the rifle, but it's Lurk. 1v2 hits the first as the attempt at the shock dart falls by the wayside. Lurk still trying to shoulder peek away. Not the half for Kuji as Lurk gets them all. 1v2, making up for what was a tragedy in the last round, a clutch in the next.
We just basically time traveled from that thing that we didn't see to what we just saw. Everything else was a blur for me. All I saw was Lurk come up absolutely clutch in that round. Bravo to Auburn. Came down to the wire, but happy times for them. Thus far, A and C, all is great for them. As these rounds start to progress and UConn starts to pick up on the site focus on either end, I ask myself some questions as to what they're going to be doing to address it. Maybe some cheeky garage pushes, getting a bit aggressive down grass, down B perhaps. I don't know, but something's going to have to give as they are giving up way too much space and opportunity to Auburn.
Connecticut need to be taking A control on a regular basis. They're not
some
doing
control.
That. Yeah. I mean, they tried towards grass before, and like it was okay, but it didn't. It was ultimately like a trade that was favorable for Auburn at the end of the day. And look, Auburn know that there is really not a good hold today. That there is late presence, if any, towards this site, and Poison's just walked in for free and not had any issue.
Yeah, this is UConn going to have to hopefully pop a timeout in the next one or two rounds to talk about this, but I agree. They need to be taking A control. I felt mid because, it was the open lane thus far, but big old Timothy gets the one. Quick trade from Poison in a different area code, dropping down as the Jet, 65 HP in a Dream. Does get Rue, so that's a great pickup, and I'd be happy to save the Vandal, but that's not going to happen either. Yeah, Vincent, I'm 110% with you. UConn got to get their ducks together and start figuring out what they're going to do about this three-sided situation. They have to control one.
Indeed. Well, we'll see what they do. That was an eco round, so Strive, there's always that possibility, adjustments being made, etc., etc. Granted, Yeah. I was about to say, I want to see that up long. We're going to see just that. It's actually gone sewer, but the same principle actually applies either way. They'll have the Sova out long as you typically do. So Connecticut making adjustments. They know what's going on. They're in the same boat as we are as they try and make some moves.
Yeah, big pop flash out of mid, reading the potential grass aggression as well. One follow-up into deep ends of B. 7 gaining some air and looking to hold the verticality position. Here's the Rolling Thunder. This is B site, Trouble Town. Very, very good place to pop it, but they're not collapsing off yet. They're respecting some of the utility, but the verticality works well for 7. Lurk from down below, boss for the trade, and Calypso here has gone on a side quest to meet the rest of the team who has bailed on B and are looking to hit that C site.
Yeah, that's the beauty of that B site hit. It's a quick rotation over through Garage and into C. That said, big old Timothy delivering an equalizer. That'll cut it to a 3-on-3. Late Storm available for the Huskies, but the Tigers, they have a Viper's Pit already out. That's a nice recon bolt. Unfortunately, it doesn't get a scan on anybody. And now there's a question of how do you clear this out? Well, you push forward. Unfortunately, Kuji meets their maker. It's great refrag there from big old Timothy, but now he's alone, and it's 1v2. It's time to go down. It's 5 to the scoreless Huskies.
Auburn played that post plant so nicely with Calypso's ultimate as well. I mean, they were dancing around the fringes. Really good utility usage from Calypso in the form of the snake bites to zone out some of the areas and eliminate angles. And happy to see Lurk contributing, playing a very conservative long position, knowing that if something goes wrong with that Viper's Pit and it drops at any given time, you don't want to be stuck in a position where you're exposed to 2, 3, 4 potential angles. So Auburn definitely working together as a squad and have got their stuff figured out. UConn, though, some work still needs to be done. Looks like a heavy C stack maybe, so that could be the focus here. Is it enough though to get their foot back in the game?
Hey, changing it up. That is the name of the game right now for the Huskies, and they have done it with this aggression. Boz, meanwhile, pushing through Sewer, caught in a bit of a trap designed by that Viper. This toxic screen up, Poison elsewhere, catching Kuji, and that's leaving UConn at a significant deficit. Though, I say that, the Blade Storm could change that handedly. Gotta keep look out for that, as Lurk will do so. But actually turns around the corner. This is a very limited defense to the spike itself.
Yeah, very precarious moment to be in here. Camera's up. Smokes off towards heaven. Timothy's going to have to go absolutely ballistic in the house right now with this Blade Storm. Unfortunately, getting what appears to be fault lined as well. Lurk is holding an angle, open to more than one position. Gets one, but not before the quick trade from Stan. Timothy does hear hipping and hopping above, but understands that there is also a problem down below. A lot of things to consider and not a lot of hit points to do it as the snake bite dwindles and Calypso empties a mag for 1s and 2s.
Yeah, just some good patience being shown there by Auburn, realizing, as I pointed out, that, hey, the spike actually isn't so well defended yet. We got to be careful, because there was like one player in defender spawn, there was another player on the B site, and it was really just a player rotating into heaven and then the guy who planted. So it wasn't ideal. Good patience for Auburn, recognizing that and setting back up for some solid performances there. Haven looking the exact opposite as what we saw on map 1, where it was the Huskies kind of running out to an early start. Now Auburn doing the same thing and more at a 6-0 lead. They run back out towards A, where they're really going to find nobody home.
7 here going to walk in, and I love the support from Sky to pop that turret and allow 7 to clear all the angles and work that magic. Now, again, free site take here for Auburn. The rotates are coming. Looks like they were going to aggress deep down C, but Breach has bailed on that plan. Going the long way for the rotate. This could be detrimental as Stan's flank also gets shut down. Connecticut are going to be a little bit late to this party, and couple that with the lockdown here. Hopefully it's enough to buy them the time they need to rotate and retake.
Listen, Connecticut might be late, but so are Auburn. They don't have very many players, actually at all, on this site. They are in time potentially, but it's going to be a difficult time to have Boss. Oh, instantly hit by the snake bite, pops off to find Calypso. There's one man left alive, and Capin fighting 1-for-1s. No, Poison will connect the shots and even doesn't do it. Boss, despite getting the trade, dead to the spike.
trouble here for UConn. They cannot find one single recipe that's working for them. They make an attempt to push up on A sewers, they get clapped. They leave A and trying to play an aggressive C, A gets clapped. It's just so troublesome right now for them. And I really, Vincent, don't know what the recipe is going to be here to get a couple more rounds. They have to get a couple here at least to have some cushion for the second half.
I mean, I'll keep it a buck. It's going to sound very harsh, but you have to win some engagements early in a round. Okay. That's just never been the case for UConn. They've struggled to win engagements when they have them, and often they aren't even getting those early. They're in the post plant before they can even take a fight.
Here we go, 7, the same old stuff, big pop flash. Oh my goodness me, the full blind sword is lined up. Oh my days, that would have been a piece of cake, but nice to see UConn capitalizing on the close battles.
That was terrifying, but hey, wins are necessitated by some opportunity, and opportunity taken by the Huskies in this round. I said they needed some opening engagements. I didn't really expect it to be that type of engagement, to be honest, but hey, they'll take them as well as they can get them, no matter how they look. UConn up by 3 members with 50 seconds left. The Tigers are in trouble.
Quiet times here now. Creeping in is Auburn. But instead, Calypso, knowing that we have to get a little bit aggressive, try and do some number equalizing if best, but I like the support as well from Omen, not looking to plant and give away anything just yet, but 30 on the clock, Vincent, is not a lot of time to deal with 5, get a plant, and also defend.
Well, gotta overcome the first of those things in your way, and that was Stan, who gets one traded by Calypso. 15 seconds. Don't know if Calypso's actually looking to win this round. Very scared, understandably so, of all the different players that could be on this site. Calypso will get it. Spike can go down, Stripe.
Would have been nice if it did, and the money would have mattered, but for UConn, this is a bravo round of applause. Pats on the back. They're on the board with their first round with time to spare. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going. Oddly enough, though, you said winning the gun battles, no, don't take it the wrong way. Not oddly enough, winning the gun battles was the catalyst for getting that round, but what was the detrimental part was it was a gun battle that I think 7 should have won, to be quite frank with you. So they got away by the skin of their teeth on A, and it worked out for them.
You know, close. Only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Doesn't matter if you almost got the kill. Matters if you did get the kill. And 7 didn't make it happen, unfortunately for them. Question of momentum now is pace changing for Auburn. They're gonna just sit down onto C. There was a player here, Paranoia, and a little bit of a shrouded step to get out. Gun will do what they were really good at, by the way, on Sunset, and play a bit defensively for the retake.
7 here, looking to get high and above, does it indeed. Rolling Thunder comes in. The retake is hot. Around the Viper's pit is the play, but there are members everywhere. Looks like gunfights that no observer individually could capture what just went down in 7 different area codes, but alas, lurk in the 3v1 situation. They get on the defuse, easy come, easy go. If you're going to swarm a site, like you said, Vincent, and play passive, go at it full force on the retake, and they did just that.
Exactly, a flurry of information and utility tossed in all at once by UConn, and that just... I don't know what bits of utility hit and didn't. Clearly enough of them did. Auburn unable to stop what was coming at them, the onslaught, firing forward. And after just 2 rounds, despite 7 in a row previous to that, it's Auburn. Got down to an eco. They've got pistols, a little bit more. Interesting wall there, the toxic screen cutting the B site in half at the minute, and this might have been the round you'd want to deny some info over at the A site, because that's where the first opening pick began. Out mid, Stan finds another.
Poison here, posted up for the push, and rightfully so. Understanding that UConn does have numbers to work with, but instead, look at this pack of Tigers. Trying to stick together as best they can, but they're split up indeed. I lied. No, it's the Huskies that are in fact stuck together like glue, rotating as a team, blocking off, or looking to block off the C site. But Timothy here, nicely positioned for the one onto Calypso. That's a happy trade for them. 4v2 now. Poison jiggling and dancing with fate indeed. K-Pin is there. being so spread out, though, could be their fault. I don't think they're going to be able to recoup without walking through so many crosshairs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit insane to see one player, I mean, in 2v4 especially, to see one player on A and one player on C. But I think UConn kind of have an idea that something fishy is going on. The Poison, yeah, continuing to push forward. That should give a question mark over to the Connecticut side. But Rue's hitting shots, 1 and 2, making a third for Rue, as that's a 2v4 victory found by the Tigers.
In my mind, and what I would probably be coached if I was getting coached to do is to stick together in a 2vx situation, right, Vincent? Hopefully I'm not.
Oh yeah, I'm on the same page.
But yeah, Rue there went just absolutely ballistic. So you know what? That odd situation that you pointed out, which kind of left UConn wondering what exactly is happening, I think might have been it. I mean, Rue just came up with some stellar solo shots, and on top of that, the positioning worked well to just isolate those 1v1 angles and those 1v1 fights.
Yeah, I do think there was some truth to what you were saying about the surprise catching Connecticut off guard to a certain extent there. Poison gonna double them up, little spray down, able to collect 2 heads and move forward. Healing as they go. The B site will be their reward. 2v4 now, once again, similar situation, maybe. You can see the Huskies recreate it, never mind. Poison here to deny.
It's a nice prize, getting a sight, eh, Vincent? You like to see
nice.
It does feel nice, especially in a situation where every round counts, as always, and the lead is your utmost desire. And Auburn continue to hold that 9-2 lead very nicely. Happy to see that we're ending off the final round with guns all across the board. Going to give us a nice little battle here. For UConn, I think it's going to have to be working together as 2s and 3s to get these trades early on. When we see Auburn jump out grass and get picks like it's no one's business, you know you're in trouble. You just cannot let that happen.
Operator out here, and that's going to be moving down a sewer to begin with. You're not going to find anything, as once again, this call towards B has been perfectly timed. Each time, of like only 3 times this half that Auburn have hit the B site, it's been when UConn aggress A. And they find like 1 maximum player here with very little rotations quick in the lane.
There's the Neuro Theft as well. The lockdown to ice that cake. And the Kuji on the board is the final pick there to bring that situation closer to the UConn direction. Boss looking to pick a fight and picks a fight with the Devil. That's Poison supporting each other on grass. Auburn have been right behind each other on these encounters, time in and time out, Vincent. Very good team unison.
Double digits in the first half. That is incredible, especially after losing map 1. And on a map like Haven, where, I mean, I'm going to keep it a buck with you. Everybody plays some Haven. Everybody. There's also 2 things to note. Kuji, really the it factor for the Huskies. Back on map 1, struggling here a lot more. We haven't really seen that impact from him. And then Poison becoming the it factor here on map number 2 for the Tigers, just dominating throughout every aspect of that attack side, whether that be on the entry tool despite being on the sky, or elsewhere.
Where does Pistol go though, Vincent? How do we land after this nasty situation of a first half? It appears that UConn are keen on this very B forward take. Boss here, side questing. They're looking to wrap on C off of it, perhaps do the garage wrap that they oh so desire. Coming in through, but they're in a precarious position. Everything is well understood from Auburn University. They know that they've now wrapped on C, and the retake hopefully works out well for them.
It's also a really good toxic screen for the retake as well. Can really isolate some duels. Everybody, though, heading out towards long. On the way, big old Timothy is going to collect 1 headshot to dispatch with 7. Make this a 3-on-4 rather than a 4-on-4. Dark cover going out. Capin on the flank, the rotate. Nobody going through the garage either. Might create some question marks and some possibilities for Capin.
This smoke, though, might just be it. I'm not going to lie. No, it drops, actually. Capin and Kuji get their 1 apiece, so in the end, their patient long play worked out. Coupled with the fault line, coming in from grass. Can't dismiss the goodness there for UConn. Well done, well played.
That was a requirement. That was step number one for UConn to keep themselves alive in this map. Strive, it was not a good first half, if I'm keeping it very honest. But, hey, this is a map and a game. The beauty of Valorant is that it ain't over till it's over. It can be down, 12-0 and still make a comeback and win. You're never out of the game at any point, as long as you keep your mental strong. And right now, that win is probably going to help keep the mental very strong indeed. I see that as Poison collects a share of headshot.
It was one there for UConn as well. A nice clap there with the Guardian. With those picks and about 300 sound cues and sewers, looks like they want to go ahead and sell a very hard fake, which they've done a pretty good job of doing considering Auburn has rotated everything, including the kitchen sink, off to this A site, but now realizing that it was all but just a fake. So good mobility from Connecticut. Feeling out the lay of the law here and seeing what they can work with now. Shift keys aplenty. We'll see if they can re-hit the site of their choice, which, hey, if it's that C site, I'm down. They had a really good round coming off of that.
Oh, man, I love this response, though, from Auburn. Look, 7 immediately reaggressed all the way through long, has every bit of information, and what was an A stack minutes ago, or moments ago, is now a stack towards C with 3 players heading that direction, and a 4th joining the fray on the flank, ×2. Shots start to go through, but now in the fray, Poison can get activated. Same for 7. It's 2 for 2. And there's still many alive to make this work.
On the flank, it is the 7. Jousting, and oh my goodness, the Sheriff. For the 1, and oh my days, for the 3-piece combination. 7. You pointed out, Vincent, that reaggress, that immediate decision to go on the flank, that means you're there in such a timely manner. You're as soon as the spike's about to enter sight, 7's already on the flank. That's so well played from Auburn.
And it gives them a victory. 7, the architect of the fate of the Huskies. I think we're going to be seeing 9. I have that inkling. We'll see what that dessert brings. Right now, we're still chomping on the main course, as you so aptly put. Auburn, not yet in the grasp of victory, though. They've still got something to work towards, and that's this map point. 12, not yet found, as we see Connecticut make their way towards B, right into the waiting arms of work. What a dash. Oh my goodness, 7, that was ambitious. Trying to line a couple up.
Spike now getting planted here. Boss has got a good spot on backside, but there is an absolute fiesta happening on grass here in window. Kuji having a look left and right, knowing that being exposed to so many different angles, not enough bullets, but all as good as the team support's there. Unfortunately, for Capin, 30 HP and a dream in this post plant. The snake bite would have been it. So much damage done from there. This may be a problem if Auburn can hold it.
Views. Bozo simply holding it, as you say. It's free for the defense of Auburn. Lurk even going to collect the final frag there, 12-3, and that is that magic number that we're looking for. It's map point, and a whole boatload of them to follow if Auburn need them. Though the way they've been playing, it doesn't feel like they do. There is at least one small victory here for the Huskies. They still can buy. They have guts.
Yeah, and I want to just go ahead and comment on the Calypso Viper play. Like, I think the value that has brought this game is that Viper with a single wall can get so much site control, which permits you and the rest of your team from really being able to save critical utility for a post plant or even for future opportunity for a specific situation or gun battle. So I'm loving what Viper's brought to this game. I'm going to remember it for a while to come, and I'd be pressed to say that it's almost, something that should be played more often on Haven, to be quite frank. So great things for Auburn, great things for 7 being the first pick on the board as they're onto that match point. And Lurk, I hear a 1 Guardian, and I just smile from ear to ear with that.
Yeah, that one was a beauty. Big old Timothy hoping to lead the charge towards C. The problem is there's still somebody on long, and they haven't checked it. They ain't got a clue. It's Calypso, fully uncleared and unfragged. It's not quite the 1 Guardian you were looking for, but it's close enough. 1 man versus the army of Auburn. The Tigers chomping down on a tasty meal of Huskies at the moment.
Yeah, it's a delicious one, and it's a 13-3. You like to see it. Auburn Rough starts on Sunset, but happy endings on Haven. We're going to get the dessert that we also desire, Vincent. Map number 3 is on the menu.
Indeed, it is the full course meal we have ready to go. With that being said, I do have to point out the fact that Auburn just kind of brushed off that whole map number 1 with ease, dominated, what was it, like 6-0, 7-0 before even the first round found by Connecticut. I think that this next map is fully up in the air at this point. Who knows what's going to happen? What I do know is that Auburn riding high off the back of this one. The other thing I know is that we're probably apparently very hungry tonight, Strive.
It's actually, I'm not going to sit here and again, I'll keep it 100 with you. I'm really craving like some really good like Mexican food. It's Friday night, you know what I mean? Like you just have that, you have that irking. So I hope for those that are watching, that itch. I hope you get for the viewers that are joining us, you got something super delicious and tasty in front of you in some shape or form, because that's what makes your Friday just that much better. Some good Valorant, some good food, and some good time. So on that note, I'm going to continue daydreaming off desk here as we go to break, get resettled in for map number 3. Don't go too far. It's going to be a banger decider matchup.
No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us.
Welcome back, fantastic people of the world. We go ahead deeper and deeper into this series. We got the decider, that dessert that you can't have a meal without a dessert. Let's be 100% honest. It's going to be the fantastic land of Bind. I am Strive, joined by Vincent. Let's get down to business. Of course, we're here because we have the 1-1, the UConn Huskies against the Auburn University Tigers. Close matchup, and we had an amazing one here on Bind, or sorry, on Haven that just finished up.
Yeah, honestly, it's a little bit of a question mark for me, right? Like Connecticut, they played really, really well on Sunset. They clearly had a really solid handle on the strategy that they wanted to employ. They had options whenever they were running out of ideas. They brought something new into the fold. And then Haven happened, and they kind of got maneuvered in every aspect of the game. Now we look towards Bind, and it's a very different conversation from each of the previous maps. Actually played very differently. I think much more offensively rotation heavy. Both of the maps previously are defensively rotation heavy. And so I think it's going to be interesting to kind of see how that works out. I have no idea how this is going to go, so I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, zero clue. I'm with you 110% on that. These two teams have both shown prowess and strength in their own way. When we get to the interview desk, one way or another, if we do get an interview with one of these two teams, I'm just going to be asking very simple and open questions, because this matchup to me has been very, very even. We've seen both these two teams adapt in very different ways. We've seen them run away like absolute devils on situations like we saw in Haven. So, getting down to UConn's, I believe, let me just double check my notes. Auburn picked mine, I think, as a decider. So it's left amongst the pool. I don't know. I have no idea, Vincent. We'll just get down to game and see what agents we start with.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, right? Just selecting a decider, it's a matter of one or the other. So basically they get another ban, but getting that decision laid on, sometimes it is a difference maker. We shall see. This has always been the land of Cypher. Not a surprise at all to see that continue as the third time we've seen Lurk on it. I think we're going to continue to see that on the other side. Kuji currently looking to lock that in. The other thing that I think will be interesting is if we see a double duelist or something like that. We saw some struggles from Connecticut to kind of get things rolling. I feel like Big Old Timothy, whilst they were leading the pack, struggled to have that early round impact that I would have liked to see from a duelist on Haven.
I would 110% agree with that. And what I believe that Seven brought from a Jet perspective on Haven was just what Timothy needs to be. Very aggressive, very strong and forward entries. And Bind is that map where if you're going in, you kind of have to go in, right? If it's on A, you have a lot to worry about on back site, so it just depends on your playstyle. Are you keen on getting full site control, including the backhand, or are they focused on just getting the plant and playing the post and not knowing what's going on elsewhere? The same applies to B, right? Coming out of hookah, you got to be committed to the take, utilize your utility, and get back there and get the job done, because guess what? Planning front site with 2 people in container, or people lurking in backside, is going to leave absolute chaos amongst us here. So as a whole, a lot's going to have to happen with these initiators and these duelists from a synergy perspective.
Let's get it rolling. Time to go. It's Connecticut defensive on this one to start, and the attack for the Tigers. We'll see if they can put together a similar attack side as they did over on Haven. I mean, that would be incredible. But of course, not an expectation by any means. Right now, it's looking like we're going to see what I would consider a pretty common defensive strategy is the aggression towards short. Just get a couple players pushed up here. You either take a fight early or you gather a ton of info.
We'll see how much of that occurs here. I'm interested to see how Auburn plays out this pistol with this aggression coming out on short now. Timothy and co. getting aggressive indeed. I mean, it's defense. We said be aggressive, Timothy. We didn't say do it on this side of the map, but we'll take it all day, every day.
Indeed. Hey, an opening fake, that's exactly what you need. They'll find their way onto a pretty much empty B site. The only defender who is quote-unquote here, the Cypher of Kuji, not even on the site proper, just holding back for what's going to be a 5-on-4 retake. It's retakes that have been good for UConn over the course of the series, but last map weren't ideal. That's a great bit of paint shell work. Maybe not. 7 insta-tag through that smoke.
All that paint shell really did was encourage a retake, but that might be a problem. Timothy now following up with 1 paint shell of their own. Wasn't aware this is a home improvement session, and despite the paint getting tossed back and forth, that's going to be defender round gone to UConn as Rue takes 1 for the road, but it ain't enough to get the round.
Yeah, I mean, hey, great kills there on Rue from the back end of that round, at least for the Auburn perspective of things, but the Huskies just sitting inside smoke, diffusing. Nobody could get to them in time. Numbers overwhelming, and that's where that opening pick really gives credence for the Huskies. You could just get back onto the site and isolate not just a couple of duels, but isolate the spike itself and find a full defuse by the time Auburn got back into position.
Trailblazer now. That's a tongue twister for you. Right up that long B. 7 backing it up, looking for the opportunity to get a pick to back it with the push, and a lot invested utility-wise here on this long B area, but nothing gained. So I'd personally like to conserve those sky flashes. I really hope they end up making something of the C take, though. Oh my days.
That's bad news. So,
oh my days. Good morning.
Boz. I wonder if Boz kind of had an idea of that possibility. It kind of might have been a bit of a bait.
You think so, eh?
I don't know, but it's either that or an attempt to ensure that the Trailblazer doesn't hit it while not jumping after those Cypher changes. So it was one of the two. I think probably the latter. But what if it was a bait?
What if? We'll never know, Vincent, until interview time at least.
1v2. Rue trying to play it close to the chest inside the sky smoke, and does so. Unfortunately, also gets caught by both of the defenders as they walk out. It'll be big old Timothy actually given the orb to defuse. So Auburn unable to overcome what was a solid enough Connecticut hold towards B, and then later on, the retake of A just as good.
Tough round, but I mean, it does show in the reality for me that Auburn is very much comfortable with running a default strat, even on a pistol, and they're not afraid to get adventurous. So coming into it now with guns in hand and hopefully a chance to re-hit this B site, which I think they've had reasonable success on, barring any big old Timothy early aggression. I think they're going to be pretty okay to explore this map uncontested until they get up close and personal with the Huskies. But posted up now, Timothy looking to make some adventures down on mid as the rest of Auburn here semi-A focus for the time being.
Yeah, just about some map control. And speaking of, look at this push up through B, or up through hookah rather, into B, and finding success. They're fully all the way through to market. This is incredible. There's nothing holding them back either. The tripwire isn't in position to deny them.
I don't know what's happening on that flank in terms of the encouragement, but it looks like as soon as it got close to the short flank, the gas pedal was pressed there for Auburn. They just committed to the full push now. Calypso snakebite in the back end. KO going to do a good job of whacking Poison up a couple times in the head with Calypso. Alas getting the snakebite pick of the century. And with that, that gives Auburn the advantage that they also want here in this post-plant position. Cape in Heaven does have some support from down below, but there's a good trio crossfire from Auburn here.
Yeah, particularly towards Showers, but as I say that, Lurk gets dispatched, and maybe there's a way to isolate these duels. Oh my goodness, that's just disgusting from Calypso. Didn't ever even see Boz. Didn't ever get a real shot, just through the Radianite. Demolished. 2 headshots.
But in doubt, wallbang it out. Calypso, well done. I mean, what Calypso earned that round just off of Snakebite utility is worth its value in gold. A pick and a darn near kill. You'll love to see it from the Viper. Again, showing its value when used correctly. Such a strong agent, Vincent. It really works well on so many different maps, and I don't know, it's just me, but I have a soft spot for Viper, and I feel it's just, it belongs. It belongs. So let's get down and under with round number 4 here. A bit more mid-control now this time. Should hopefully tame the beasts of the Huskies and keep them at bay for this time being at B-side.
But one victory for Auburn doesn't necessitate a second. We'll see just that. Little swap up. Oh my goodness, out of 7. Not run into those tripwires. Gets the showstopper out towards Kuji, and now the tripwire's null and void. One more man down. That's Boz. Was he caught behind the sky smoke too? Are you serious?
Just trouble here for Connecticut, falling apart at the seams. The fact that Rays didn't get hit by those wires is like, wait a minute, how? There's just a beautiful dance around it with a giant rocket in your hand. You like to see it from Auburn. Playing the post, UConn, I think, are going to just be looking for exit picks, obviously, as they're sitting way back in Narnia on A site, just patiently waiting for an opportunity or two to come their way.
Yeah, exit frags. That is indeed the name of the game. Open a prayer as well, just to survive with what they got. That too, big deal.
Well done. Keeping it clean here so far in these couple rounds, Vincent. Good plays from Auburn. The showstopper was, I think, the catalyst for success, getting rid of that Cypher, which allowed free reign to get onto elbow, onto site, and not have to worry about tripping on any kind of wires and face planting on the way through. As they get further and further into this, you can see those ultimates starting to build as well. You have the Orbital Strike on the board for Auburn and that Neural Theft. 2 very strong ults indeed, and couple that with the Calypso power. Auburn can easily run away with it. I did like what Connecticut was doing with their aggressive mid pushes, though. I hope they kind of look to bring that back, but maybe not in that specific neighborhood of the map.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even think it's the area that was the issue. It's just the outcome didn't necessarily work out. If they catch, a couple more engagements there earlier, it's a different story. Either way, time to roll. Poison gonna get the double entry towards the site. That's Boss and Kuji. They gotta figure out a way not to go down on these entries, I'll tell you that much. Seekers denied. The retake starts rolling, but Capin in some trouble with his teammate. It's a 2v4. We've seen these go victorious in the past, but it's a long way back.
I totally get Auburn's decision to play on site there, right? And just, or not Auburn, sorry, University of Connecticut's decision to play on site. They understand that Auburn has a Viper, has a Brimstone, has a Cypher. That's so much zoning utility, including the perma smoke from the Viper orb, that retaking on a site after it's all said and done is just agonizing, right? And look at the situation now. They've got full control up and down every which way, and I wouldn't be surprised if Viper and Brimstone still have smokes on the board. So 1 for the road for Capin, maybe 2, but no, not so quick. Calypso gonna go ahead and clap it away. Tough position to be in on this B site for UConn. I really do feel for them.
Hey, I do too. We've all been in that game, in ranked where they're just hitting B and you just can't do anything about it. You just feel powerless to stop it. You're losing the gunfight. You're playing passive, and then you're getting shot through a smoke. Like what do you do? I feel like you said for them, but the problem is, hey, this is competitive. You got to figure it out. You got to try something new. There's always other opportunities to adjust your performance. And hey, look, that's what UConn are doing right now. They've got 3 players over towards B. They're going to shoot that guiding light down early to gather information towards long and ensure, hey, that there's nobody there. Well, in this case, they've spotted one out, and the Trailblazer to follow tells the story of what's a 2-man push now turned 3.
We'll flash into Garden only to get smoked out, so that's not too much value gain, minus Garden control for the time being, but it looks like 7 is contemplating hitting the teleporters. That Spike now is converging towards A short with Cypher looking to peek into showers a little bit here. We'll see how that works out. Minute plus on the board, and they've managed to keep things so quiet that Connecticut's not even rotating as of yet.
Yeah, only now the go button on that rotation is going to get pushed, but is it a little too late? That's the question. Certainly it seems that way as the spike goes down. There's player in U-Haul, that's Stan, who's collected a shot on the Sheriff. There's maybe a chance to bring this back. Look at the ultimates. Yeah, orbital strike for the offense, but the same true for the defense, and a showstopper to follow that with an ult command as well.
Oh, Timothy. Galactical Guardian shot there out of heaven. You like to see it now. Cape it on short. Here's that orbital strike. Gonna zone out Capin, forced to clear out some precarious angles. Rue is just sitting in the corner having an absolute picnic. Probably playing lineups at that. It's the orbital strike. It doesn't matter. It does get the value off Capin's late flank, and it indeed was the lineup with the cleanup session there from Calypso. Well played, well positioned Auburn, well rehearsed A-take.
Yeah, lineup Larry, love to see it. Especially considering the fact that nobody cleared that. Like, Rue's just chilling in the back corner, hanging out, having a good time. How long did, I think it was Capin who was there, how long did Capin, like, search? He knew there was something going on. He was suspicious, understandably so. Unfortunately, didn't investigate further enough, and thus was left wanting. Auburn continuing to put together rounds here on Bind as they have the lead times 2 rounds. They're looking for this aggression. That was big old Timothy. Unfortunately, he goes low and has to fall away.
Calypso has a lineup or 2 indeed as well. Orbs up, Viper Wall's up. That completely zones out U-Haul now. And with that early opportunity or that early zoning activity, it's going to keep UConn busy on that site. All of Auburn here. Oh, this is different though from the UConn folks. This crossfire on B has not yet been exercised. I really hope they get an opportunity off of this.
Well, they're going to opt out of it, actually.
Yep.
Better safe than sorry. I guess that's the plan. It'll be 1 man left in position, ready to rumble. 7. A little bait on the last pack. Not going to go out forward just yet. Ball's over towards A, dispatching the 1 man who is trying to sell the fake. And it'll be the Viper's pit on B site, where the spike can go down. No ult command utilized, and Capin swinging wide into the arms of 7, but winning the duel.
Right, Stan here sees the tip of the gun. Nice shot on top of it. They still have to deal with the Viper though. Brimstone hanging out inside the pit as well. That's Rue. Capin for the Rue now. Calypso from above. The 2-pump shorty sees one come in, and it's going to be Kuji who goes down. And despite the turbulent entry and the delay and the selling of the fake, Connecticut come back in on the retake, and it finally works in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, they use the null command to get back in, deny any further post-point utility. That's, you know, smokes, snake bites, all the like that were not able to be put into place on that retake unless they were already there when the null command came through. So, solid stuff. UConn equalizing to a certain extent. They have not the best of buys. Well, it's very solid. Point I was making is that at least 1 Guardian has to be taken out. That was the difference. Everybody else should be on full rifles. And it's the Guardian taking the contact over towards short.
Here's that speed up, the stimmy from Brimmy. Devin about to enter now. Nade, U-Haul, where's the satchel? Let's get it done here. We have presence at showers. We have everyone primed and set. Here they go. The wire in, lurk for the 1. Nice entry pick off of it now onto Kuji. Wow. That's going to give them a lot of freedom now to get the plant down.
It's one man who has to be there, and it's big old Timothy to do the fragging. Picks up the first dodge on that shot. Incredible stuff from Rue, despite being hit with the stun. Boz in the 1v2. He's got the first, but the spray a little lacking. 5 for Auburn. I mean, that first engagement towards the site was so incredible for Lurk, by the way. Gets caught in the tripwire. Kuji swings out the back of it. Lurk still wins the fight.
There's just so much good stuff going towards Auburn's way right now. They're playing really well. And even in moments of, let's say, stressful positions when Calypso's down to a 1v1, you can see just how grounded and patient with the shot Calypso really is. And Auburn is converting rounds. That's the most important thing. And they're keeping it even and keeping Connecticut on their toes. Posted up on B, though. This is that full B retake strat. I would like to hope. They don't want to lose this guy off the rip too early as the Trailblazer goes on through to clear out the close wings of Garden now. Orbs grabbed. You can see Brimmy is rotating. But there's so much talent on the board. Are they going to commit fully? They just might. They just might.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. Hey, take the space that you already got. 7 blinded for most of that. Didn't even care on the Lurk. It is Lurk who catches the rotation. More to be found. It's 4 for the Cypher. And Lurk's doing it all. Ace, not likely considering the position of this Brimstone, but maybe so. Poison stealing it away. And Lurk having some words, that's certain.
Auburn just so good on this attack side. I'm not dismissing UConn yet, by the way. I think the Huskies have exactly what Auburn has in the tank, and even Lurk. Look at this tripwire place way back on the flank side of things, expecting the nuttiest of a wraparound. So with that, let's see if UConn can hold firm on this position they have. They have a solid 3. They're priming up some big ultimates as well. I think if they play a full B retake on that specific site, Vincent, things will be okay. And by full, I mean nobody peeps their nose in until Auburn gets on site and they conserve utility for the retake. I think where they fall short is they invest too much too early.
Honestly, I'm on the other side of that. To be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, well, we'll get back to that. Some trouble brewing. You talked about the ults, and Boz fighting desperately to get out of there. Does indeed do so, but that opens the B site up, and we'll talk more in a moment because, hey, retake time. Look at the flank.
Calypso, that position is so good for the one onto Kuji. Would have almost been great to back
no!
away. Oh my days.
Big old Timothy had the win con of a lifetime, but it's UConn falling flat on their face. Nothing to be had. It's Boz who opened the proceedings, rotating over to the A site through the telly. Now in the 1v3 and another resmoke, it's all over. What a great flash. Maybe it's not over. I may have spoken too soon. Strive, Seekers are out. The spike is planted. Confirmation of the position now on that Brimstone. Caught and getting the defuse to halfway. Right click, not enough. The second to follow, but it's their time. He's got to rotate all the way around, but he's got the half already. I think he's got it.
I think so too. Oh my days. 1.71 caping with the question mark in chat. Hello?
What?
Oh my god. That Molly needed to be 1 foot over closer to the other side of the container that was diffused on, and that would have been disaster. Oh my goodness, what a round.
I can't believe what I just watched. Boz putting the team on their back.
Literally.
Oh. Well, point to be made about that 1v3. That's an incredible guiding light. We'll bounce off the ground. Ooh, very nice.
Boz just got style points for days with that. That's going to go in the playbooks of this matchup. Really nice job from you, Connecticut now. And still, ultimates on the board to work with. Timothy, oh my days. If there wasn't for X-Ray, like I wouldn't be like so stressed out all the time. Almost got double or triple peaked on there, but good respect of the short area.
Some trouble brewing here over at A, that's for sure. 3 players up towards short. Others approaching showers now for Auburn. And it's a forward position for UConn over at B as well. They've got full hookah control, not worried about long this time around. Swapping it up as we've been talking about. Looking to see or give Auburn a different look every round is kind of what they need. But it's an A hit ultimately for Auburn.
That it is now. Fragment here. Seven's just going to absolutely cook in that sucker. Big old Timothy follows it up with the showstopper to dunk on top. With that pick now, tit for tat. See how this works out. 34, Timothy waking up there on the crosshairs, lands the one. Good zoning in garage. Auburn a little bit slower this round. Didn't get that momentum that we're used to seeing, and they pay for it as a result of it. Just taking a lot of 1v1 battles and feeding Timothy these picks.
They didn't want to run through like, smoke or any other utility that was being put out early. And that's what really does slow them down a bit. Good usage of it for Connecticut. And again, passive plays. The other side to that as well, Strive, is that Auburn, when they have been patient, Connecticut have been willing to just kind of walk forward, take some contact initially, and then fall back. They didn't exactly do that towards A this last round. They were very passive, almost as like what you were talking about that you wanted to see over at B. They did that at A, and it worked beautifully for them.
Yeah, I mean, what was the catalyst on top of it? I can't say the passivity was the only thing that worked. It was the fact that Timothy landed the shots and was able to get that opening pick with the showstopper too to keep them at bay. If they were to funnel in like we saw right in the beginning where we're looking at now in Timothy's position as 3 and just swamped that raise, I think that round would have gone completely sideways. So yeah, good respect all across the board. UConn almost at the equalizer. Happy to see them really bounce back and look alive here.
Two-pronged. That hookah control that they got early also helping out, allowing them to be more passive at the A site. It's there's more than one factor to this one for the UConn victory. We'll see how it goes as we approach the 1 minute mark in the final round of the first half. It's back to the B site, and it's a 3-man stack here. 2 up in hookah and 1 on the site proper.
Launching smoke.
How will this go?
About to get really nasty here in hookah, I'll tell you that much. This crossfire is going to be absolutely ballistic with Boss. K-Pin, you can see the picks go down all across the board. I wasn't aware. It's winter time where I am, but it's apparently summer for these folks. Absolutely mowing Auburn University's UConn for the equalizer 6-6.
I gotta give respect to the comeback road here that we saw from UConn. Struggle. They pick up the pistol, the follow-up, and then, what is it? 7 rounds out of the 8 next. Yep. They lose. And then 3 to bring it back to something even. In fact, very even. 6-6 at halftime. Auburn, they will want that a little bit back, but can't have it. Time to see what UConn have to say on their own attack.
I'm excited to see how Auburn plays this defense, right? Are they UConn in their play style, or are they their own little beast of a tiger? We'll see how it works out. Pistol underway, as you said. Now K-Pen, quick little bit of a reconnaissance towards U-Haul. Gets absolutely zip zilch nada off of that. Kuji's got to be careful this close angle, and with that smoke on top, ain't nobody want to face check that, I'll tell you that much.
No, running through that smoke, that's death in a nutshell. And never mind Kuji saying, I'll do whatever needs to be done. Unfortunately, death is what was to be brought on the other side. Connecticut now down to 1 man. It's Boz, and his HP is already tagged low. Great work from Auburn as they take a second half pistol victory.
Connecticut wanted to be crispified on that one. I mean, I don't know what the investment into running through the molly like that was. Really, maybe just I
don't think they knew.
Follow through. I don't know.
They didn't know until they were in it, and then at that point, you gotta send it.
I guess so. I'll take it in stride. I mean, it's round 1, but they were committed, to say the least. Coming into the second round now, we've had our peek at A. We'll see now if UConn can get a tickle onto this B side of things as well. You got to figure out what's what, right? Learn who's playing where and how they're playing it to be able to make the moves correctly.
Launching smoke.
Yeah, good tone setter though. The quick shower control. This is a part of the map that is still very important, but a little less important actually. Now that the map is back in rotation, which is a little odd to me, but it is what it is. The way that you can set up the Viper wall going through the teleporters, I think makes it a lot easier to hold for the defense, and so it's harder to fight for. Either way, I'm waffling on. Meanwhile, UConn heading out towards B, and they're meeting a lot of presence on the other side as a full flank in for this at the moment.
No, it's not a waffle at all, Vincent. It's all a very valid point, and showers can be conditioned in so many different ways. It can be with just a simple raise boom bot, but the smoke on top of it's really, really conditioning the attack side and saying, listen, this ain't your territory. I like how they've left, Auburn's left one Brimstone sitting back by the teleporter, expecting to rotate, and a very sneaky cubby at that. I believe that's going to be on top of the box where the wall splits. So if they don't clear that position, Brim might have a very nice quick flank as well.
Indeed, yeah.
Where's the
30
wall?
seconds left.
That's exactly it. Don't need the wall to get that confirmation. Here's that fast flank you were looking for.
They don't clear Rue. Rue's going to go ahead and step on through, and Kuji not hearing it, and that's all that it takes. Brimstone. Patience is all it takes in a moment like that. All right, take a bite of your sandwich, have a sip of your drink, and your time will come.
That's the beauty of it. Don't always have to be ultra aggressive, though we do see a lot of that in this explosive game, but
Yep.
sometimes patience does win the day, and that's one of those examples.
Absolutely.
8-6, though. UConn, the full buy now.
Right here.
The steam locomotive is a-rolling. She's chocked up full of coal, ready to continue on. The same old shower push now. Are they looking to contest deeply? No smoke from Rue. It's going to give the swing potential now. Rue, Stim with the spam. It's going to be good for Boz, but big trade on to that one from big old Timothy. I kind of like the smoke play, to be honest with you. I wasn't necessarily a huge fan of the aggressive push like that. They kind of burned a bit too much too early.
You know, sometimes you got to take big risks, though. Big risk, big reward type situation there for Auburn. If they win that fight, suddenly they have all the map control that they could ever want today, and then they just have to really worry about the B site and a bunch of places for Auburn to, or for Connecticut to re-clear. Well, you see how it goes when things don't work out, though. And, ooh, this is a massive adjustment. Lurk is just running towards A, hoping that they would get lucky, and that would be where the take goes. Unlucky this time.
Tripwire destroyed.
Coming in now. B site is completely in UConn's possession.
Spike planted.
Lurk now on elbow, waiting for Calypso and Co to make some moves out of Hookah, and that's going to be a problematic smoke as well. Kuji going to be met with the opposition of the Cypher. And
What?
Lurk's been nutty with the Guardian, by the way. I mean, just so well positioned with it. Timothy now in a very precarious spot to have to 1v2 with the Hookah elbow combination. A textbook crossfire at that.
Well, this is an ambitious maneuver from big old Timothy, just sitting, handling the decay. All that was needed was that second headshot, but Auburn deliver. And Lurk, yeah, been incredible, I agree. Just throughout map 3 as a whole, but also towards map number 2, really had some high impact. Was second on the leaderboard over there as well.
You gotta love what you're seeing out of Lurk here, out of the Cypher. I get a nice warm fuzzy feeling when I see a Cypher on the top of a board or fragging out like that. Just shows to me that, you know, your role as playing the conservative, smart, calculated Cypher is also panning out to be great crosshair position, and you have to be present in different parts of the map to be able to high frag like that. So that means obviously Lurk is being very mobile as well and not just playing a single site and hoping for things to kind of funnel their way into it. So happy times for Auburn here. Op is on the board, though, from above. Big paint shells, but big old Timothy with the big old reaction time to bounce away from that.
Yeah, a little blast pack to get out of danger. 3 players here at A. One of those 7's operator. Not seeing a ton of op maneuvering in this map. We saw big old Timothy kind of trying to do what they could on it, on Haven. But Vine, not the op-centric map that Haven is. That said, Capin put off. Found and devastated. Big old Timothy will fall as the smoke starts to fade away. 4 on 4, and the spike not quite down yet. Stan getting shot at through the sky smoke will maybe give some idea of how to make this work. I say that. Quick rotation called. It's over towards B.
That it is. You got low HP Brimstone, who I hope is getting healed up now. Indeed, Capin getting tripped on a wire and completely bamboozled off of that. Gonna go ahead and commit to the plant now. Boz trying to do something, but it's not enough with Lurk on the side angle. And being stuck in a container is never good, period. But in this case, in with 4 members of Auburn being around you just makes it that much more difficult to deal with. They tickle that double digit. This Auburn team definitely got their ducks in a row on this particular half of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's been flawless here since the halftime, and it was 6-6 at the half. Connecticut, we were talking about how they did such a phenomenal job to kind of bring it back and keep it competitive despite some significant losses in the middle of the first. Now, they're down by 4, almost as much as they were at their worst. They'll have to make some adjustments. And honestly, I say that, but UConn haven't really been playing badly.
Timothy, in we go, satcheling in. I like the backside control, Vincent, and off of the garden pick as well. This nice positioning works out as Calypso getting away with absolute robbery yet again.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, I like the change of pace from the Connecticut side. They, you know, it's a good idea. Unfortunately, the execution could use a little bit of work. Auburn seemed ready to roll from the very beginning and delivered 1, 2, 3 in a row to start that round. It was a clean sweep for the cleanup. 11-6. Starting to get worried for these Huskies. I don't know that I see a clear way back into this map just yet.
Calypso now looking to get aggressive on mid, but sees the KO util and backs away, and rightfully so. Timothy. Look how they completely eject from sight, though. Right back to elbow they go. Auburn just strict on the retake, and they're okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, playing very passive when needed is part of this map. Part of what you need to do. Big old Timothy, though, is Judge in position to find some damage. It's maybe a little bit nerfed, but the right click from 7 able to connect the shots. Plant already in. And well, possibility of that orbital strike really doesn't give too much away. 1v2, and right now Rue just gets the half. Easy. One shot found, another defined. It's up to this fragment. It might do the damage, and it will.
Oh boy, UConn. Bit by bit though, right, Vincent? Like, we're not looking to reinvent the wheel here with something massive or absolute flawless rounds at all. It takes one just to slowly shift that momentum and bring it on back. And for them to be adapting the way that they're adapting throughout this game without a timeout, I give them pluses all across the board. Let's see if they can stay steady with this round they got. And they also have ultimates too to back it up. That was the type of stuff that I think was wonderful for them. A very definitive B take. Let's see if we can get a showstopper as well off the same hookah push.
Here we go. 0 points going to come out. That's been a consistent factor. That is a guiding light. And jumping big old Timothy with the Judge in hand does the damage once again. UConn, they have B. And I don't know if these Tigers are going to be able to retake.
I don't think so. There's a lot of good utility here. Connecticut's got a good position. The op is going to make it a little bit more difficult as well, but we'll see now. Lurk coming into sight. I like this off-site play from UConn as well. Fully committed to this Fiesta at elbow. Oh my days. They have flashes. They have fragments. They have so much to throw at this.
One enemy remaining.
Holding the defuse. Rue got 2. Rue gets them all! Auburn on this retake had it easy because Rue just dominated late Lurk to elbow.
Match point.
I mean, that's devastating. UConn, they cleared it again, cleared it one more time, and thought, well, they're not coming this way. JK, Rue has their number.
Off we go to match point. Rue's got things figured out along with Lurk this game. They've been really on point with their shots and in moments of need. Like, I look back to Rue's flank on that B showers. I'm like, yeah, like there's mind games happening here. And Auburn definitely played a good job on that elbow stack as well. Very much the same type of big brain approach to the post plant.
Absolutely. 5 chances to close this map out and find victory for the Tigers. UConn taking some initial investigations out towards the A site and find not really much. They didn't really invest too far in. What they did find, though, they didn't like because they instantly move away back towards B.
Slow and steady. Bit of information gathered here. Timothy, showstopper 1 and 2. Bing and bop over the top.
Oh.
Nice lead. That's a really good reaction to the Viper's pit being thrown down and seeing the origins of it below hookah.
Spike
There's still a
planted.
man here. That's Poison. Apparently just hanging out blind inside of smoke, as you do. Normal behaviors. Big old Timothy. I mean, how many times can big old Timothy play close here and it work?
I don't know, but this track is about to cause a whole lot of havoc. Or is it? No. A lot of exchanges back and forth. Good chokehold from Yukon, though. But Rue applying the same pressure that we've seen time in and time out.
Well, Capon still being backside. That is devastating. We had, I think it was big old Timothy kind of hiding inside the smoke, putting together the judge plays. But Capon was also chilling backside behind the sky smoke. That was absurd. And honestly, Auburn, how could they have expected, really, I mean, they could, at this point, expect the judge. When in doubt, judge it out, as I always used to say. But at the same time, I think that having the expectation of the second player, how could you?
It's a moment of questions in my head now as to what UConn's going to do to adapt to the situation. Auburn is immensely passive. Like, you can't dismiss that. And that becomes very tricky to handle and figure out what's going on. Imagine yourself just trying to exist, right? And figure out what's happening, but no one's making a noise. So I'm looking back onto this past half overall. I'd like to see them they're going to have to go deeper than just backside on B, I think, to get the job done. An elbow push early might be something good. And if they're going to zone it out and zone out specific areas like elbow and backside, it might be value add for UConn to use some sort of molly or some sort of fragment or something to actually keep Auburn way, way far back and not allow them to swing on them. Because when Auburn starts coming out, they don't miss. It's actually kind of traumatizing to watch.
They sure don't. That's sad. I mean, if UConn can keep making their way onto the B site, it's been pretty good. I say that, but it's also not been a guarantee. Each round, a question mark on whether they get there or not. Here's a different look. UConn have pretty much every round been swinging a wide net early, putting out not quite a default, but at least poking a bit, prodding into the hold of Auburn elsewhere. They're going to do that here. It feels like the first time in a while, and Rue with the first shot dominating. He'll be traded, but the problem is there is some support in the form of Calypso. 4 on 3, and that's cut to 2. Connecticut, wily, but currently about to go down if they can't find this victory.
I didn't expect them to aggress like that onto Showers, Vincent. I think that, in my mind, that'd be the last place to, go for a satchel push in. Such a narrow alleyway, and you can have a crossfire set up in a blink of an eye. Maybe they didn't expect that trade opportunity to be there, but now in a 2v4, we've seen magic happen here. Dan, supported by, I believe that's Lurk behind. I could be wrong.
Looks
I know
like
Lurk
it.
is one of the ciphers, yeah. So we'll see if the duo can make their way through. 30 seconds and 4 to drill through. Stim it. Off we go.
Launching smoke.
Well, that snake bite going to delay things a little bit further. It'll be the orbital right out onto the site. Got the info off the site for Kuji, actually the one joining the fray. And maybe the trade. There it is from Calypso. Time ticking down. Tap on the spike. Seconds remain. Kuji having to commit, and the commitment will be his death. These Tigers not made of paper. Auburn, they overcome the Huskies.
Superb play from Auburn. Right from the beginning of that match, as they started to pick up momentum and go tit for tat. But as soon as they swapped out to the second half, I was convinced. I'm like, these peoples are buying maestros. Like, they have this whole concept of playing retake down to a T, and they stuck true to their play style, and it worked out so well for them. The Viper was also really fun to watch, by the way. I really enjoyed that and learned a lot from it. So bravo to Auburn. They went the distance, and they came back for it.
Yeah, hey, look, Yeah, sometimes you need to hit on that reverse sweep, and that's exactly what Auburn were able to do tonight, dominating their own map pick. And I mean, to be honest with you, that second half was utterly dominant as well. Even though
Yep.
Connecticut got a couple of rounds here and there, it mostly felt like Connecticut had to have some sort of crazy hero play, somebody individually making a big impact, a big splash into the round in order for them to even have a chance. And otherwise, Auburn were just ready to play that retake that you were talking about. They always had the control that they needed to go for it, and so very good stuff from Auburn. I'm excited to see what they continue. That's up to 4 wins now for Auburn on the season as well. So Connecticut down to 2-3. Got to get back to 500.
Yeah, slow and steady does her. We still have a potential interview around the corner here where we're going to hopefully get the chance to ask Auburn some questions, understand more about the series and where their head was at. As we determine if that's going to happen or not, stay tuned. Don't go too far. We're going to send you to a quick break. If you don't see the interview, you're going to see the next series coming up very shortly. So for myself, if you don't see me, thank you for joining. If you do catch me in the interview in a second here, come, don't go too far. Losing my face means that, of course, the interview is on the board. We're going to have a audio interview here with Calypso. Calypso, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win.
Appreciate it, guys.
Love to hear it. So my question is going to be about the topic that I was discussing with Vincent throughout the whole cast, is the Viper and the impact of it in your games this evening as a whole. Talk me through Viper on Bind. Is your playstyle and what you guys run very much revolving around that Viper setting up the plays for you? Or really, just I want to learn more about your guys' approach to Bind, because I really enjoyed how you played it. Your full retake approach, which I hope I'm interpreting correctly, works super well on B. Is that how you guys rehearsed it, or was that in adaptation to how you were going up against Connecticut?
I think we revolve a lot of the plays around Poison Sky, honestly, because he usually makes plays out of my wall and long on B long.
Cool.
But other times we try to hold down one point of the map, so it's either showers or long for us. So it's not super dependent on the Viper play, but definitely on attack. I'd say a lot of it is, yeah.
I'll follow up your question and ask you real. Sorry, Vincent. I want to just ask one thing. Showers, of all places, getting super aggressive on. Love-hate relationship with Showers being such a close alleyway and you guys capitalizing. Is that You say if you had to put a ratio of showers to long control, where do you guys look to control more on this map, and what's your focus on?
I would definitely say like 70-30 showers side. It's really hard to plan on A, and we deny as much map space as possible when they try and come on this A. They can have U-haul all they want, because we're gonna spam them through our smoke so they can't get bomb plant. So they're either gonna have to push us or go back B.
Cool. I just like to ask questions and just kind of get into your guys' head. Thanks for that clip. So I'll give it off to Vincent.
Yeah, so I just want to kind of talk about the series as a whole a little bit. Sunset, it was a close map, but it felt like Connecticut kind of had a pretty solid handle on that throughout. Going into Haven, were there any doubts in your mind? What was the team combo like there? Was it still high energy? What were you guys talking about into Haven?
You mean Haven or Split or Sunset? I meant.
After Sunset into Haven.
Uh, I would say we were just pretty rusty and slow getting out of the map. I would say that, I mean, we're a map one dropping team half the time, so our mentals have been pretty sustained by that. We knew that Sunset's not our best map, so going into Haven and everyone's on their comfortable role. I mean, I'm on Viper and Seven's on Jet. I think that it's really hard to stop us, and we really like to be aggressive there. So I think it would be pretty hard for anyone to keep that momentum up against us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was very hard for Connecticut to get any momentum going. Talking generally though of this season, I'm curious who you guys. I mean, going into this, I couldn't find week 1 results, but 4-0 at the very least right now. I don't know what week 1 was, but uh, is there any team in particular that kind of jumps out to you as a team that you guys are interested to be playing against, or maybe even are concerned about?
I mean, we had the FF against William and Mary in the first week because our schedules didn't fit. So I would say I would want to beat them just to see how they play up against us. But other than that, everything has been smooth sailing 2-0 except UConn. So I don't think anyone is up to our level yet.
Nope.
Wait. Super dope. I like to hear it. William and Mary also a very known franchise or brand, I guess, in the EGF community. So yeah, it'd be very fun to cross it off the docket. My question for you, and final one, it's an open-ended one, we'll ask it. Shout outs or anything you want to say here on desk before we let you go?
Yeah, I want to shout out the team. We've been playing in a lot of tournaments. After this, we're playing in another best of 3. We're in 5 tournaments right now. So shout out to the team for them putting the grind on and us trying to win these games as best as possible and keep the mentality up.
Heck
Super
yeah.
dope. Love to hear it. That's so great. You guys like practicing and keeping it real, and it's showing. You guys are able to convert, and your mentals are very, very strong and sustained as a result of that. So, congrats, Calypso. Vincent, on that note, I think we're gonna go ahead and sum up this series. It was a pleasure joining you, and thanks for co-casting with me as always.
Of course, man. Always a pleasure. We'll be seeing you. Well, we won't, but don't worry. We will be sticking around with more Valorant action coming out right after this. So make sure to stay tuned. See you then.
From a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover the world, Savannah. Let's all take a ride, Savannah. I probably know, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah.
We are back with match 2 of 3 tonight here for EGFC Season 5 Valorant. Tenrek and Anton here to take you through the rest of the night. Starting things out with Texas State taking on University of Delaware. 2 teams that, Anton, we have yet to see their full potential for sure. And this matchup is sure to bring a lot more of it out.
Yeah, we've seen these guys on stream a couple times, right? We've seen Texas State namely twice, and then Delaware has been around for quite a while. They've been around through the seasons of EGF as well. So We've seen some of them, but like you mentioned, not at least temporarily, not their full potential yet. Delaware has gone through a lot of different changes in terms of their playing style and their structure, and they've gone through, in my opinion, a heck of a glow up over the seasons and over the break as well, over the off season. And then Texas State, they played a couple teams. I think they were on EGF3 a couple times lately, and this is their first time on not exactly the main channel, but the EGF2, the mainstream. So I'm excited to see these two teams maybe finally needing to bring out absolutely everything to face off against each other here.
Yeah, Texas State entering the season a little bit late, has only played 2 matches so far, but has won both of them against BGSU as well as Howard University, which they took on 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, University of Delaware has had some tough opponents going 1-2. One of those losses being to Arlington, though, so we can just not count that. But these rosters, they speak for themselves. Anton, like you said, they've both been cooking in the lab for quite some time. Both of these teams have names that I've seen around the collegiate scene before, and they've done pretty dang well.
Yeah, Delaware, namely Lucas Goyami, Kevster, Harissa, and Cause Milk. And on the other side of Texas State, we've got Luke Chief, Maynard, Aaron, and Okarin, if I'm correct, playing here today. So I think names to look out for in this game are definitely, I mean, everyone that's watched EGF knows about Kevster. We've got some stuff there, and Goyagi, the smokes player on their team, has also done very, very well. I think Harissa being the newest member, I apologize if I am misremembering that one, but I'm pretty sure, like you mentioned, lots of changes going on and a lot of improvements going on behind the scenes as well. On the side of Texas State, I'm looking for Maynard to likely be one of the top players on their team, on the smokes as well. So it's kind of interesting to see, like, anyone on both of these teams can put on the carry coat and just do exactly what they need to do to end up winning these games. But it is going to be, namely, of course, Maynard and maybe even Okarin to be some of those very heavy favorites in terms of those two.
Yeah, coming into the map selection, we see that Ascent has kind of been the first pick for a lot of these teams, and Delaware and Texas are no stranger to those picks. They've been on and off in their first ban and first pick, but we're heading to their backup plan. It seems to be the backup plan for both of them being Lotus. So I think that this is going to be a really close starting matchup, and then we take it to their secondaries of Bind and Haven, respectively. Some good deciders for sure, but Lotus is what I'm staring daggers at right now, Anton. I want to see what these teams have in mind. I want to see what these strategies are, especially with Texas State starting out on that attack.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Teneric. It's crazy to see how fast teams have really adopted Lotus as a map. Because even right after it comes out, I've mentioned this pretty much every single time we see Lotus played in EGF. Even right after it came out, there's a lot of teams that were not really averse to it. It wasn't like it's not like a bunch of new maps in any other game. I don't know if you guys follow any other esports in the chat, but there's a lot of times a new map comes out and it's just ostracized for months, if not longer.
Pearl.
But Lotus was
Pearl.
like, yeah, honestly, it just wasn't played for so long. But you get these newer maps like Lotus, like even like Sunset nowadays, it comes out. And like 2 weeks later, you see scrims for it. And then right as the season starts, of course, we're kind of fortunate this season that the season itself has started quite a while after the map is actually released, so we've had some time to play on it. But like as soon as the season starts, we see teams opting for it. Like there was a Sunset literally day 1 of EGF here during season 5, which is nuts to me. And Lotus is the same way, where we see a lot of these teams adopting it, and it's at this point it's been out for a while because we have another new map. But with that said, I'm expecting both these teams are fairly tenured on it, and because it is, like you mentioned, the backup plan for both of these teams when their first map gets banned out, which is likely going to be Ascent for a lot of them, I'm expecting some pretty high-level gameplay from these two.
Absolutely. Like you said, Lotus has been a real breeding ground in particularly EGFC, but I think in more of a broad sense for Tier 2, Tier 3, and Collegiate in general, where teams are much more quick to pick up on new strategies that the higher levels are coming up with, as opposed to other maps like Ascent or Haven, where teams may take some more time on that lower level to adopt that skill gap. That's kind of what we saw with the gap on Astra as compared to Omen on maps like Haven. That still hasn't really outstretched all the way down to the Collegiate scene yet. It should be said on that note, for anybody new in the chat coming from the previous game, if you're wondering about the status of the newest duelist, ISO, he is not available for this week. EGF is giving him 1 more week in the incubator to make sure that there's no exploits, and next week you'll be able to see him in play. And Anton, I don't want to speak on it too heavily, obviously, because we have our comps coming in, but I am very excited to watch him.
Yeah, I am as well. And like you mentioned, don't want to speak on it too much. I'm fairly excited to see him maybe in play. I think he's one of those agents like Reyna, where you really get to see them shine when you have a player that's well above and beyond the skill gap. But we'll see if we have anything like that. I think Auburn might like to bring some of those stuff out based on how they play and how aggressive they are. But again, we've got one more week, unfortunately. For now, no ISO, and not even any of the newer, I say new, as most of you guys probably understand, Cypher has been buffed pretty heavily in this patch.
Yes.
The tripwires now don't break when you walk through them. Instead, they pop faster than before, and they stay there until you shoot them. But right now, we don't have one. I'm expecting that is vastly because of the map, because I think he's still strong, obviously, on a lot of different things. We saw a bind previously, right, which we had ciphers on, which is really strong. But right now, the KJs, I think, are way too important for just locking down the really tight choke points you have on the map below. It's like pretty much every single entrance to a site is a choke point other than A, but B is a hallway, C is a hallway. You need that kind of just hard lockdown in terms of not only the lockdown itself, but also the wide range of the mollies. They're literally like 4 to 5 meters in radius, which is huge when it comes to the fact that C main is literally a 5-meter hallway. So that is super important. You have the information that comes from our bots that can be placed in 2 different areas, like we see Luke is doing right now. It's great stuff. But yeah, so I'm expecting the KJ is going to stay staple on a couple of these maps, and then we might see the Cypher on some of the more ambiguous ones like the Havens and the Binds.
Yeah. In the meantime, you're seeing all of the nerfed agents in these compositions, but that is par for the course for Lotus. Ray's still going to be that a better option as a duelist. That long-range play on a courtyard is just so delicious. And in the meantime, Sky and Fade, both amazing choices for initiators, and we'll see how both of them blossom as we get into our first round. Texas State once again on the attack, and they look to be starting out by scoping out Mound. Lucas, of course, being that solo hold. Looks like Texas knows that well enough to smoke it away and absolutely assault with the Paranoia as well as the Prowler. Absolutely no way through, and so instead, the mollies are just popped. Maynard gonna take a little chunk of damage as well as Luke, but Texas State will safely get the plant down.
Yeah, look at the damage they've done as well. Like I said, the mollies pretty much covering the entire hallway. They can't get past them and into the site without taking damage. So with that done, it makes the retake a little bit easier for Delaware.
Yeah, a couple shots less needed as they'll come in through back and Waterfall, smoking out main to cut this fight in half, hopefully. The double blast pack, and Luke is unable to track it, but Maynard has the backup as Kepster went too far. Luke still trying to hold a close angle so that Texas has more time, but it's not working. Delaware still has the breach, and now Harissa is able to touch the spike for the first time, gets halfway through, but Okarin is starting to go crazy. Harissa the shutdown twice over with the classic right click, and Delaware can hold it down and grab the first round.
First to both of their heads, amazing turns, and like I mentioned, the health being low matters a little bit. Big stuns and a lot of util coming out from both teams, because there was nothing being thrown before the spike even went down, right? The solo defender on the C site, Lucas, just had to play back. You can't fend off that many people, even if you do have your utility helping you out. He's playing inside Waterfall, has to stay safe, waits for the rest of his team, so both teams have their whole kit to throw at the retake, so it did get quite chaotic, but with the damage that was done and the fact that, I mean, yeah, Harissa just got a nice 1-2 at the end there. Delaware take the first round, now into the second with full inventory of Spectres. Texas State with only 2 sheriffs on the board and look to do something quite difficult.
Yeah, a lot on their plate this time around, so they'll play for what they can get when they can get it. Texas gonna take their sweet time, farm up a couple more orbs, as they should. Take all those opportunities. And Delaware just going to keep themselves back. They don't want to make any mistakes. They don't want to hand over any early guns. And they're doing a pretty good job at that. How far can this pack mentality go, though? When does somebody split off? Lucas is the obvious candidate, again, being that solo hold for C. But Texas State, they know how much chip can get done. They know how much stall can be accomplished, despite the kit being drained. So they'll still take their sweet time. 45 seconds, door is tapped. Delaware still will not buckle. And Texas searching, scrounging for this early pick that just refuses to come. A util dump onto a site that will allow them, but for how long? Turret firing away until it will get cleared. Spike gets planted, and Texas State will reallocate as the smokes will dissipate. Lucas, first kill onto Luke. There can only be one as the fault line gets placed from back. Delaware will go for the re-entry, and this time Kevster's blast packs are just the right distance. It is a full clear of the site. No one will fall for Delaware, and it is a clean 2-0 game.
Absolutely impeccable. Texas State trying to put some question marks in Delaware's head, making noise with that door through B through C, and then of course throwing the smoke down basically at CT in B. Nothing really doing there. They only have pistols. They did the hardest part, which is getting on the site itself, but in this case, Delaware kind of let them on, right? They wanted to play full retake. They had a very heavy stack towards A, one person towards B, and one person just in the connector, not even playing on site. So it's just very safe. Don't want to lose a single thing, and they didn't. They kept it flawless. Their banks are going to be booming at this point, so no matter what happens, they should be decent for the round incoming. But now we have the bonus where Texas State are coming in with full rifles. Their buy, in terms of their economy, is also looking quite rough. So if Delaware can take any guns off of this round, this is a big bonus for them.
Yeah, take what you can grab once again. But this time it's on Delaware too. As Texas will start on courtyard. It's about time that they take a look at the ubiquitous position here.
It's very
Door gonna
quiet
be
for both these teams.
Yeah. No, I feel like this is just bubbling, brewing, a war waiting to happen, you know? Like, these doors are gonna be so contestable by late half. Like, round 9 or 10, they're gonna be absolute no man's land. But this time around, Delaware will back out, give some space over to the rifle holders, and so the Haunt will have a lot of time to catch 3 members on the site. My goodness, that's enough info for Chief to roll in and grab 2. Off rip, enough for another paint shells that they will use to clear the other side of sight. Never mind. Kevster will fall after clearing just 1. 2v4 for the post plan as Texas State looks to have it figured out for the round that they're supposed to. Out comes Henrissa for the first choke, and Chief has it all locked down. A 3rd kill that Luke will not let go into more of a streak, as Texas will keep 4 alive themselves for their bonus round. And this game has kind of, you know, crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's as of yet. Something has to change here now, Anton. Something has to make this game interesting. We've done the song and dance.
I think that round being the bonus, Texas almost keep it completely clean. They lose one and they have another couple armor rebuys, but at least Delaware are coming to this one and then thinking maybe it's okay, right? They might repeat the same thing. It's simply because that round it's difficult for Texas State to repeat because they have the gun advantage, they have everything going for them. And if they're able to do that again, then I'm expecting Delaware is going to start changing things, right? But now we still see the door open, mind you, in the connector between B and A, and then still a 3-stack on A because I think they're confident. They're really confident in the setup, and this time they're taking a little bit more agency and actually looking all the way down rubble. They're seeing nothing right now. Texas State are being even more, they're playing more passive than they were in the previous round, which is insane to see because they were already pretty much just not moving at the first part. But at least they finally taking A main. But I think these guys know about it from Delaware. There's still 3 here. Smoke's going to go down to try and cut off the A main. But they are finally through tree as well, and Delaware even more so. I don't know what's up with these teams. Both teams are playing super passive and they're backing all the way up to heaven, but Chief takes a kill before the plant goes down.
Yeah, the fact is this is all for Texas State's favor if they both play slow. Texas State knows that if they just take sight and don't lose first blood, they're gonna win, because that's how Lotus works. But Delaware, they need to get ahead of that ball. They need to understand that that first blood is so crucial and at least invade a little bit of space. There has yet to be a flank so far this game either. At most, 2 angles where this team is coming from, and it is just not working out. Lockdown is going to displace Texas State, though, and give Delaware a little bit of time to act, but not the actor. Lucas is down before they can even get back on site, and so this first tap of the defusal is going to get interrupted sooner rather than later, enough to where nothing has gone past it, not even the bluff, and so when only 1 occupies tree, it is trivial. Texas State grabs their 2nd round.
Osmic there, nice try with the double spray down, but the same happening in the side of Aaron, and yeah, you just peek through the door. That's the plan, right? You peek through the door, you make sure that you can get out, and I think Texas State in that kind of instance understood what Delaware wanted. They understood that they just wanted to play retake. If no one's on the site, then why are you, they're not trying to hold it. It's that obvious, right? It's literally that simple. So Texas State, they plant in a spot where they themselves can get out, and the fact that they saw that Lucas had the lockdown. He was 8 out of 9 at the start of the round. Now he just used it. But yeah, TSU for the time being, it might have taken a couple pistol rounds, right? But they understand how Delaware are playing right now, and like I said, after that round doesn't work out from them, Delaware finally do change. They take A main control instead of just sitting really passive on the site. this might prove well for them because the fact that they're going to understand this is nothing going to be here for a very long time. There's already noise from Texas State in front of B site, and while they might not be committing this yet, there's at least an idea in Delaware's head that maybe the A commit isn't what they're going to be doing every single round. We might be able to leave some players that are not just stacked up on A site, right? Because that's what we've seen 4 rounds in a row is an A stack.
Yeah. And as long as Delaware doesn't let them get away with that, then the C site denial, which Lucas has been pretty good at so far, can go on without more of a hitch. Maynard has still held this B position in both of the times that the C crunch has been attempted, though, and hasn't been found out. Will TP on a site to gain info, and now with the rest of the team online, they can commit to it. 5 stack on site as once again Texas will get bombed down, and Delaware preparing to reaggress. They have a good amount of util for it, but they don't know these positions. They need some guaranteed intel, and they just can't get it. Kevster has to be that battering ram yet again. But a lot of stall coming from Delaware. They also haven't had to use too much of their util yet. Maynard's angle has been revealed, but only because they got a kill, and they have to let them get another before they can crunch it. Now it's the front gate that matters so heavily. This unbreakable door that just lets attacking teams stall for forever. But Luke cannot for long. It's just down to Aaron, who has evaded suspicion so far. And with this little time left on Spike, it is a foregone conclusion. The round will go to Texas State. They cracked the code and didn't have to use lockdown for it either.
Oh, that one is a little bit rough. Still, even after this many rounds, even after Delaware do have a reaction to the A play that has happened every single time, they have their own ideas, right? They want to keep playing retake every single time. It's like the C site was taken twice, successfully retake twice. A site was taken twice, and both of those failed because they had lower weapons, that's fair. But now we see kind of a medium buy, a mixed buy coming out from Delaware on the C site retake, which they do have a lot of agency towards because they did rotate towards C fast because they understood that they could take A main control, there's no one there. But even still, Texas State are so far better on the post plants. It might have been close. It was a 1 versus 1, let's admit that. But it took enough time where Texas State, I think, are just content with what is happening right now. They're okay with just taking the site, obviously, with losing no one. And I'd be surprised if they keep using a lot of util on their actual site takes right now. They're being very quiet, and it's going to be something a bit different, right? A show, these guys in Delaware have to back up, and now a B split. The B site's going to be taken again, and it's another 5-on-5 retake that's going to happen unless Goyangi wants to stick around for maybe a kill.
Yeah, you can stay pretty late into this up on steps. Still such a powerful position, which is why the spike needs to come down now. The showstopper to puppy guard it, and it's enough to ward away UD. But that's 2 ultimates handed into the pre-plan of a round, where Delaware still has so much in the kit. A lot of risk going into this round that Texas is going to have to cash out. This Rolling Thunder is still free for the next time around, but they need to win this one to gain value, and that's a great way to start it. Yoyongi for nothing, Kevster for just 1. Luke is still unstoppable in the hunt. Will not confirm the last kill. That is for Okarindu, who can take down Harissa as well. And it's just down to the plant. The Cosmic is going to hold. Excuse me. Yes, thank you. Let's get that kill out of the way. 4-2, Texas State.
Man, I kind of want to say it got close because the defuse was a couple of seconds away. But a 1 versus 3, that one's tough no matter what you want to do, right? The smoke was down. At least they have good smoke protocols. But the fact that they played retake for 6 rounds in a row, it kind of pains me. I feel like at some point you have to understand after 4 losses on your retakes that maybe this isn't exactly what we want. Maybe we do have to take some kills beforehand. I understand in that kind of situation, it's a little bit tough, right? You have a showstopper from Raze, and then you also have a lockdown coming out from the KJ. Maybe not so much. Now Delaware, they go for a reaction, but Texas State are preempting this again and playing very passively. They know that Delaware want to get up close and personal, right? If they don't, then Texas State win anyways. If they do, they're playing back just in case. And they don't take A aggressively. They play very passive towards this spawn. You see Raze literally on the border of the water that's behind them. Texas State are thinking like 10 steps ahead right now. And even though Delaware, I think, are playing excellently, it's hard to play against a robot playing chess.
Yeah, all the reads have been perfect so far from Texas State, really. They've known when to re-breach and when to hand over that site. And every single time they've been right. They'll do it again and profit with another free C site, excuse me. And we all head over to Mountain, which will get smoked out. Maynard going to be the first brave soul to contest with this Delaware squad. Kevster cannot get it done. Lucas heading on. Cosmic the tap and the kill after the fact. And now the rest of Texas comes in to save the day. Cosmic tries to get through to the gateway. Can't get any kills, though. And Texas State can look enough directions in enough time. Delaware will now have rifles, though, so we're back to a dangerous position. But Texas State, they are once again prepped for it. They have Rolling Thunder, and their ult bank, aside from that, is looking pretty keen, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking quite rough for Delaware. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like it's one of the situations where you're playing well, but your opponents are just playing better. Texas State have just all the macro reads going on right now for Delaware's sake. It's difficult to find an answer other than maybe successfully butt heads against them, and maybe this is the round we do see that. It's a 3 versus 3 that's gonna be going on in this A main position. Nade's gonna go out, and Maynard instant flash. There's a lot of people blind around this corner. He secured at least one. Nope, not quite the second. Harissa saves them.
Can't hold that spread forever, and instead they'll just take 2 very embattered opponents, both of which have ultimates that could be very round saving. If Texas makes this 4v4 work, which they're looking to do. In we go to A site, which is the move. The rest of Texas on the way back, and yet again, Texas knows that they can play for the retake after the retake. The Rolling Thunder is going to get utilized towards a nearly empty crowd, and in retaliation, a potential Rolling Thunder from Texas State, but it's not necessary. There's only 1 member of Delaware left. They're on site. They are going to get crunched. Not by Okaran, though. Goyangi. I believe that's their first kill of the game on the board as well. First tap. Lucas swings out. Doesn't have to again until a 3-tap. Goyangi knows it. Do it again. So much time wasted here. Lucas just toying. Another molly thrown down, and that's GR. Aaron, 3 kills in Texas, 6 rounds.
Texas State playing this map to perfection right now. Other than the pistol round loss, which could go either way, right? Both these teams are talented teams, at least given what we've seen in this season. But Texas State are just, it really feels like they're a step ahead right now. It does look like they can see the future a little bit. I'm not entirely sure how this is going on. Even the fight in A main, this is the first time that one duel in A main that Delaware and Texas State have like met in the first like 30 seconds of a round, which is kind of unfortunate for Delaware's sake, right? Because I think individually they're all able to win their own fights, right? We saw that in the pistol, we saw that in the anti-eco. Individually, they're doing fine against Texas State, but as a whole, Texas have just managed to evade them in the first sections of each of these rounds, but even in the first 2 rounds, right? It's just the case that the util was good enough from Lucas that they just haven't gone there at this point that much. And now when Texas State have the util, Lucas's util is moot because they have nades, they have the stuff to take out the mollies that are actually leading them into C-site. So from now on, I don't think we're going to be able to replicate the wins on C because we won't have the free damage to come into the site, right? So Texas State, ever since then, they just have gotten on the sites for free, which is a little bit wild to me that they've managed to do that for like 6-7 rounds in a row. That round was the first one where that didn't happen, and we might see a similar situation here where it's a 2-stack on A instead of a 3-stack. They're sending a little bit more reinforcement towards the C site to get some information. We see the Sky probably going to flash fairly soon. They're just holding a tight angle there against the alarm bot, but they're not going to find anything because Texas State this time are actually going towards A with the spike, even with the solo lurk through B, maybe able to make some noise with an orb tap or something like that. But for the time being, yet again, we're going back to the start. Super quiet at the start of rounds, and even just a lurk, not even making noise. I think he's just sitting there with a gun, and he's going to be able to understand that he's being flanked, or keep this KJ from walking up, and now these guys are hitting A with absolutely no agency on the side of Delaware.
But Delaware should know about this. They did know about this, actually. From the poking on that C site that led to some early damage, they were ready for this push. But they still could not win the fight for it. Oh my god. Poor Lucas. Can't catch a break outside this mound, man. 4v1 in another round that Delaware seems to be holding all the cards for, but just is not winning any of these hands. Still ults in the bank, still creds galore for TXSU, and all the momentum in the world to carry into a 10-2 half here on Lotus. Of course, it cannot be replicated, like you said. on the defense, and it cannot be replicated for that matter on Bind. But here, now, this 2-0 team, this relative newcomer to EGF Valorant, looks to staple their name on the marquee early into the season.
Oh, I mean, it kind of might have just been done already, right? Check it to 7-2. They've successfully won the first half in terms of the score. And see, guns come out from Delaware. Alt economy, I would actually say, is a little bit in their favor. They've got 7 out of 9 on Lucas. Cosmic is about 6 on the Sky. And on the other end, it's kind of it's almost the same. Aaron's 2 away from the lockdown, and Chief is also 2 away from Showstopper, so it's pretty close for both these teams. Impact alts on both sides to win rounds, but I would say, again, a little bit more on Delaware's side. If they can maybe coin flip a little bit harder, and it's sad to say that, they managed to do that. Just now, Lucas is going to understand there's a lot of people here. They're going to Showstopper on the other side of the map.
Wow.
This is Texas State. That's not even them. This is Delaware making a little bit of a blunder here, but that is a C site free for the taking.
Yeah, Texas, I mean, there hasn't been a round yet where they 4-1 with the 1 on A. I don't know why Kevster thinks he can get something out of that when they already know that the push is coming to C. Definitely some sort of misread there. Something of the sort. Or maybe he just really did want that space. And granted, I mean, he is in position, I guess, but he's just back out to Waterfall again. And now a lockdown, too, so late into this spike beeping. I mean, this is just guarantee after guarantee. Factors just dwindling constantly, and Delaware can act on none of that. This is the round, already done, and both detained from door. They forgot about that, too. There is just nothing in favor here. They can hope to put a smoke on top of the spike here. But again, there's just too much util to stall this time around. It will not work yet again. And Texas State taking 8.
Well, at least they lose one. At least TSU lose one in the save. But, oh god, I kind of want to give Kevster the benefit of the doubt because I know this man's a good player. Let's just say he did want the space. But Delaware, they didn't do anything with it, right? Because like you mentioned a couple rounds ago, they haven't flanked, which is the thing I'm most surprised by. If they know that TSU just go for, like, just try and play quiet and then take map control, take a site. Why don't they flank? I'm not entirely certain. I feel like it might have actually been decent for some of these rounds, especially the ones where they've had to lock down on C site. And most of the time, Texas State is just kind of looking forward. They don't need to worry about their backs very often. So I would like to see that come out eventually. But right now, they're actually making a good read. They're playing quiet on the site, and Texas State are running triple into them with a spike back at Rubble. So maybe this is the round that Delaware are able to hold down on the site.
Cosmic's taking a good chunk of damage, though, so he's got to take a back seat. And already having thrown a bird out, Texas does have the know-how. Delaware should be over here by now, and so they will rotate back over to C.
Oh.
Except for Maynard. And now the 4-1 starts. With the potential to TP, which Maynard will do right over to Mount. Yeah, just holding it down until the bitter end. So once again, Delaware is going to be late to the party here. A full-scale assault onto a C site that they know is one heavy. And it's Lucas who cannot hit a sheriff shot. Poor guy. Delaware, Waterfall, 4v5, 5v3. Chief just throws it in. A showstopper on 18 health. Why not? It's gone. No value really, but and at least, hey, I mean, Kevster actually does get the punish for it, but nothing more. 9-2, Texas State. This is just such a clinic of Lotus attack in this tier of the game. I am really astounded by this performance from TXSU.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say at this point. It's like the only thing that Texas can lose to is something that slipped through the nets of the calculation, which is exactly what Kevster did at the end. I don't know how he got to backside at all. Like, literally have no idea. This guy had Maynard's Omen TP or something like that. He's like, if you can do it, I can do it better. But like, everything else seems to be so calculated from Texas State. It's a bit scary. It does feel like they're AI. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here. But once again, at the start of the round, they're like, we're going to show presence A, and we're actually going to rotate this time. We've done this before. We haven't moved, but we're going to. Finally, Delaware get an opening. This is what we haven't seen in ever. I don't know if they've ever gotten an opening, and even trying to escape, Kevster gets shot in the back from another person taking presence in A main. Spike isn't there, though, and that's the question to ask for Texas State. Where do they go? Do they go back now that they got a kill and put some pressure on A, or do they just wait and play quiet for another 30 seconds and finally decide to hit somewhere after they regroup?
They truthfully have their pick of the litter here, because even on that double swing, Delaware's TTK is also just far less than Texas State's.
Where are you?
Texas has been lighting up heads. They've been holding on to a lot more Vandals as well, for that matter. They've been willing to go that distance if need be, and they really could choose to twist the knife on A site here and not really give a care. As 4 ultimates on the board, C site is a no-no for sure, because you know that with lockdown they could play late game. And with the Seekers, B site is pretty iffy as well, because that's really tough to dodge
30 seconds
without
left.
better macro and just giving away your position. A site, more spread out. Rolling Thunder can be avoided when you go back to courtyard and or door. Lockdown can be avoided as well for post plant. Look, Delaware is probably going to win this round. They have a lot for it. But Texas has the best chance on this site, so they're going to take it. Off to courtyard we go, quite early into the post plant, as once again Delaware playing for distance first. And so actually they will hand a lot of time over for this to happen. Nightfall directly on top of the Rolling Thunder, and so Delaware doesn't know what they're pushing into. Especially Cosmic, who will run right into Okarin, who still has this position on the stairs. As does the friend in Maynard. 2 here, as the lockdown will go, but it's just, it doesn't matter. It's so late on site. You can just hop on, but it's a 2v1, as Delaware does have enough to stack up against it. Harissa will get it done, and Delaware will grab a 3rd round. It took literally everything they had left, but they got one more.
And it took every single round as well at that.
Yeah.
Like, Texas State, they have won 9 rounds in a row.
Let me see that score.
By the way, this 9-3 scoreline, that is a little bit wild. And I would say even a little bit of a blunder by Texas State. I'm curious why they planted safe. They planted in the corner of the box instead of going for the plant that they go for. Like, usually when they play outside the door, they saw the 4 ults. They had a plan, right? It was calculated again.
And a Baron steal. That's what this first half of the score.
It really is. It's so G2 style, and like the G2 pulled it out somehow. But
This
Texas
is so
State,
G2 coded.
Not that round. Delaware actually managed to punish for it, but it got close. It turned into a 1 versus 1 at the end, which is the wildest part. Now we see them on their attack. Now it's harder for Texas State to just dodge these guys every single time, but it looks like they've chosen the right option. I don't know how this is happening. There's 4 people where Delaware are going.
Oh, and they're going to track this down. They're on the hunt, on the prowl, but Texas, they are faster and they do have advantage. And with this stack committing so heavily to the counter aggression, A-Site's actually completely open. Texas is apparently willing to play for the retake, or they've made a severe blunder here on the defense, and that is something that could absolutely happen, considering not only did they lose the pistol rounds, but we have yet to see this team on defense here on Lotus. Their attack has looked great, but when it comes to taking sides back, when you're on a time crunch, when you can't rotate for yourself, and you have to play more reactively, can you still get it done? With Delaware now having the peaks, it's a little bit tougher, isn't it? Goyangi as well, and Delaware has their sight lines locked down. It could already be too much time left. Texas State may already be too far in the woods for this round. 4-9, looking to be a foregone conclusion. How many bodies along the way can he grab, though? Not too many. Great paranoia thrown, and everybody caught in it. Goyangi for 3 this round, and Delaware, a refreshing win to start off this half.
And that is what they needed. It's been a while, but we finally see Delaware working together, working as a team, able to use their utility in tandem to take out specific members of Texas State. And we haven't seen that because they just haven't been available to do that. Like, Texas State have had no pressure. They're the ones sitting back. And every single round on attack, that was what was happening. They were just off-site, just somewhere, just kind of twiddling their thumbs and playing with their phones, and just waiting for Delaware to push into them. This time, it's a bit different. Delaware are the ones that manage to take A site. They have that great reaction. Know there's a lot of people towards C, and they run to the other site, get the plant down, and now Texas State were the ones that have to push into them. In the first half, on their attack, which is what they usually have to do is push in, they just found no one all the time. But you can't do that here. Delaware are posted on and ready to defend, and with that, they're able to make all the util work, get the kills on the pistol, win out another pistol round. And I think with that, with the concept of what they're doing on the defense and what they have to do on attack now, this should be a Delaware favorite half. I don't want to speak too soon. I guess I've said my piece now, but I'm praying we see a close game here. 4-9. I'm looking for at least 7.
A 3 stack on C site, preemptively actually. A dog will not reveal it, but the ridiculous amount of shots onto it will. Delaware will once again get the drop on this. Texas State once again forced to stay put and play for the retake, which these teams have been kind of too keen to do, as it appears, because they're kind of on top of it when that ends up happening. Delaware will kind of just trollop on. Even their one will get one. And the gun diff, once again, reigning supreme here for this Delaware squad. Head spotted for Luke up and drop. Harissa will just isolate fight by fight. Well placed. Oh, this is a good gap that they might want to play with. I like this. But the drop down, no, they'll just hop on and get blocked away. How many bodies do you drop here, Delaware? Let's find out. Around from mid. Harissa does not choke. And neither does any other member of UD. It's a flawless round 14, and we, just like that, have a game on our hands, Anton.
Another piece of perfection. Same thing as Texas State had in their own bonus round, but this time they're again going into this with better guns on the third. Delaware with full Spectres like they did in the first half. They have enough money to go for full rifles in the next. And once more, I mentioned for the second time in the series that if Texas State lose any guns in this round, it's going to be a bonus for Delaware. So they want to do as much damage as they possibly can. And on their attack, this is a lot more possible than on their defense, where they just didn't get to meet people until the spike went down. Again, I'm looking for them to win at least a couple more. I think they have a serious chance into this map, even if they do lose this round, no matter what. There's a lot of utility being spent from Texas State to get a lot of space towards this A main, which we didn't see Delaware do for quite a while, so they're not willing to make the same mistakes. And we have a double stack with the KJ util on C. This could be a little bit of a problem for Delaware, but they're going to slow down a little bit, take the spike, and move over.
Hawk thrown out to ward away from steps. You can never ward away from steps. That never happens, but they'll do it anyway. And Aftershock thrown on as well. They just really want to play keep away until they can get the spike down. That's so Lucas can get onto Waterfall, but doesn't spot the second air on refrags, and Chief is now reinvaded. But Cosmic has door locked down until Maynard can come back inside. And that's all the kills that Texas State needs. But 3 bodies dropped in the bonus. Again, an impressive display put on by UD for this attack.
That's a lot better than the first half as well, as you remember. This time, Texas State, the 3 people that were dead, specifically, are all at 0 credits. Like, literally 0 on the scoreboard. And one of the players that's alive is on 0. So this is going to be a very tough buy for them. Finally, we get to see what happens on the second round, where we have such a flawless showing from Delaware. And then the third, we get some kills. Texas State are going to be struggling on this buy. They're actually still going for rifles, which surprises me a little bit. They're going to be giving up some utility on Chief, Okarin, and perhaps Maynard. We even see a stinger come out from Okarin because the breach utility is so important. Not even full armor, maybe wanting to save for an op. Not entirely sure. But okay, there we go. Half armor on the board. Delaware have a slight advantage going into this round, and an ult bonus as well, with Cosmic having a lot of kills in the previous round, already with the Seekers up. So a lot of information able to be garnered, but Okarin is playing a very sneaky spot here in B main. Might catch someone off if they're not careful.
Yeah, Harissa, they fall right into this trap. Never mind, doesn't need it. Chief's got the 1v. And Okarin now has their gun that Lucas will test. And Okarin will run away from. Justifiably so. Great early trade by those two over on B. Good pressure that Delaware has to face head on here. Then we hop to a courtyard. First bird toss. Doesn't spot Maynard, but Kevster is too fast. 4v4 is sweet, sweet blast pack. Is still as undeniable as ever for movement. Kevster hops in one more for the man himself. But Okarin trading for 2 up steps. And suddenly this is swung back to Texas again. Another molly placed on stairs to make sure Okarin can't follow the rotation to B site, which is where Delaware is now heading. At least it's scraps. But they are not checking for B entrance, where Aaron has squeezed themselves into, and this may be as free a kill as it gets. 1 down, Lucas stuck, forced, and Okarin still gets it. Texas State come out when the chips are down and are 2 rounds out from taking map 1.
And yet again, we see Texas State, as soon as they pick up rifles one more time, they get back to their old ways. On the first, I say old, it's been a few minutes. First half, they're just able to read everything that Delaware does. The bait setup coming out from B main, I thought that maybe Maynard would be the one to get the kill. TP out because he's the Omen. Didn't even need it. The person in B was actually able to secure that frag. Didn't need the backup plan. And now they go back to A. Oh, Okarin just outshoots everyone. It's just crazy to see how well Texas State is playing right now in terms of the macro game. I don't comprehend it. We might see something different now. Delaware are on a low buy. you might as well just throw everything out the window, right? But Texas State are playing very, very safe. They're only leaving Maynard up here. Trust him to just lock down this A main, and everyone else leaves. Don't need anyone here as long as this guy's pushed so far up. He can smoke from anywhere he wants, can give himself one ways if he needs to. But these guys on C are stacked up again. The Breach and the KJ, but this guy is going to go for kills. Actually loses one, but Aaron takes one back.
Oh, and Aaron's going to be able to run away from that. That was the whole thing. Okarin was the mark, was willing to just play off that one blind and see what he could get. The answer was all the rest of the information that Texas needs for this first half of the round. And now Aaron can continue playing here from Waterfall, can ask for however much support they want. The answer is just one at the moment. And Luke holding down the other end. They won't need any more. 12-5. Texas State University. Delaware is one round away from losing this first map. They are a great team who has just been losing to better ones, and that may just continue to be the case this week.
That's a little bit unfortunate when you put it that way, but I couldn't agree with you more. Like, Delaware, they play excellently, and Texas State are just a step above right now. It really does. Like, we see the dynamic change between the two defenses, right? Because, like, Delaware, they're really content with leaving Lucas alone on C just to hold it down with the KJ and heavily stack the other side of the map, A and B. Usually it's A. Texas State are not like that. Most of the time, they have reinforcement on the C site. Pretty much every single round, we see these two playing together, like every single time, the Breach and the KJ. So it's not like Aaron has to give up site every round and guarantee a retake setup. They can actually have some space here, play two people, and you don't need to maybe gamble on the fact that you have to go for a retake every single time. Might not have the util, might not have the positioning, might not have a flank. They're able to play everywhere else. Now they leave the Breach there with Aaron pseudo on C still with the util to help out. It's just such a powerful setup coming out from Texas State and Delaware. So far, it's been only a couple rounds, but with the guns, they haven't been able to break through. This time, they have one ult, and they're close to another one. They're close to the lockdown, but they have to get to the orbs in order to use it, actually.
Yeah, they're going to take that space first off. Chief with the showstopper searching for something, but has left themselves open to Goyangi. Who will grab that opening kill. Maynard attempting to save face, but Goyangi can deal with that too, and the regrowth will bring everyone on Delaware back to full. Rolling Thunder onto an empty site, but it's worth it to ward out the other Rolling Thunder, and Delaware has just pulled off such a Galaxy brain play because Okarin has completely left himself open. Luke now has to hold down the fort, can only grab one, and Aaron doesn't stand a chance. Again, this is the level that Delaware is at and has been for 18 rounds. Texas is outmatched sometimes, but those rounds, they just look so clean.
Yeah, so I feel like sometimes Texas are really just ending up coin flipping. I don't know what's going on in terms of the decision making to win all the 50-50s, but like in that case, it didn't work out. They coin flipped that Delaware were actually going off of the Rolling Thunder, and Delaware were thinking towards the end they pulled one of their own as well. They went back towards B. A site was clear. They didn't know that. They expected TSU to be on the A site ready after the second Rolling Thunder. So it's like it's a big game of 50-50s right now that TSU are winning most of, but now Delaware finally have got one under the belt. They're playing very passive, waiting for TSU to push up, and it's ended up happening, but Chief is way wide, so much wider than Lucas expected.
That is such a ridiculously brave position to take, and a risky Nightfall thrown out early here from TXSU to try to counter the mound, or at least give it over, which they will take up, so they absolutely know that this push is going to A, but how quick are they to it? Do they want to instant deny? Maynard wants to try to, at least, as it appears, but no. Will smoke themselves away and allow for the 4v5 as the very slow but short flank will also get started here. But Delaware, they are playing for their lives this game. They're going to give it all they've got and might potentially rotate again if the cards are stacked for them. Yes, indeed. Paint shell's thrown in. Door is going to get handed over, and they're going to get this clearing thing a try. They will succeed. Kevster takes down Chief, and they'll hop onto an empty B site.
With the showstopper in hand, spree kill. On to number 2. Breach is down. Much less retake util, but they still have to play forward because there is this lockdown in the hands of Aaron. But the thing is, they don't know where Aaron is, and he's taken the B main position again. He's done this before, has gotten a kill from the back, so maybe Delaware are slightly aware, but they're playing in the site, and they die to him, just turning back right out of the smoke. Cosmic goes down. Now it's a 3-on-3, even in the man count, and Maynard gets a second, traded back by Harissa. Big problem still. This lockdown is still in play.
They know where these last two are as well. Kevster can trade, but Luke can turn up just in time. And Texas State will grab the map. 13-6 victory. It certainly doesn't look the part, but man, oh man, that attack half was something else.
9 rounds in a row for TSU. It's hard to describe how unlikely the series of events were in those 9 rounds to lead to the way that Texas State win them. That was English, I think. I got there eventually. But yeah, they got there as well. It took a while, but in the second half, finally, they got their guns and they managed to just clean it up from Delaware. And that is honestly what it sounded like. It was just the cleanup. Towards the first half, like, it didn't seem like it was a competition at all. Towards the second, Delaware gave us a little bit of hope with the pistol yet again, just like in the first half. And then the follow-up, and then one round at round 18, where they were able to maybe garner some of Texas State's decision-making and be able to win out the fights that they needed, take the round. But then after that, and before it, mind you, 3 runs in a row in the second half as well, TSU just did not look like they were beatable in any sense. It's kind of like if you were playing against Stockfish and playing chess, like, you know that unless Stockfish gimps itself somehow, you're not exactly going to be able to win because that's just how the computer is programmed. Texas State played that game absolutely flawlessly. They were thinking like 10 steps ahead. Don't know how they managed to get onto the empty site. I say the empty site because it was practically the one site that was empty every single time, or Lucas was on it with the util, but like Texas State have the means to get past the util, past round number 1 and number 2. It just happens so often. It's just, it blows my mind. But even still, like, these two teams are keeping it close in the rounds itself, right? The rounds that TSU are winning sometimes gets down to 1v1. Post plan, always, there's no time left. You can't go for the defuse, there's one guy left alive. And it's every single time. Like you said, I don't expect this to happen on Bind, and that is where we're going to be going. So I'm looking at Delaware to make a triumphant comeback. I don't want to sound too cliche, but that I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, like you said, Delaware has put on a great show so far. Their util is good, their macro is good, their positioning is good, but Texas has been better. The attacking clinic was put on Lotus. Do they continue on the defense on Bind? When we come back, we'll find out. We are diving headfirst into map number 2 here in EGFC Season 5 Valorant. Tenrek and Anton here to take you through Texas State and Delaware's clash after a smattering on the attack on Lotus. Despite Delaware putting up, all things considered, a really good fight and taking us to a 13-6 conclusion, Texas State now stands on the precipice of a 3-0 start to their new season if they win this second map. Anton, they are starting on the side that still favors them with a newly buffed Cypher here on Bind. How do you think we're going to do this?
I am a little bit scared for Delaware, I'm not going to lie. This is going to be quite a difficult hill to climb because of, like you mentioned, favored Cypher Texas. We'll still have to see if they bring the Cypher. It might not happen. We've seen teams bring Chamber before, even before the patch, right? So it's a potential, but I got to admit, he's such a powerful asset now to your team that I would be surprised if we don't see at least one, if not two. But we'll leave that for the future. I just want to drive home your point in the that you made when we came back about this game being so close so far. Yeah, it was 6-13, but you guys didn't get to see the scoreboard in chat, unfortunately. But like 7 out of 10 players in that first map of Lotus, even though it was 6-13, had kill deltas of less than 2 or less, and which is a little bit mind-blowing to me. And what I mean by that is that their kill-death ratio they're all quite even, and the furthest gap was pretty much like 2. And I think the best scoreline in that first game was it was Aaron, 19-8. He was by far and beyond the highest KD in the entire server because everyone else was like the top frag was top ACS was his teammate on the Rays. 14 and 16. He wasn't even positive. There were very few players in that game that were positive, and if they were, they weren't by more than like 2 kills. That's how close every round got. It was like a 1v1 every single round. And another point to drive home how ridiculous that string of 9 rounds was. The first interaction of those 9 rounds, on average, time-wise, was about 40 seconds. Give an outlier, one round where they got a first kill at like 2 seconds. I left that one out. But every other round, the first thing that happened, whether it be a plant or a kill, happened 40 seconds into the round, which is also kind of insane. And 7 of those instances were like plants. And it's like, how does that even happen? I really don't understand. It's like Texas State aren't doing anything other than just walking on site and planting, which blows my mind. I really don't think that's going to happen on Bind. It's like almost impossible. There's only 2 sites. You have teleporters on both sites, so you can get to the sites at like 10 times faster than on Lotus. So this is where Delaware, this is where they have a chance to shine. This is where they're not even going to be bringing the Cypher. They have a faster reaction time agent in terms of Lucas, who is already locked in the Yoru. It looks like Texas State, or excuse me, it looks like Delaware are actually going no Sentinel right now, which in my opinion is a big risk as Aaron has the Cypher that you mentioned. Now I'm getting a bit scared.
Yeah, this is already looking really good for Texas State. I'm gonna be honest. Lucas's Yoru pick it definitely gets me excited, but it raises even more questions that I had going into this game in the first place, you know? And like you said, against a Cypher, that is so good. That now counters those dogs fully as well. That are just so crucial normally to stuff like short pushes and hookah pushes that are normally traded off for the trap wire. That don't happen anymore. These teams have to adjust. And I am quite scared for Delaware as well. As we'll hop into the first round of their attack. Like you said, they got on a site, but it was a very close game and an even scoreboard. A team effort the whole way through that can be said for both sides. Texas State had Maynard on those smokes doing so incredibly. Okarin definitely popped off as well, but Chief was a consistent duelist the whole way through too. Meanwhile, Delaware, exact same can be said. Harissa, absolute clutch. Magnet, Cosmic, a kill streak. K9 and Goyongi went electric in the back half of that game. This team is still super dangerous and is looking better round by round. They need to be taken seriously as we hop into our start with Lucas.
Given how seriously they're taking them. Look at the setup right now on the A site. There's a triple stack with the Cypher utility. So it is a very hard defense on this A to get through. And luckily for Delaware, they're the ones picking the correct site this time towards this B where no one is. They're actually all going up long, which is very, very safe. They have the Brimstone if they want to smoke out this hookah, which is exactly what's going to happen. 3 extremities smoked out. Flash is going through. It's a very good one at that. But Chief is the one to get the first kill on the other side of the map.
Yonki's gonna get that spike down. As Aaron will find that first frag up elbow. Has to keep this crunch intact though, as the rest of Texas comes screaming. Kester will frag it back. And Cosmic holding down the back line in the meanwhile. And find the one. Rest of Texas comes screaming on. And it's pretty simple from there. 1v1s the whole way through. And then Texas just swarming onto site after the fact. Just a very basic pistol round. Done and dusted.
Yeah, Texas, that one honestly didn't seem that difficult. They literally just shot them all in the head, and even Aaron in the elbow. Peaks, instant double dink. Nice shots. Like that's it, right? It's nice shots by every single person. It looks like Delaware, their advantages really come from the fact that when they're able to play together and when they're able to use the util to do what they want to exec on the things that they are planning to do, that's when Texas State gets caught off guard. But when they're able to just walk on, when TSU are just able to just W key into the face of Delaware, it hasn't been the best situation for the latter. This is the first pistol round that Texas State have won this series, and it's coming on the back of some just very simple aggression back onto the B retake. Now we see Lucas walking in, but Okarin has got the cover, even pulling out the nade. Kevster at least takes out Chief, but Chief was caught off guard there by the double walkthrough.
It's a total shutdown. These trap wires are spotted by Cosmic, and the toxic screen will allow them to get through it. Oh, Cosmic will get caught by it, and Okarin! A free kill! And the danger of that util already coming into play. Aaron will be taken down, though, so a Spectre handed over to Goyangi. We'll see if they can do anything with it as they hold on to spikes, so still might want to wait for Harissa as well. Molly will miss. Toxic screen gives them a bit more time to come back around, which they will now do. But where do you go from here? How do you outstretch again and at least find one more pick when every other sightline is totaled? 40 seconds to go, and there are smokes available here for Goyangi. They will get tossed down onto Heaven, so the A push is still confirmed. They haven't left the site, but they also haven't spotted any in the back, and Luke now wading into the waters. We'll win things out. Bird tossed out, doesn't caught Harissa inside the smoke. Second one ready to go, but Harissa spots Luke first. And now a 1v2. Maynard has had to come back around to guarantee this fight with 19 seconds left. It's still very much in the cards until Harissa is spotted by both. 2-0 for Texas State as they keep two alive.
Tough situation, not expecting the double kill trip walking up the short position. I think it was Luke that got, Cosmic that gets caught out by that one. But that is a strength of the, not only Cypher in general, but also that was possible before the patch, right? That's nothing new there. But the fact that Cypher is able to just like set such a heavy hold, Texas State are trusting the two individuals over on B to just be able to stay alive and lock the hookah position down, which is what they've been doing every single round so far, which they've been doing great at. But that means they're able to do this. They're able to double trip short and just not play it every round and just have kill trips here through the smokes. And Delaware can't walk through without being safe. They have to send this dog through, which they're finally going to do. But remember, even if it hits the trip, which is not going to this time, it won't even break, so they still have the safety.
Yeah, this is pretty minimal intel. They have to commit to finding the sightline, and they'll take down Aaron. Hey, that's a speed run of how to take down those trap wires. Some time handed over for the regrowth, and that's what for the toxic screen is for. So far, a perfect round executed by Delaware, but that's exactly what they need in order to hold on to these guns that are so crucial to it. Chief stuck in lamps, can't get anything done. And it should be all figured out, unless this retake gets something cooking. Luke and Maynard waiting in the wings. Who's watching it first? It's Goyangi and Harissa looking to double swing it. First peek, first miss for Luke. Bird tossed out. Who's it gonna hit? Nobody. Big fight out. Luke ahead of it all here. But that toxic orb is gonna be the bane of it. Harissa giving away a shoulder. Goyangi giving away everything, but it's a double swing for the cards. Maynard the first kill, but it's far too slow. Maynard has nothing to work with, and Cosmic can come around from the wide angle. 4 stay alive for Delaware, and again, cut and dry so far here on Pine.
Good bonus, keeping 4 like you mentioned, and then even the money on the pockets of Harissa is even building up further than that as well. I would expect a buy up for Goyangi here. But yeah, Texas State, they in that round maybe a little bit antsy, and they knew they had the worst guns. They have to take they have to catch them by surprise, right? So they go for the double peek short. They lose a Cypher first, which is quite unlucky, because I think the guy in front, like there was literally a guy in front of the Cypher. The Cypher was behind all the way back at U-Haul, but died first. Both of them went down at the end, so it didn't really matter in the end. But even still, a little bit of 50. That was one of the coin flips that Delaware's won this series, which I'm very happy to see. It's not happened very often. But yeah, they get on, they get the plant down, keep 4 alive. Now they come into this one with basically full guns. So this one's a very, very even round. And even Delaware in the advantage in terms of economy. They're coming up from B right now. They still have presence on both sides of the map if they want to go for a very fast rotate. But finally, TSU have some kind of pressure with their 2, yet again, holding up inside hookah. They don't need to take the site. They just need to stay alive, wait for the teammates in case they want to do a 2-pronged retake. As long as they hold this, they have advantage on B, whether the plant's down or not.
Oh, the TP into showers. But Goyangi didn't TP, and they're holding on to Spike. If they catch this, okay, they won't, but God. Yeah. The what-ifs that Delaware is handing us this game so early on. Thank you so much. And that actually does hand over a little bit more time for Maynard and Luke to start circling back. So Texas is going to have the drop on this site. They're going to be able to crunch this before Spike can even come down. And they might. 3 waiting in Link now. Oh, Maynard has found it. First kill. And while Spike is down, it's a 4v5 before the post plan. And Maynard finds one more before getting warded away by the Molly. Oh, never mind. It's not even close to being on. The rest of Texas can get onto site pretty cleanly, too. Goyangi is, yeah, a fish in shark-infested waters. Kevster only good for 1. 4 up for Texas State. Clean as clean can be, and I think we have our decision of if Texas State can continue being pretty good this game. Of course, we still have so much more to play, but Delaware still has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they're proving really why the no sentinel is a very big detriment to this map, because these guys just got flanked. The first round that Texas State had guns, they got flanked immediately, right out of hookah, right? They take B long, sure, but then the triple TP, like you mentioned, the Goyangi was the only one that didn't end up moving. Triple TP comes out, no sound, too long, too short, no nothing. And the defenders also know that, right? They're not giving anything up by rotating through spawn. That's probably the one cue that Goyangi was waiting for, was some kind of sound of them leaving B, but that just never happened. So she goes along with them. But the sound never happened because they were following you guys. They understand that without the Cypher, without the Sentinel, the hard information that you have on your flanks, you just have to worry about that forever. So now this is a problem that's going to sit in Delaware's head for the rest of this half, which is good that they've ended up having it this early in the half. But with this, Texas State, they switch it up. They end up leaving hookah, taking long control with the Viper ultimates. And now there's still only one aspect into B. And Okran removes the lurk on the other side of the map, which is the Viper, one of your 2 smokes. So it's not the end of the world, but you still like that for the retake.
Oh, and they'll use it for the defense. Orbital strikes straight in. Nothing really found except displacement. But it's Texas that has the time, and Delaware that now doesn't really have anything. Except Lucas, apparently, who's invaded elbow. Found one, a little late, though. Chief can get the kill. Now Cosmic, a long blind to work with. And we'll use it to find the kill onto Chief. That Hawk, when you're staring at it, lasts quite a long time, doesn't it? Kevster, nice double kill to lock down the last 2. And Delaware gets away with 3 here in round 5.
They actually shoot him through the smoke. They just ignore the entire, not even through the smoke, through the wall even. They just ignore long B entirely. They take hookah, they just walk in the site. Maybe that proves to Texas State that hookah is the place to hold, which they might just go back to at this point, but they tried something, it didn't work, so let's go next. Delaware even lose the lurk on the other side of the map, which limits their options. They can't just go back and have to re-clear everything. But in that case, it didn't matter because they were able to brute force onto the B site itself, even take the play, like, that usually the Viper split would be an issue, but in that case, Texas State just didn't act off of it, right? They didn't actually manage to go for the flank, quote-unquote, too long, and then the Viper just dies. Now they finally try and go forward very, very fast, but they get double caught in short and get punished for the aggression. Second one up, though.
Oh, Luke once again found 2.
1 enemy remains.
Texas just collapsed on, and it all works in favor of Delaware. They'll commit to A site, and Maynard
Spike planted.
doesn't really have a reason not to try and find a kill, so they will try their hardest to. Kevster the first on the docket here. An orb, 2 snake bites. And of course, silly gun. So we'll see what they can do here. Okay. Oh, all right.
What?
Well, that's not entirely their fault, though. That's the Molly distracted them for that one, so I'm not gonna they get a Phantom. They can run away if they really wanted to, but now they'll just throw this into the fire, see how much more they can get. Oh, 3? Okay. 1 more? Pretty please? Okay, now. But still, that's a lot more than I think Delaware wanted to give away for that round, so.
Yeah, Goyangi doing a little bit of trolling here. I gotta admit, that was a bit weird, but we thought it was off. They're even at the score count. That, like, the previous one was one of the rounds that we haven't seen very often from Texas State, right? We see them in a half bye, which has not really happened in Lotus because of the fact that they just won 9 rounds in a row. And even when they do take the early fights, which they did, this is the first time we've seen it in Bind, it goes Texas State's way more often than not because they were at the gun advantage most of the time. This time, we see it flipped. They're at the disadvantage in terms of weaponry. Delaware are able to take the fights and walk into A even through the stack. But now we have an even count again of guns. We have ult advantage for Delaware, though. That's what's going for them. Now we're going to get some fade out for the trip. It's going to be there still, but at least they know where it is. And even some more scouting with Lucas.
A lot more.
Whoa.
Okay.
Let's do a smoke.
How does he get out of this, though? This is going to be dicey, right? Okay. Oh, my God. All right. We're in. Are we out, though? Chief has found a lock. And, oh, the sideline on Harissa right on the Viper's pit. That is game-defining. 2v4 on the post plant. Does Delaware have time? Maynard already good for 1. Goyangi position given away from the first frag. And Aaron has such a safe angle to do this, dude. Oh, my goodness. Delaware ripped apart, and an ult tossed into the mix as well. Now, that straight up might mean the lead in the half for Texas State coming out of this.
Yep, that's Aaron's 3rd kill, by the way, and we find that through the smoke to shut down one of the entry players, as well as the fact that you get another one at the Viper's Pit at the end. It's kind of insane how perfectly everything that is happening for Texas State. They are not only now an ult up, they've got it on Chief. They're close to another one in Luke's hands. Delaware at least has a buy. Lucas is on a Spectre, but they've got rifles than everyone else. But their ult economy is a little bit in shambles. Their actual economy is also in shambles after this round if they lose it. Even if they win it, it's going to be quite rough. So Texas State that was one of the best rounds that they could possibly win in this half, with the defuse even. So that's another ult point. It's just, they cannot sin. They can do no wrong. Everything they're doing, no matter if it's smart or not, is actually going in their favor. Now they're playing very, very, very passive on site. Similar scenes to what we've seen on Lotus before. They just don't take early engages. Delaware are taking free map control. I say free, and it's not exactly free because they're expending util for it. And Texas State, they're not spending util to try and hold these positions where they're not going to be playing anyways. They're just trying to deny entry on the site, which they're doing. They're not playing in the position where the nade is. They're just mollying the entrance, and now they're both just ready to watch each other's back.
Oh, Kevster actually gets away with the blast pack hop, and Lucas can invade onto Luke. It took a lot, but Delaware actually gets on, and wow, they will clear house. A 3rd kill now before the spike even gets planted fully, and Texas does not have that much space to work with. Aaron has to swing this in tandem. Cosmic is low, though, so first finisher that Aaron is going to disrespect a little bit. Corinne! Okay, seen by Lucas, so 1v4 now. And Aaron, I think, just lurks here, if nothing else. Yeah, just tosses a cage down. We'll definitely save here if possible. It's not. Harissa, a snake bite to a toss of a shot. 4 up here for Delaware, and just like that, they'll turn things back around and gain round number 8, along with a lot in the tank, really. I mean, they're 2 out from the orbital strike, they're 3 out from the dimensional drift again, and they have almost a full cushion of guns at this point, but Texas State is on a shoddy buy as well.
Yeah, that was a must-win round for Delaware. Not only does that put TSU on, like you mentioned, it, the light buy, but also Delaware, they don't get their money broken. They have ults soon, but Texas State have 3 already in their back pocket. Maynard is close to theirs, even not having too much impact with it last time. I would expect some kind of adaptation coming out in this round or in the future round. We're going to get to see a very early engage. Okarin with one of the only rifles on the enemy team. Mind you, the only rifle, the only Guardian that was bought up. And that is the entry frag, taking out Lucas, the top frag, on the side of Delaware outside Showers.
Poison's off.
Harissa's been caught here before. Bird will not spot them, as they'll snake back over to, no pun intended, to Sand.
Viper.
Yeah. 55 seconds to play with here, 3 ults to jump into. And with Kevster, or not Kevster, excuse me, Chief waiting with the showstopper in either of these back halls, it is legitimately a coin toss here. Unless they've done their homework. First trapwire finds him, second will as well. It's a trade between raises that leads to Chief tossing in that showstopper, which will find Kevster. Maidner now has to find a new target, and they can't, as the remainder of Delaware has used that TP back over to Showers. 3v2 for the post plant, but Delaware is afforded a second opportunity, as the Seekers will also get committed to here from Texas to guarantee the positions of these two. Just smoked away. Cosmic can actually get away with a lot here, and the Sim Beacon on top of a bird means that Luke has to head back to boxes. A lot of time wasted, but Okarin lands a headshot with that Guardian. Now just a 1v3. Seems about impossible, and yeah, Luke is able to take care of that. Texas State will keep 3 up this time in a thrifty round that will gain them so much going into the final quarter of this half.
Man, TSU's proactivity almost actually got them, bitten them in the butt there. They go for the flank immediately like they did the round, like I think round number 3 or 4, because they know that Delaware don't have a Cypher, but with that, the double TP comes through, they get the plant down confirmed, and they have the Seekers on the side of Delaware. but TSU just have the position so soon that I don't think these guys on the last two alive on Delaware were really aware of how quickly they could be down short and also in spawn, and also wrapping the site itself. The last guy that died was inside U-Haul, getting caught by triple. That's how fast TSU were in their rotates. That happened both times, technically leaving A and coming back to A, so that at least it's good that they are able to recover from the fact that they do give up the sites very fast.
Yeah, it's been very touch and go regardless of who's up. But who's up has meant so much this game. Luke early kill on Harissa, as a matter of fact. And so despite Chief being stuck in the back, feels like Texas is holding all the cards. Kepster given away. Chief finally swings out and finds theirs, but it may be too late, as there have been trades abound the rest of the way through. Bird tossed out, Chief not checked. Spam shots, and Lucas will be given that opportunity to get the free kill. Now Dimensional Drift available for them as the spike gets planted. TP heard from Showers, so they know one of these positions. They know the other is either Link in Heaven, and with the neural theft, now everybody's position is known for the side of Delaware. Kempster early on, Maynard unable to counter, Aaron only good for one, and Delaware will tie us back up yet again.
And almost, again there, it's a 2-on-3, could have gone down. 2-on-1 if there were trades coming out, but both these members on TSU were coming in from both sides. So at least with the Delaware man advantage, they were able to clean that up. That one, they thrived in the chaos, right? They finally find some situation that's not completely quiet. They don't take it slow. They just go into A site and they make a bunch of different things happen. And finally, we kind of jumble up Texas State's like computing power. We don't really know what's going on. There's a lot of noise being put in, a lot of white noise. So Texas State aren't able to actually compute what's happening on A. And throughout all the chaos, throughout all the kills, smokes go down, flash pops right as it does, and the person back of the site also dies. Delaware thrive in the chaos. They're able to make that happen, and now Texas State switch it up. They send the Viper over to A with the Viper's Pit, not looking down long B this time, understanding that that might not be the most important place to hold. You would want to hold Hookah, and the Viper's Pit will cover more than that, so you might as well use it for something like Showers, in which they do just that. Now Delaware are going to either have to forego that position or spend a lot to clear it. And Texas State, they're probably just going to give it up if that happens, but Delaware are choosing the former. They're just ignoring it. No one's going to that direction. Texas State still have a triple stack on A. This is what surprises me. I wouldn't think that they would keep the Cypher here, but the util is still on B, mind you. That is why this guy is here. He can help out on both sites, and he's going to get spotted.
And killed. Keps for that first frag. It's nice that Aaron is that first commitment so that the rest of the team can get back on, though, because he was the one holding that inferior gun. Viper's Pit is still uncontested as well, but now the orbital strike tossed into the back. That is massive for spacing. Luke is forced to hesitate, and Delaware can reopen the site. Maynard is forced to give away their position as well from the pit. But it's the other Vipers that's caught first on site. Luke early entry with the bird. And Maynard can also spot this, get fully healed back up from the regrowth, but first position given away. Means the other is not far behind, and with the pit gone, now they know there's no shower occupancy either. Goyongi has made their way back up to Heaven, and Luke is a fish out of water. Easy peasy for the remainder of Delaware, who are now up for one of the only times so far this game.
Yep, after the pistol round in the first map, there was nothing. Like literally, they have been behind on the back foot throughout that, and even in this map, they lost the pistol, so they were never in the advantage. Now they finally have one round up. That round was played perfectly in the post plant. The logistics, sending two through spawn and only showing one at the end, was absolutely flawless. And Delaware, they're showing some signs of life, right? They're up not only around, they're on to win the half. Not only is there a very weak buy in Texas State, but also 3 ults, potentially 4 if Harissa pops off in this round. Who knows? It could happen. But we see Showstopper, we've got Lucas, we've got Cosmic as well on the Seekers. There's so much stuff, and they're all grouping together as well. Everyone's playing together, and even further back, not sending one alone in Showers. Harissa lost her life there prior, so now wants to play a little bit more safe and could actually catch off the Brimstone, who's walking very, very far, but the side exec is already going. Luke has got one, traded for Kepster.
Yeah, pinging on for Kepster to find that first one, but the rest of the squad is having a little more trouble, except for Cosmic, who can find 2 and is now down to their last scrap. Seekers tossed out. 1 TP'd and will get crunched on. Oh, Maynard understanding the bait at the perfect time for Lucas to grab that kill. 1v2. Okarin the top frag for Texas at the moment. For the clutch and the tie game. On a side that should theoretically have been advantageous to them. As this Cypher looks better than ever. Molly will get hurt onto elbow, but Lucas just turns and faces it. 7-5 for Delaware as we swap sides.
Nicely done yet again in the retake, or excuse me, in the post plant for Delaware. As much as could have been done, there's no smoke, Sonoka inside. You couldn't just go for a ninja defuse or anything like that. You had to just get both the kills in Delaware. Don't know if they called that, but they should have understood that there are 3 smokes already been thrown out. So they play it perfectly. They just sit until they hear any kind of noise. Don't need to take any engages. They even have a crossfire just in case one goes down accidentally. But that is just absolutely flawless. And finally, Delaware not only up 1, but up 2. On something that isn't just a pistol round. They end up winning the gun rounds towards the end of that first half, which is very, very nice to see. And as we know, they are pretty proficient on pistols. That was 2/3 of their round wins on Lotus. Well, can they get one again? And can they end up snowballing? Because I feel like they might need that. You mentioned the fact that should have been the advantageous side. This time, Texas State still have a Cypher, Delaware don't. So that could prove a bit better for Texas State in this case, especially as they get the first kill.
Very, very true. But Lucas being the first blood is what Delaware would rather work with. That trade, if anything, is so favorable to them. They are absolutely willing to trade in the Yoru for the Brimstone. Very important for the post plan in particular. So Delaware very happy with the beginning of this round, as Texas still looks to scope out A site regardless. Taking a gander after the smokes dissipate. And they will right about now. Goyangi isn't going to peek this until the toxic screen comes up, maybe? Okay. Barely caught out. Maynard is low, but the sky is alive. And that means dividends for Texas State, who will toss a snake bite on in favor of the smoke. That Kevster is going to be able to work around a little bit, but Maynard has got the kills. And so is Chief. Texas State has got the space, but not the health, and so they're all one-shot. Harissa still has a shot in this. 48 health points and a knowledge of where Luke is due to their gun. 2 to go. 7 bullets in the chamber. Now 12?
Both low.
The reload. Yeah, this is so doable. They just need to do it soon. One more snake bite, 1 orb 2. Don't really matter either way. Chief is given away. They want to search for Maynard first. And I think they heard the drop too. Good first right click. They're running out of time though. Okay, and Chief is going to be able to get it done. So 2 stand tall for Texas State's favor as they will win out the pistol round again.
Oh, that one did get quite... I think that was the closest pistol that we've had this entire series, and it might have looked kind of ridiculous because it was a 1v4, but considering everyone was either 1 or 2 right clicks off, jeez, that was quite winnable, but that was unfortunate. Beautiful play by Texas State. It's like both these teams understand perfectly how to play their post plans. In the case of like when it's a 1v2, 2v2, they do not make mistakes. In Texas State, they might have given a couple up at the start, but that's because they were low. It's hard to not make mistakes like that, but the last 2 just played the crossfire perfectly. Now they go into this with the gun advantage. They even try up a Bulldog, which we don't see Delaware doing, but Maynard has the rifle, so they're going to have a decently powerful 3rd round at that, and Lucas is... They got to throw whatever they can, right? They just throw in the kitchen sink in, walking triple up A, and they only lose 1. It's, yet again, just the duelist, so not too much of a worry. But Maynard is very, very aware on this flank. This guy is extremely smart, and there's even noise being made because there are Cypher traps. And he's just going to sit here watching, make sure the plant can go down with the smokes. Raze has already been taking the site control, and we should see the spike getting planted fairly soon.
Down it goes. And in we go. Ukurin, the first to reveal themselves. But what can Delaware do with it? Really not much. I mean, they want to launch everything at this. They want to give it their all. They want to fall in, but they have to wait until the rest of the team comes back, and now they finally will. Cosmic good for the first, Goyangi a trade, and now a Sheriff still online coming from Tree, as Texas will stand on top of Spike. Harissa soloed away, a 1v3 that will not result in any more kills. We're tied up at 7, and Texas State will attempt to try to wrestle out this bonus as well as they can.
Delaware being very, very thorough in that round, which I like to see. But at the end, it was a little bit too much so, just checking every single corner. Time was ticking a bit low, and Texas State, they got on the site so fast that it was pretty much they had the plant down, and they just had to wait, and Delaware let them wait. They just let them sit there. They wanted to come around for the flank, was a bit too late because of the Cypher utility, and we're going to see the same trips. That is the strength. That's one of the biggest strengths on Cypher, on this map specifically, that you can completely 110% deny flanks without the TPs, which we didn't see Delaware take, but if they want to go for this market flank, they have to break trips, and Texas State are going to know that. So they're going to be very focused on the front of them every single time. And speaking of the front, they're just running right into U-Haul. Thank goodness Koyangi has a shotgun, but the Judge nerf not able to secure the second, but Kevster is.
Down A.
And the third two.
Last player standing.
It's Maynard alone in showers. Nothing they can do. Aaron grabbing the orb will be heard. Lucas grabbing the orb will be heard by Aaron, but will not result in a kill either. As Delaware win out the bonus pretty handily. So going into this fourth round of the half, it's a big swing round here.
Much better for Delaware than Texas State because they do have to buy up. A lot of people sitting at 400, 300, and even Aaron is not even going to have a rifle in this round because he did go for the Bulldog purchase in the second. And having lost enough players and dropping the Bulldog, yeah, there's not going to be a full buy rifle. He's going to be sitting on the Sheriff, which might be fine. He's going to be the one on the flank watch, maybe trying to get a lurk on through B. But they're actually looking towards his B site to start off, and the Viper is the solo lurk towards the A site with the wall. So that might prove to be something towards the end if they don't manage to get some space towards B, or being picked up by the defender. Capster one closer to Showstopper, but we might see another orb for the opposing Rays as he either takes some damage or gets a kill. Couple hits, healed up, but they do still want long control, which they do end up taking. Garden is under theirs.
Yeah, so now they have the option at TP if they want to. Especially after grabbing this orb. With Luke just one away, if they really wanted to, they could go for Shower Orb and just play off Seekers. And with 50 seconds on the clock, they could definitely do that. But I don't think they will. It looks like they're pretty committed to taking over Hookah here. And they look pretty confident in it as well. Texas State will begin. First hawk tossed out. Harissa and Cosmic have it all figured out. 3 for the Viper.
Enemy remaining.
Nothing doing on B site. It is Delaware putting on the defensive clinic this time. They say, as they strive to get us to map 3. Maynard will save, and Delaware will be 2 rounds up once more.
Well, that was one of the simplest rounds that we've had in this game. Delaware, they didn't really have to do much. Texas State played how they played on Lotus. They played really quiet. They sat back, collected the orbs, at least got some map control towards B, and they had to show something for that. So they just stuck around. Delaware had 2 on the site. Didn't even need both because Harissa, she just played aim lab. Got all 3 kills of the people jumping out, trying to throw util, flashes out on the site, and just hopping out of the smokes. It was really just single-handed defense right there. 7.2k in the back pocket, able to buy out full util and everything. And Delaware are sitting pretty. They have everything they need for at least 2 or 3 rounds in the future, even if they end up losing. Texas State are low on ults. They have Luke for Seekers if they manage to get whittle the numbers down to just 3. They also have Okrin pretty close on the orbital strike as well. So there are some potentials for this round, even if the kills don't come their way, but they have Maynard also on a hero rifle, so we're going to be looking for the Viper to potentially find some kind of pick.
Yeah, all eyes on Maynard this round for sure.
Oh,
there they go. All right. Who's up next? It's Aaron. He's going to give it a go. Smoke going to be tossed up for the one-way. Lucas, ooh, almost got tapped.
Fake teleport.
Man, what a tough start to the round, though. Jeez, dude.
Losing your Viper, solo smokes. Also, I don't know why I'm saying solo smokes. They have a brim, but the way you get into A, especially in these lower buy rounds, you want as close range fights as you could possibly take. So having the wall there is such an advantage, and now you just immediately don't have that. That is the polar opposite of what we've seen in the first map, where we see again average interaction times of 40 seconds. That is a 5-second death. Very nice for Delaware. They're just sitting. They're playing how they do as well. This is like the same stuff that we see on Lotus. They're both just AFK on the sites or outside the sites, and they move very, very late. And are they gonna check Lucas? Not quite.
They'll take even 2 more with him. And now Kevster can replace him in Lamps. Plant will be allowed because it's just a 2v2, and Okarin will be allowed to get back onto site here. Kevster may have made a crucial mistake here, as Amali will get tossed in to guarantee the area. Goyongi unable to get the kill as well. Texas have turned this into a round. Snakebite tossed back into Lamps, and so Aaron has to rotate back. It's caught in the molly a little bit. Whoopsie. And Okarin made vulnerable from the Snakebite too. Cosmic can just hold down this spike, really, unless Aaron gets the early kill. Now has to let go of it, but Aaron can't 1v2. Texas State put us on the edge of our seats for a moment, but it's Delaware that get to double digits now.
Love explosions.
Never had a doubt. not once in my life. Nice try from Texas State, man. They played that almost perfectly. Of course, the only a mechanical deficiency at the end there. Honestly, I think Aaron, if he didn't whip the shot, that could have been a round. Again, a bit low HP, stood in the molly a little bit. I think he might have expected it was even Okarin's because there was there's some denial being tossed in. But yeah, that does a little bit of damage. So a bit unlucky. But Delaware, they played that well as well. Gave up a couple kills in terms of just getting a bit too complacent, but yeah, that's what happens when Texas State just make no noise throughout the first half of the round. So here we go again. A very aggressive smoke from the side of Delaware, and they actually get shot through it. Maynard taking revenge for a couple rounds prior, and he just gets a blind spam. Very nicely done. A bit lucky once again, but that is the ult of Kevster now no longer in play.
Yeah, at that point, it doesn't matter how much util you've traded for. It really doesn't matter. And the very, very deep ult pool that Texas State has is now going to be utilized. Neural Theft first, Seeker second, and they'll use that to get all the intel they need to hop onto site. They know there's 2 here, and they know there's 2 coming, so they need to get onto site now while they still have advantage. Rest of Delaware coming careening onto site, but now the showstopper getting tossed into it as well. Chief for 1, Aaron clearing showers, and Texas State 3 ults dipped in, but they will execute this round potentially flawlessly if Harissa cannot find anything, and they cannot. Texas State, this is exactly the round that they need, but they will now be walking into the fire and flames. 5 ults available here for Delaware.
5 ults, plenty of money versus an equally strong bank account for Texas State. So no one should honestly be struggling anytime soon in terms of their money, in terms of their weaponry. But like you mentioned, Delaware have everything. They can throw everything at this round. They can maybe use some ults if they don't want to lose some weapons. The thing is, they really can't lose it because they're going to be down a lot of ults, and also Lucas and Gyeongi are both, they're not doing too hot in terms of money as well. So I think Texas State really do have the mental advantage coming into this one, especially as we see them not really falter. And most of the times, it doesn't matter how far down they are in terms of man count, in terms of firepower. They are very confident in everything they do. They might take it slow, but it's all very methodical. So now Delaware is sitting very far back, even still, ready for any kind of walk-up inside hookah, or excuse me, inside U-Haul. Wall goes up, so there is some pressure. They're sending double to clear it, and they're going to find that there's nothing, at least close, and Lucas is going to play the corner, leave him there, and with some backup even. But with the Texas State, they're similarly just playing very, very slow, just sitting really far back. It's very fascinating to watch a game between 2 teams that have a very similar playstyle of just sitting back and not needing to do anything. The first interaction is going to be Seekers, actually, and it's going to be from the B site. Delaware understand that there is virtually no one here.
Oh, Maynard cut themselves in, and Lucas has the shorty to deal with Maynard. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, as both of them put themselves in awkward positions after that. But now stuck in Lamps a little bit. Kevster is going to use that showstopper and find Luke. Aaron rotating through, finding one more. But it's a trade war that Aaron will win out in Lamps still, actually. And the spike's still taken away. And Rissa has to start by clearing the other corner here in Lamps. First bird toss will confirm that one is here. That's Aaron. And there's Okarin's orbital strike to stall, if nothing else. But I don't think it will for long enough. Delaware will be able to grab round number 19. And it took 4 ultimates on their side, but they were able to get rid of the 1 while still winning out the round. So ultimately, I think they're happy enough with that.
Yeah, especially as they're already so close to the finish line, at least on Bind, that it shouldn't matter. It might, but they'll end up building up the rest of the ults in time as well. So it shouldn't matter at the end of the day. So Delaware are very, very nicely done in the 2 versus 2. They have to use a lot, but they got a lot out of it. They get money, and they even keep their own economy in honest. Okarun is still very weak in the bank, so if they lose this round, it could be a question. They might have some light armors. They might have to give up some util. But this round should be Delaware favored just a little bit. The one ult that's on Texas's side isn't the most impactful.
They're definitely searching for Goyangi here. They'll go for the blitz onto site, and I think that's a perfect idea, but Cosmic catching Chief mid-air, and Harissa able to block themselves out. Aaron's only good for 1.
One enemy
Texas
remaining.
State completely denied, and that will be their last shred of hope here on Bind.
Got the spike.
Okarun now embodying that narrative for the 1v3 here on site.
Down.
But with no guns incoming after this round, and with so much in their way, this just looks to be a done deal. Oh yeah, Goyangi's just ready for this. Yep. Texas have nothing this round. Delaware look to take us to 3.
Match point.
Only one left, at least. Once again, ults kind of similar. There were really no one was really close enough to in that previous round to be able to build up that many ult points. We see Maynard pretty close, so at least there is a potential of an orb grab here for the Viper if they go there. But we haven't seen Maynard solo lurk to showers many times, and Delaware seems to be aware of this even being a possibility. So they're going to want to contest this with both Kevster and Lucas, which is some of the most strong firepower that we see here on the side of Delaware in the first place. So I don't think that Texas State are going to be able to get this orb. First fight's going to come out, but it's going to be Lucas to win it out anyways against Okarun, the main smoker on the side of Texas.
It's a big first kill, and a big amount of space gained by Kevster. Oh, and Cosmic can also get the kill up Belong. That's 2 first bloods for each site. 1 gone. Goyangi, first clash. Molly tossed in is gorgeous. Orbital strike in tandem. Chief only good for 1. And Spike is now stuck. Chief a second, but Kevster can finally get it done. And we'll go ahead and finish the game to 13-8 University of Delaware. And we are heading to Haven.
Very clean chain of utility at the end there from Delaware to keep it going and not let the up at all. Texas State want to play slow. Delaware are like, all right, we're going to let you come into our stuff and finally just throw everything at you one at a time. This is one of the maps where playing like that really doesn't get you very far. Lotus, maybe it might work. You end up putting a lot of question marks in your opponent's head, which is what happened a lot for Delaware. But now on Bind, that just was not allowed, right? 13-8, scoreline really shows for itself, and not to mention the fact that these guys, there were 2 individuals, namely on Delaware, that stepped up hella in terms of individual performance, and that was Kevster and Lucas, both at the top of the scoreboard, dropping 20s apiece, while the next closest is Okarun, who also did very well. They're only 17. Numbers don't mean everything, but in this case, it's some strong performances from these guys, right? Both the duelists really proving why they're putting themselves on the roll. And I was one of the ones questioning. No Cypher at the start, not even a Sentinel. They got flanked a couple times, but it ended up eventually just not mattering because I think Texas State kind of have the same idea as their attack on the defense, right? They flanked like twice, which is not very often for the fact that they understood that they could do that very early. Maybe they expected Delaware to be a bit more wary of their flanks, but that just wasn't really the case. They didn't need to be because they didn't get flanked other than that one round. So it was all good. They ended up winning the first half and then taking the map very convincingly at that. So 13-8, very nicely done from Delaware. But with that, we do have one more map, Tenric.
Yeah, we are heading to Haven for our decider. Unsure of what the comps here. The Oro experiment is a success. The Cypher's position on this incoming map is still unclear, and these teams' positions in the power rankings are yet to be decided until we head to our decider in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Sweet.
Oh, it is close. It wasn't. It might not be entirely the fact that the maps are 3-sided. Again, there were a lot of very fortunate circumstances in map number 1 to let Texas State have that many rounds in a row in the first half on their attack. But we're going to get to see that again as we're going on to their attack again. And we have here The Lotus, I think, is a little bit more wide than Haven. The fact that you can go a little bit more like towards the sides, that sounds weird to say, but it takes longer to rotate. Basically, Haven, you have a connection point in between B, which you have very safe access to. If you check, you can literally jump past mid. You don't have to be exposed to it like for very long at all, and pass behind B, and you have decent times in between A and C. Lotus is not the case. It takes a lot longer. So the fact that Delaware are able to do that on Lotus and just get on and walk on without any kind of resistance at all, it could have happened here. It's possible, definitely possible, but it's not going to be as impactful, I think, as on the map of Lotus. So I think that's the thing that gives Delaware some saving grace. But we'll have to see the comps because, once again, like you mentioned, the Cypher is newly buffed. We have some very interesting stuff with how easily he's able to hold down certain positions. The fact that you have to break his trips now, like manually, and you're not able to use util. But we're not going to get to see that because we're going to have 2 KJs. This one surprised me a little bit more than Lotus. I think if you run a Cypher on Lotus, you're kind of kidding yourself. So I respect the fact that they didn't do that. But this one definitely does surprise me because I think there are teams that will run it. There's like, you can go back to like the really OG Haven before Cypher was even good at all. I guess you could stop jet dashes, but no, it's like, it's not even the biggest deal. Like nowadays it kind of does the same thing because you still have to shoot it anyways. But yeah, like we see like Steel run it all the way back when, and nowadays it's still, I think it's still viable, especially if you run a Viper. We're not going to see it now. We saw a Viper in the previous series on Haven, but these two teams are a little bit more standard. They want to go for the Breach Sova instead, which is all right. Not going to go for double smokes. So it's less of a planting setup, more of a we can take the site, we can hold from off site from like A mains, from shorts, from maybe if we take B through A, we can actually go for some splits through spawn. But yeah, so very standard stuff. There should be no surprises from both these teams, especially as we actually have mirror comps here, which is also not a surprise because these two teams play like identically to each other. They're both very slow, very methodical. They sit outside sites for like an hour before they act at all. I'm curious to see if that's going to change now that we get into Haven, because I think it's a lot more important to get agency on the very aggressive mains on this map, which it looks like they're going to do, as we see 2 breaches with fault lines lined up right facing each other.
And 2 recon bolts being traded as well for twinning info. For a long in particular. Once again, Texas State starting on the attack. I saw Chief rolling over ISO, and then Okarin mousing over Deadlock. Equally unlikely scenarios. As Texas State will trade a 2-for-1 here in lobby.
Speaking of unlikely, that happened in the first 30 seconds of the round. It's below average for these two teams.
Yeah, come on, pick it up, guys. We got a game to play. Back into A-Long, we trollops. Maynard gonna be the pioneer to start things out. As with 45 seconds to go and so much presence on this A site, Texas State have every reason to reconsider. So they'll at least smoke out Garage and actually place Spike at window to give some impression that may take some weight off of one of these sites. It looks like they're forced into B at this point, though. And the alarm bot is going to give away a lot. Maynard, though, yet again, might be able to get this snake. Oh, Lucas getting that first kill onto Luke. And Aaron is about to be crunched, but Maynard giving themselves away with the first kill. Now looking for a second, can't find it. Goyongi on low health though.
10 seconds left.
And Aaron has gotten theirs, able to try and get Spike down, but Lucas is able to turn into it. University of Delaware will take the first round.
That round was so deja vu of Lotus. I'm said that the maps weren't completely identical, and I swear they aren't, but they did the same thing. They literally had 3 on A the whole time. Delaware are really leaning into the fact that they can play a solo KJ somewhere and have like one person on another site play retake on it and just hold solidly on one of the sites. And this time it might also be A. We see KJ itself through B and the turret and garage to be able to watch both the entrance of C and the garage door itself, which is very nice to see. But yeah, it's like Delaware are very into this, and I think Texas State from Lotus understand this aspect about them, which is what scares me going into the future rounds. We do have an eco here, very strong eco. These two guys are sitting at the top of short waiting for contact. As soon as you get it, there's a stun. Big kill from Cosmic instantly. So it's good setups from the side of Delaware. They have plans when they go for these defenses, but how long is it going to take TSU to be able to read into the fact that this is what they're doing on Lotus as well?
Not really much here. Yeah, Texas, I mean, they're searching for ghosts this round, really, at this point. And like you said, that coordination is already very clearly present. But better for Texas State to know now than later.
Mm-hmm.
And so this round, kind of getting drilled in their skulls here. As Kevster and Chief will trade blows. Kevster wins it out, and an attempted siege onto A site will go wrong. Flawless round 2 here for Delaware, as no stone is left unturned.
You have 2 players taking half a bullet in round number 2 means that they won't really even have to buy up armor, so they're going to be really nice in terms of their economy. Kevster might even opt for just a sheriff. It's a bit risky, but they're going to be stacking the C. Once again, this isn't even the same. Okay, we see a switch, but this is like the most opposite switch that we could possibly see. Instead of stacking 3 towards A, we see 4 towards C with the util towards B and A, just with the KJ. This one is frightening for Lucas because he's the only one here, and they're looking towards A. If they see that the KJ is the only one here, and not only the only one, but if they even see util, I wonder, since he was solo C most of the time on map number 1, if they're going to read into the fact that this is the only player here. Maybe Delaware are a little bit afraid as well, because they do send people over once they see nothing towards the long position on the other side of the map.
Spike drop.
How long can this bamboozle go? Tenressa will still hang out in garage, probably going to as long as this turret is here, so they need to breach this. Ooh, bit of a traffic jam. Please don't lose a body there. Luke gonna toss this recon bolt onto B once more. Has done this, I think, twice now. And the alarm bot is still gonna catch them. God, that thing is so much health.
3 bullets.
I'll head back over to A site after all that noise is made. And, I mean, it has dragged Kevster back over to C link. So ultimately, I think they're happy with this as long as they can get everything done. Double fault line tossed on, and so Lucas has still gone unchecked. Yeah, it's a free double kill for you, dude. You kidding me? 3v3 on site. Okarin can at least find theirs. And so Texas State can go for the plant. Kevster does have the tailwind block, so might actually try and go for this here. No more cloud bursts, and position already give it away. In Kevster goes. 1 down, 1 found in hell. Luke confirmed in main. Each has theirs. Kevster can't win theirs. Chief cannot win theirs either, though. So it's Harissa trying to clutch up. Luke does not have a tool to stall. Harissa, 27. 50-50 on where the TP has led to, and so Luke is just going to hang out in the cubby, waste even more time. That's the right call. Harissa having to check every corner. Will win up the fight, though, and give Delaware their 3rd round. The bonus is handed over for, I believe, the first time this entire series.
Absolutely, Delaware with the first 3-round streak right after the pistol round ends. And beautiful play there, yet again. It's like there's no one playing anything wrong, right? Both these teams in the clutch situations, whether they're winning or losing, are pretty much doing everything they possibly can to win out the rounds. And Delaware just playing a smidge better in this case to win out that one. Nice job by Harissa to make that 1 versus 1. Technically, 1v2 happened towards the end there after the teammate dies, but even still, Kevster did well as well. The gap closed towards the A box when you heard the reload happen from the breach. It's just everything going well. Now they have full rifles to work with. Might be no ults on the board, but that's because everyone's ult is expensive in this game. That's fair enough. Texas State going to be on with a police force as they have 4 sheriffs looking towards the C site, ping towards the site itself onto Harissa. And a smoke to the top of the site just to make sure that no one is playing an op angle in case they want to, because they have that much money. That is literally, Harissa's at 4.8k, so they will have enough for an op for Kevster if they want to in the future rounds. But right now, this one should be quite safe unless there's some stunning shots hit by Texas State. But like before, they're playing very, very slow, very thorough, putting question marks pretty much everywhere on every single end of the map. But not really taking too much ground until a minute ends, and we see them finally get close to B site.
So Alarmbot is once again here. Are they going to clear it this time? Nope. But they'll have enough time and util to not care. Get onto site, Aaron. Good early kill on Lucas here in Garage, and that's entirely locked down. All Texas has is sight. And now 3 players left. As 3 will come from Link. Maynard, good opening shot. And can dodge this aftershock. Swings back out 3 here in the backside, and all of them will get cleared. Chief alone, the Marshal looking for heads, looking for stall, looking for someone in a smoke. That's not gonna happen with this gun, poor guy. 4 up for Delaware. They will only keep 1 alive this time, but it is a round nonetheless.
Man, I told you they needed to land some stunning shots, and multiple players on TSU actually did that, which is why it came down to not only a 1v1, but they got the plant down in the first place. They walk into B site for free. I'll give Delaware some slack for this one because it is B on Haven, right? It's one of the sites that doesn't really feel like a site. It is really just kind of a pivot point, but yeah, you gotta treat it like one, which is why they go for the retake anyways. So it's still good. They managed to get on. It's Texas State still proving that they can shoot straight, so you gotta respect them at every single turn. But Delaware showing that they have the protocols as well when they go for that 2v1. Smoke the spike, not the door. Everything is perfect from them. All the decision making, all the macro, and even the coin flips finally go in their favor. It took a while. It took 9 rounds in a row on Lotus, but shots straight through smoke. 1 bullet in the head.
Call me crazy. I just love seeing a jet with an op.
I respect it. It's nice to watch, not nice to be on the other end of.
And in this patch, Haven is the place to do it. Becoming one of the only places now to do it. And even here, I mean, ISO is becoming a little bit more popular too. A dying breed that Kevster is attempting to keep running, evidently. As Texas still has their sights set on A site, Kevster will deny a second time. And could be looking for a third, but Aaron is going to attempt to deny from long. Could find the angle here, and yeah, second tailwind in the pocket. Kevster will just use it to bait away. Continuation of absolute dominance. But Maynard has found a thorn in the side. Harissa, attempted flank, shut down, and that will open the door for the B push. Coming from Texas, their next kill is on to Lucas in Garage, and there goes Okarin making a run for it over to C site. We'll get this spike down with a little bit of help. But now Kevster gonna launch these blades into action, gonna try and get on top of this early, and a blind on top of it. The rolling thunder tossed right into it. Kevster cares not. Oh, Kevster cares not. 4 kills. Give this man his ace. Do they have the time? Do they have the space? They have to tap first. And you've got to be Goyangi. That's the ace. The 5th kill, the 5th round for University of Delaware. Let's keep this party going.
Every single one, he goes up to 8 for the round. I thought it was a little bit funny after he got the entry kill. Every single member on Delaware was up at 4. What's more funny is that no one else has gone up at all, and they still won. It's Kester putting up a show in that round, opening up with the op, closing it with just that. I don't know what to say, man. That was just absolutely flawless from this man. Doesn't quite put Texas on his low buy, not even a save. But it's all good. The round was still won. They had the ults in the back pocket. One very impactful one in Cosmics. Their opponents also have the same. Aaron and Luke. One of them the identical ult, one of them a lockdown. So if they manage to get close to a site, maybe they can find some kind of precedence. But so far, it has not been allowed. Delaware have played absolutely perfectly. And even in this round, a double peek in a mid. Bit of a risk for both the Breach and the KJ. One of them with the ultimate. But at least they both saved their lives and make sure that mid is, for the time being, clear. And based on what we know from Texas State, it will be clear for quite a while. Takes them a while to walk up these places. So Delaware are very well aware of that, and they're very, very passive once again. As soon as they clear out whatever angle they want to, they leave the jet solo towards A, knows that this entire angle is covered until Kevster falls. And they are very content with stacking everywhere else on the map. They finally get smoked out a window. Different smoke this time to let them into Garage itself, and they're looking to get onto the C site, which there are 2. Make that 0 defenders. Delaware give it up again. Another similar scenes as we see, and not number 1. They just want to full retake this 5-on-5.
Spike planted.
Confirmation of the plant onto C site. Completely unoccupied. As
deploying drone.
Delaware will hop back on here. Kevster will try to find a better sight line. It's tough, though. Killed off by Maynard. But the rest of Delaware can get onto site. Lucas can start killing. It's still so much long presence, but not much time as well. So much util to get through, but inside the smoke, Cosmic can hold down the defuse. So not long enough. Goyangi, the 2K, is there enough time? No! First round for Texas State.
0.363 tenths of a second, almost. It's just like map number 1. Couple coin flips here and they're just walking on the seaside for free. Another very close round. And yet again, deja vu goes to Texas State. Don't know how they keep winning these coin flips, but it's just every single time they end up managing to get on site. Even in this round, Delaware were there quite quickly. I think they played that retake well as well. Like, they did everything right, and Texas State were just able to get the kill down long, and even the spam in garage just lands. You can't ignore it and just ignore the luck. Like, it's a little bit of luck, right? But even still, both teams are playing well. It's just, it is one of those situations where it's sad to say that one of these teams is going to lose, because I think they both deserve to win this series. You can't really say. Every round is different. This time Okarin gets an entry. He does go aggressive quite often though, right? Last map he was on Brim, which is a bit of a risk when you do that kind of thing. This time he's on Breach. Less risky. You still have your primary smokes if you go down, and he's able to do this kind of stuff. I mentioned before the series even started, this guy's one of the guys to look out for, and for a good reason. He's able to get the kills, but you put him on an agent that can do that, which is the Breach that you don't really need to worry about. It's not mandatory for taking sites, and he has the freedom to get kills.
A whole bunch of them. There's one. Okarin will reaggress. The rest of Texas will reaggress and back out just in time for Kepster to come back and get one more. Burned away at, but another 1-for-1 trade leads to this being quite the even matchup actually here in round 7. A lot of ults on the table. These guys have just been busy killing each other so quickly to use them. And Rissa, another example. Luke, wow, what a TTK. And all of a sudden, this is completely even. Hunter's Fury placed on default spot. Luke will almost sacrifice his life.
Right here.
But both members are tagged. And the lockdown place, this might be an overinvestment from Delaware. Or actually, oh wait, no, never mind. It's a lockdown for the attack. I'm an idiot. And Luke now using their ultimate. A Sova v Sova, ultless, and now boltless. Cosmic can't hold. Pros don't fake. Not halfway, but Luke still wins out the swing. Second round for Texas once again by the skin of their teeth.
Pros might not fake, but pros also don't miss. Luke just single-handedly just won that round for the team. Like, literally walks on the C site, one taps Harissa at the back of the site, then walks all the way down long, takes out the lockdown from the defense, and also gets a kill along with it with the Hunter's Fury. And then Ferrari peeks C long and then gets a one-tap on the diffuser. It's... that single hand, like, yeah, just mechanic diff. There's nothing really to say about that one, right? Because it's just like, yeah, sure, they made the rotate happen, it was smart, but the Delaware kept one there. It didn't matter, he insta-died. Then down long C, they put the lockdown down, gets denied by the Sova, then the last guy just gets one-tapped. Like, what are you really gonna do? Capster getting aggressive. There is a chance here with the orb grab, but it's a bit late. Wants to catch maybe one of them blind, and he does just that. Lands the first shot. Can't get out, though.
Yeah, it's a good trade, but it's not like Delaware can find much else off of that at first here. A Marshall shot will bring Luke down to 49. And Delaware are keyed up on C site now, so Texas will be forced to rotate at the very least. And they will. Back over to A site, which now doesn't have a sniper on it. So they feel a little bit safer on it. But Lucas's turret is still available, so they will have to waste a little bit of time getting rid of that. And in tandem, Lucas has joined the party too. Delaware just playing for a little bit of stall. As we'll wait out in lane. Lucas already taken a good chunk. As Texas kind of have all the resources they need to finish this round up pretty cleanly. It's about how many bodies they drop along the way. Lucas has a Bucky, can't do much with that from Link. Cosmic, though, with that Marshall, can find the Ditto. So it's a 3v2. As we'll head up to Heaven as well. One way placed on Spike. And Texas should have this completely punctured without having to really peek anymore. Oh, Air unable to find Cosmic, though. Goyangi is going to go for it. Can't find it. Texas State up to 3, and that's the most stable round yet. They suddenly have sprung back to life and look to take us to a tie game.
That could potentially happen, especially if they win this round coming up, but Delaware do have another shot. A lot of buffer with the 5 rounds in a row, a lot of defuses at that, a lot of alt points garnered with those defuses, and the fact that they have a lot of money, because they keep a lot alive. Even some of the rounds are close, but the ones that aren't are Delaware wins, usually. But Texas State have finally whittled down the bank to basically nothing. They have another op, so he's got another shot, and he takes it, makes it work for himself.
Cool, love that. That's awesome. So, how many more of those does he get to do this game? Is he gonna do it on attack too? I feel like he's gotta. He's just been so consistent when he has it in his hands. He just hasn't gotten to have it in his hands that often. But he's literally sacrificed the heavy shields this round to go for it. He's on overtime mindset. Even though he's 1 orb away from the blades. And we're 4 rounds out from the swap.
He did ace last time he got blades with an op in his hands. So.
That's very true. That's a great point. Seaside gonna get smoked away. Kester now has to re-peek this. Ocarina is fault line though, and Lucas from Longs can actually just peek in. Oh, Maynard just TPing right into things, and Kepster is right back in time. Is just gonna pop the blades on this last kill, and will actually just fly right into dying, so Ocarina handed at least 1 more kill here. We'll get Spike back, but this is a foregone conclusion. 6th round given to Delaware with some ults in the tank.
Well, the only way you can kill Kepster is by being literally underneath him and out of his field of view. So nice try there from Kepster, but yeah, it's a little bit unlucky, just not able to find him in his camera. But yeah, Ocarina trying his best. 1 versus 3 is a bit too much to ask, and after 3 rounds, finally they stop the bleeding. Texas State back, or excuse me, Delaware back in winning ways. Another buffer they have in their bank. Gun bought up for Goyangi. 3 ults in the pocket with Lucas lockdown, probably one of the most important, especially as we don't have a Hunter's Fury yet for Luke. It's a couple rounds away. So if he's able to find some value with that before the ults line up, that could be fairly big. Not sure if TSU want to save Luke's ults for... their names are similar. Didn't really expect that coming into this, but yeah, one perfectly counters the other. That could be fairly well for these last 3 rounds, but there are only 3 left going into this half, which means Delaware have a lot of room to work with. Texas State being out of money once again. If this round is lost, this is a big reset for them.
And so how much are they willing to throw into things to get what they need to get? Garage and C long. Checked out first.
Off your feet!
And the Rolling Thunder will get thrown in. That'll catch Kevster and allow the free TP in from Maynard. Kevster gonna try sniping through these smokes, but the setup is there. Texas do have the free passage onto C site. Everything going to plan so far, but no more ults in the tank. And now the lockdown can get tossed. Maynard is stuck. So we'll see how many they can get once they waddle onto site. Lucas cutting through garage as well. They want to control every sight line they can to the point they have Goyangi waiting for Chief, and they'll get the kill too! Delaware covers all of their bases this time around, and it shows. Only Aaron left, and with plenty of time left on Spike, a lot in the way. Delaware is able to hold it down. We're so back, baby. 7-3.
Absolutely flawless in that retake, keeping 4 alive, making sure that in the Haven, at least their economy has not taken a nosedive just yet. Maybe the 3 rounds hurt it a little bit, but they have they're in Texas mindset right now on Lotus. They have not had to save ever, I don't think, other than the pistol round. Even they won the bonus, so they didn't have to save after during that one. This is so crazy. Like, even the retakes are just so satisfying to watch as well. Like, they do every single thing right. Like you mentioned, they keep all the bases checked. And even in the end, they're one of the only teams I know to just consistently always smoke the spike. That leaves Texas nowhere, like no room. There is no luck involved towards the end of those rounds. Delaware now are very pretty. There's another very heavy eco on the other side. Luke, the only rifle, Maynard even on a stinger. They're all looking towards C right now. It's a very fast on the site. First time Texas has done this in quite a while. The 20 seconds, and we seem to have a spike plant.
Yeah, this is really smart. A great way to get the drop, and Maynard is just going to keep that train going. Early kill on a Lucas, and now that occupancy on a garage is a danger that Harissa and Goyangi can shut down. But it's still close, still tight, and they still have to get onto site. Kevster opened up with the Owl drone, kills onto Chief with the operator. 2 to go, now 1 with the kill on a Luke as well. Again, just speed running things. Kevster gonna hold this down. Okarin torn to shreds. My God. This team just fell asleep and then woke right back up and is looking to get to a 9-3 half.
Last round in the half.
And maybe they figured something out. Maybe it's the map as well. Like maybe it's Haven that is just their playground, and as well as the fact that you can't. Dude, Kevster 16-7. He has been opping out of his mind this entire map. That is a big reason he did not have the freedom to do that on Lotus. Right, he just didn't have the agent for it. It was on the Raze, which he did grid on, but it just wasn't enough. Now he is on a much more appropriate agent and a much more appropriate map. He's also got the judge out, which is freshly nerfed, mind you, but he's got it just in case. This is the last round of the half, so might as well spend your pockets. It's not going to matter. It doesn't seem like he's going to get an engage, but you never know. Based on how slow Texas go, they could opt to go back to A eventually, but they've got the same setup again where they just post him up on short A and just leave him here forever until he gets contact or until he needs to be somewhere else on the map.
Oh my God. Hey, who was that?
It's Ochre. I think we've heard that name before in the first engages. Kevster as well, just the same on the other end.
Scanning ahead.
Looking for something.
There they are.
Just TPing into C long. That's fun.
Nothing there.
Yeah. All right, so B looks to be the move. Entry will be smoked. Cosmic, okay. Yeah, what do you do with this? Okay, Alarmbot is gonna go to Aaron away. Oh, and the Paranoia tossed. Oh, they were waiting for this. They're gonna fast rotate. Oh, this is actually a really good bait. This might work. Huge toss on a C site, and they'll gain sight. But what more? The retake has still been done several times here. This was not the tough part. This is supposed to be the easy part of Haven. Rolling Thunder tossed on. We'll catch one. Luke in response gonna toss out this Hunter's Fury. Just line him up for Kevster rather, who will grab a third. Luke, 1, now 2 as Kevster will toss out next. But he's got to clutch up against the whole team. And while he gets close, he does not get close enough. 9-3 indeed. Delaware 4 rounds away from having an even record.
They're getting a little bit lackadaisical. You can tell there at the end. 1 versus 5 for Luke, and he just gets bodies thrown in his plate. But yeah, that's a bit much for him to handle. I respect him from Delaware. They're keeping their own confidence up. And fair play. Like they are excellent on the retakes. I mean, even in that half alone, I think 6 plants, 6 retakes. Not entirely. No, okay, there were 3 in the middle. Texas State 1, but then after that, yeah, just keep it clean. Nothing more. Delaware were excellent on the defense, and now they're on their attack. Kevster almost dropping 20 in one half. Not quite. He was 1 off. But he did have 10 above pretty much everyone else. Or excuse me, his own kill differential was the same as the next person's kills in total. That's just to point out how well he's doing right now. He is one of the players single-handedly carrying his team. But also Goyangi is 11-4. Lucas is at 11. He's died a couple more times. He's been just defending, holding solid sites, so it's understandable. And everyone else is enabling. It's just very nice to see this entire team working together. And now they're looking towards the weak site for Delaware. There is KJ util near for Garage, so the split's going to be quite difficult. But the site has been taken. Maynard is the only line of defense, and he's able to get 1, as well as lock down Garage with his teammate.
It's really risky, but enough chip has been done to the rest of the team to where this is very doable. Goyangi will finish off 2. And ultimately, it's a 2v2 for post-plant. But the smokes are gone, as are a lot of the util for these 2 initiators. Goyangi's position post-plant, that was never really in the cards. Aaron now heading up long. How prepped are they for this? Cosmic is watching. Where is Aaron looking? There's too many directions to check. This looks like a guaranteed kill for at least 1. And Goyangi's going to win there first. Aaron the counter kill, though. And Cosmic doesn't pop out in time. Texas State University, they win their 1s just enough and will grab their 4th round.
Yeah, sometimes Texas State's patience bites them in the butt, and sometimes it really pays off because Luke just not peeking there for 10 years. He shot an arrow and then just sat there. Did not move. Waited all that time for his KJ to come all the way up long through the site, past the default box, and onto like the corner of Platt. And only then did he peek. It took 20 seconds, and there's so many question marks in Delaware's head after that. He could be garage. He could have literally wrapped through mid over to long as well. It's just so many things that they have to worry about. So well played by Texas State. It's definitely a double-edged sword. Sometimes if you wait too long, you could have no time. So if the gunfight back site went a different way, that could have been a different story. But in that case, it works out. And now they're on the upper hand in terms of weapons. Delaware are just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at them right now, just trying to run into B. And it doesn't seem to be working because they're taking down one by one. Don't get a single kill. So now Texas are in the position that Delaware was in the first half.
Yeah, a quick one for sure there. That's I'm just gonna fly over. And indeed, the question is, where do we go from here? As it was Delaware who was able to win out their bonus. So can Texas do the same after such a good clear in round 2? Goyongi has to go for the Bulldog. And I don't know if we have full util, especially for like Lucas. It might be tight. We will see.
Scrolling past them, they should be fine. Actually, Kevster's the only one lacking anything at all.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
An open C site. How much will Delaware launch at this off rip? Lucas has the sentry and themselves to check their garage. As the occupancy has begun, not denied, and Lucas going to play patiently. Oh, Maynard able to find at least one before the entry. Lucas makes their way on 2, and so garage control is complete, but that's why Aaron is rotating back around. That only means there's 2 available for the post-plant retake from the other side, though. The Chief attempting to crunch actually means that this garage fight has evolved. But it's once again in favor of Delaware. 2 bodies down is okay, though. And with Lucas still low, it's possible they could find another. Cosmic good opening damage, though, and I don't think it's possible that they can peek this. Luke kind of wants to hunt this down. He can tell searching for it, but Goyongi will shut it down. Round number 10 going the way of Delaware here. So they will hold on to things and do have a chance at wrestling this back here.
Yeah, with that much manpower. Oh, okay. Another defensive operator on the Jets, but this time it's not Kevster. In 2 different ways. One, Kevster's at the top of the scoreboard. Chief is unfortunately at the bottom. He has not found very much success with this, so he's hoping that definitely his team is hoping that this is going to be able to enable him in a lot of different ways, because he can't ignore the fact that he's literally 2-12, right? Because there's really no excuse for that. He has been caught off a lot of times, but now he's got a sniper in his hands, best weapon in the game. But they're not looking at a sight though, which is a little bit unfortunate. But Okarin's in the same place with the Omen, able to defend, but he's gonna get caught through the smoke with a ping. But Aaron does get a kill through garage.
Hop onto site. Kevster will not get crunched this time. And we'll find Aaron as well. Oh, hungry for more. We'll get Chief. Missing the upshot. May cost the game and the series by extension. Spike's still yet to get planted, though. And so Texas may be able to hop onto this. Maynard gets the sightline of the Cosmic. And the last 2 players are at fragmented health. Goyongi, the blind, to get the other end, but the Owl Drone will find him out, and Kevster's position is already guaranteed. And so all Texas has to do is execute. Luke stuck from the fault line, though, and Kevster catches him. Give this man his ace! Goyongi, can he make the sacrifice again? Or can Maynard clutch up for that matter in the 1v2? Kevster, Tailwind gone, down to 43. Maynard, no damage done. Smoke back again. Goyongi, no clear sightline as well, but still has to come in and defuse. Second smoke placed, and Maynard gonna dance around them both, but gives away a step and now just has to full send it. Kevster, a second ace this game, and Delaware is up to their 11th round.
If you call on him, he shall answer every single time he's called. Normally, you see a curse on kill number 4, never gets the 5th. Kevster has gotten 4 both times, he's gotten all 5. This man is, I don't know where this guy was, map 1, map 2. Like, he definitely stood up map 2, and he's back in form, right? And on Haven, he's just not misstepping, ever. He finds a frag, finds a head, and he just lands the shot. Had to fade away for the 3rd one, but he even still got it on the last bullet. This guy, is just, it's impeccable. There's nothing else to say. He's literally just being perfect right now. He's landing every bullet, and they're getting the sights off of it.
Texas State are buying into this round. They are trying so hard to hold on, and this may be their last chance to. Kevster's on site. Rest of Delaware is coming on. Luke is dead in heaven. They only have Link. They'll hop back upstairs, but it is a 4v5 now, and already a post plant. Fault line utilized, but nothing acted upon still. And now Okarin attempting to at least flush out, make this crunch a little bit easier. Chief does have the Marshal, so could get one if the board is cleared. Recon bolt tossed in. And in we go. Almost one found. Aaron the only one to get his, though. Maynard now on top of the blocks with the shot in his hand. I don't think he's going to be able... Hey, all right.
Oh.
He finished off Goyangi at least. But that is all Maynard will find. Henrissa trades it out, and Delaware is on match point.
Texas State also on a low buy. Not much to bring into this one, but because they didn't want to play for OT. They just wanted to play for an attempted win. And fair enough, if you're even trying to play for OT in this kind of case. It's a long road. 7 rounds that they have to win straight, which no team has done in this map specifically. They might have done it on Lotus, but it's a very different story than what is happening right now. Delaware are woken up. Kevster is popping off. Not only Hefster, but also Goyangi. She's doing very well as well. Kevster getting all the kills. Goyangi is not dying. Just 7 deaths, single-digit deaths. Only person in the server just to hold that title right now. Looking towards C site. There's 3 people. 4, make that 4. 2 in garage, able to defend. But with that, a lot of util thrown and a lot of attention garnered. Delaware's back right off, and it looks like they had the read. Similar read that TSU had in map number 1 against them.
Yeah, this is just so clean. How long will the KJ util stall? The Owl drone might actually get heard here, so they'll have to hop on now. And they will. Early TP to heaven is denied. Aaron does have this lockdown. And the Hunter's Fury is not available. So they'll have to plant and then GTFO real quick. And Rissa, I don't think they'll be able to get out of this okay. Yeah, they're gonna get stuck, aren't they? Goyangi's just gonna have to commit. The Aftershock placed on Link will afford them a little bit of time, but yeah, definitely not enough. Rest of the team will come screaming back. They're gonna try and hold on to this anyway. Rolling Thunder launched on top of Long. Maynard the kill on a Lucas up sewer, running out of positions, but the TP from Harissa back on a Link, and Kevster and Cosmic holding it down. Hunter's Fury on top of the spike. Kevster rushes in regardless, and Delaware puts themselves all over the round to steal it away, as well as the match. They are a great team who faced better ones, but today they are the better team again, now with a 2-2 record and handing Texas State their first loss of the season.
I can't believe what happened there. I said it before, Kevster can do no wrong. That guy, there were a couple little missteps by Delaware in that final little round, right? You saw 2 people get detained, not only one trying to escape. Fair enough. Like, Harissa's fairly safe. She can't really be caught by anyone from Texas State. But then Goyangi, under hell, I don't think she meant to get detained. Like 100%, she thought that the lockdown popped and she could walk back in safely. But just a split second too soon, she gets caught. But then everything falls into place for Delaware. Even the smokes down Long. Texas State try to get back on the site. They do just that, but then they try and aggress on the players that are probably going to be peeking back into it because there's a lot of pressure with the time, right? To get the lockdown down, you have to peek to try and get them off the spike. But Kevster, and also I think it was Cosmic in the corner that was very in danger because I think he was the one that got checked first. Both of them get their kills. Kevster even gets a second one on the site. The Jet Insight doesn't turn. Then he just dashes right on, gets a third. It's just mind-blowing how I almost said coin flipped. I was about to say flipped, but just flipped the story is between this map and Lotus. It felt like in Lotus, TSU were the ones doing that. TSU were the ones that were like being weird. I don't want to say misstepping because I don't think they played bad on that map either. I think they played excellently. I think that both of them did, but they were the ones that get the situation, then took it and never let go of the horns. Right, Delaware this time. It wasn't as easy for them. They didn't have as many free opportunities, but when they got them in the last round, they took them, they held them. When they don't, they took them by force with Kevster, 28 and 11. This guy almost dropped a 3 KD. That is mental, not something we've seen this series, but it was a slow glow up throughout the series for both this man as well as I think it was In map number 2, it happened to have been Lucas helping him out, but this time he didn't really need Lucas to frag out with him. He just needed the support from the utility, which happened around the entire team. So Delaware just evolved over the day to improve over and over again, just like they have this entire season, to be honest.
Yeah, continuing to get better by the map, and Kevster definitely the MVP for those last 2 maps. We'll get a chance to speak with him in our winners interview in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh,